2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later, but you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice. gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you, and I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
This is how we roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some win. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. 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 Some roll, some roll, 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 some roll. This is how we win. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
Welcome everyone to the 303 Royale 2 Championships. I am a Lil Fuzzy Seal, caster, camera guy, all around, well, dude, and joined today by Famasti. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. We're finally emerging together, 8 teams from NA, NAU here in the finals. So we're gonna see the top teams from each region duke it out for their grand prize of
You
$7,500.
took my stats, dude. I was gonna bring that up, but yeah, as he said, 225 prize pool, $7,500 or 225 entry fee, 7,500 prize pool, 4,000 of those going to first place. But also a little icing on the cake. There is going to be a $100 top fragger grand finals only prize. So the top killer is going to be the person that gets to take home a little bit of extra cash. And actually, we already have a few stats gathered up from beforehand about who we think this top fragger might be, and it's going to be relatively obvious based on the scoreboard if folks were watching that beforehand. But let's just go ahead and show some of the top damage dealers up until this point in the EU and NA regions. So mixing them all together, first place is going to be 303 Silers. How do you feel about that, fam?
I mean, putting out the damage definitely is a, it's a stat, give or take, people have a little difference of opinions on what stats means and whatnot, but regardless, up there with 6,664 damage across the games. It's definitely a good performance in his own right. But Tollins is there in second, very close behind him, and then we have Relo, Snakers, and then Alo, and then Vard rounding out that list. I don't know exactly where they were sitting on the actual kill leaderboards, but I'm sure they were relatively up there pretty high.
A lot of the times, damage does translate to kills. It doesn't always, but it frequently does. Important to note is that Northern Lights was our EU first place team, and Oath was the NA first place team. And they both had, I would say, I think they both ended up having like 20-point leads over the competition. Oath having a ton of damage dealers across the board. I think that their third was previously in the top 6, but now that we've combined EU, Bachelin, Alo, and Vard took those spots. Alo, not an EU player, but still taking some of those slots away from the Oath for the top fragger. Still, though, I believe that we are going to be getting ready to get in game here in a sec. What are some of your predictions going into game number 1 as we see NA duke it out versus EU, fam?
So, oh man, my cat almost knocked something on my desk. Sorry. Anyways, my predictions, I want to see the teams that were very consistent in their respective regions try to translate over and be a little bit more consistent, or will continue to be consistent in the games coming up. So that's going to be Northern Lights. They were top of their leaderboard for EU. I want to see them really translate that over. Oath, top of leaderboard for NA. Very heavy fraggers, putting in a lot of kills, racking them up there for North America. So I want to see them to see if they're able to translate the continuing getting those high kill counts and getting a lot of kills throughout the games. But more importantly, Seal, I am looking forward to the hot drops that we're going to be having.
Oh yeah, so our production guy actually went over to win from the Soniqs stream, and I'm not sure if you guys saw this on Twitter or anywhere like that, but in every single map, Soniqs are going to be dropping against, at least based on the prior information that we've had, they'll be dropping against Team Liquid. Every single map. Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel. So I think that I'm personally looking forward to the Erangel hot drops the most, but we will not be seeing that. We actually will be seeing the Miramar drops first. So I believe that we'll be seeing Picado, if I'm not mistaken, as the hot spot of choice in that regard.
Oh yeah, so Picado definitely going to be a hot spot. Another thing to touch on, so there are going to be a few teams with a few players that you may not recognize in the first set of games today. 303 Esports has allowed teams to provide basically an emergency roster because of the conflicting scheduling of events that 303 that has been ran into because of the DreamHack qualifiers for the Europe region. So I believe Digital Athletics and RÄHINÄ Esports, they do have emergency rosters. Their main rosters will be coming in and playing in the finals once the DreamHack rounds are over. But just one of those unfortunate things. DreamHack scheduling their event at the same time as the 303 events. The 303 finals were.
That'll be around game 4 as well. But hey, it's to look on a bright side. I think that before it was just like, man, we need to put on some PUBG events, but now there's too many. So there's a little bit of a bright side there. Too many PUBG events going on now. Oh my goodness, how is that a problem that we're having? Still though, that's it for the pre-talk. Game 1 is officially starting, and we have a flight plan starting up strong here from west to east, pretty much right down the middle. A very, very kind flight plan to begin the game with.
Oh yeah, super easy. West to east, right down the middle. Like you said, team's going to be making their way as the plane decides to inch its way ever so slowly coming across. Oh, there it goes. Taking a bigger bite that time. But should see some teams jump out right at the beginning, go towards Pozo, even up farther north. Teams going south. But yeah, very forgiving here for Miramar for game 1.
Yep, like you said, some teams dropping up near Pozo. Looks like it will be FaZe, and the rest of the boys will be actually dropping over there in the Monte Nuevo outskirts. At least it's going to be Uber going in that direction. While it will actually be RÄHINÄ, Tavu and the rest of his boys dropping inside Pozo. Now, RÄHINÄ is one of the teams that I think is the most underdog of the underdog, and that's mostly because they got like 3 second places in a row and also ended in 2nd place. So, like, that's very good in PUBG, but it still feels a little, like, rough. I hope they get a win at some point, but here we go. Gonna be Soniqs versus Team Liquid, and, Ibiza able to get the off-road on the side. Jeems as well, while all the Soniqs just drop hard on the Luchador Arena.
Yeah, so Liquid actually setting themselves up pretty nicely here. They are going to be on the south side of the street with all the members of the Soniqs, like you said, inside of the arena. And Liquid actually is going to secure the vehicles as well. So if at any point they decide that they want to leave, then they could just hop in those vehicles and get the heck out of there. So the Soniqs actually going to be in a situation where they're probably not going to have enough armor and helmets, and they might get a few guns, but definitely not enough to fully kit their entire team just by looting up here on the north side of Picado.
And if they want to disengage, they only have the single off-road to work with here as well. Mine might be trying to snag this earlier rather than later. This will let them have control. That was a trap before. Team Liquid could have set up on that if they had time, but Mine moving this away allows both teams to disengage whenever they want. Soniqs might be doing it sooner than later, though, because like you said, they have less loot. If they want to move on beyond this Luchador Arena, they will be having to contest against Mixie and Jeems. And honestly, from my perspective, oh my god, actually I have another hot drop happening here in Chumacera as well. But from my perspective, Picado is not exactly a 2-team town. Now, Chumacera kind of is, but not with the spread that we're seeing right now. Omaken going for the low ground, and Houston Hearts just going for the high ground. Now, that is normally a split that I would see, but Maluke being here on the low ground in this apartment building, and quite frankly, looking like he really doesn't want to be here, kind of prone, playing very carefully on these sides. I'm not sure he saw this coming, and I definitely don't think he wants to be here.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of a tough situation. I think it's Chubba who's up above him on the south side. He is at the fence line kind of overwatching to see if anybody's going to be pushing. But yeah, Luke probably not wanting to be down there by himself, so he is turtling up just a little bit. I think Lobes and J-Sank out to the east are just trying to loot up as much as they can before eventually making their way. It looks like, yeah, Lobes is going to go up to the high ground, try to regroup with Chubba. It'd be, interesting to see how long these two teams kind of, have a little bit of a standoff and a standstill, I guess, here in the city before they decide that they want to rotate.
Let's go ahead and check back in Soniqs real quick. We do still have both teams in Picado still holding strong. Mixie and Ibiza holding them off from their own apartment buildings. Very, very nice eventable spot with FaZe 1 already having popped. Oh my goodness, it hard shifts east, and this is not what you want to see in Game 1 if you're any of these teams. This is one of those circles that could go to the cursed islands of Miramar.
You love to see it. I would love to see it. But 303 is one of those teams that's probably actually really happy about seeing this zone right now. For them, sitting in Impala, they're splitting out to the west a little bit. But Jimty here, he's coming around that brick building over on the west, trying to get some. Oh yeah,
not cash register anymore.
Right, Jimty coming around over on the west side, just trying to get angles, scout out. I believe he did throw some shots up towards Chubba up on top of the hill by the fence at one point. So. The hot drop just kind of, no team wanting to overstep, and they're just playing it a little safe. Same thing seeming to be happening inside of Picado as well. Ooh, great headshot coming in. I believe it was Profi there from the top. But at this point, realistically, like if they're not going to fight within the first 2-3 minutes, like just get in your vehicles and leave. You're just going to be hurting yourself. I know you gotta claim stake and say that this is your territory. You don't want them coming back, but you also have to play the game. So
look at Profi's loadout right now. Imagine walking away with a DBS and a mutant, and that's just what you have.
Hey, DBS, he's fine. What do you mean?
Oh my god, that's right, you like the DBS. I'm just taking stock with these guys, because what you were worried about is exactly what has happened. Shrimzy has the best loadout, but only 72 extra rounds, just 1 mag each for both weapons. This is not at all what the Soniqs are going to want. They can't play a super aggro style going into this game unless they kill someone. It's as simple as that. And if they can't find those knocks, they can't find those kills, they're going to be forced to play in a really passive way or literally run out of supplies. Now, up to the north, it looks like we are seeing TSM. Thank goodness that they have made their way back as they have reacquired the WTSG roster. Super happy for these boys, but they are going to be in a slight rotation camp, although as I'm talking about that, Mailman from Tornado Energy, who was camping them in the first place, already kind of linking back over with his team in the Hacienda outskirts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a camp or more just an unfortunate timing of crossing passes. Neither team really wanting to actually sit there and
Yeah.
take too long in investing times and just shooting at vehicles rotating. TSM is going to be in between all the members here of Tornado Energies, excuse me. So they're gonna be a little careful. I'd imagine they'll probably just throw some pop shops at each other and then rotate on their merry
He's
way.
still here.
Tuning back into Chumacero, though, we are gonna see Chubba Bubba is gonna go down. I believe to Jimpty from behind, but Lobes is gonna be there getting the trade. So actually good, good movement by Jimpty to get the opening knock, but good reaction by Lobes being able to support his teammate from afar
You
to
saw
get that trade
Lobes
and the
crossing the
elimination.
road a while
Mhm.
ago to try and set up this entire play. Very surprised to be seeing one of the players from Omaken here, but it looks like Maluke is actually getting hard pushed. J-Sing across the road providing some support, getting the knock on of Vasco. T-Bone across the road. Can't do too much about this. It's going to be Paige versus Maluk with support on the side. Maluk popping on the balcony. Might have spotted Paige below as he vaults on out. Paige trying to get the res here, but I think that we see Maluk having an idea that something is up. He wants to deny this res. He knows exactly where they are, but the iron sights from Page's M4 not doing him a ton of favors. Very hard to actually acquire that target in the first place. And look at this, a little chest high opening there that could be abused by Maluk. Might want to go for it. No frags. Cannot go for the push, but oh, there it is. Some nice movement from Omaken, getting them around back into cover. And now it's Maluke outside the building and Omaken on the defensive.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Luke didn't have any offensive utility there. That would have been easy molly, easy
Oh, yeah.
nade if he had either one of them. So he just had to play with his gun. But he's going to
Here's
swing
the
around back to the
zone.
south side of this building. He is going to have the support of his two teammates above him. So really smart for him to come back to this side as opposed to continuing to push inside of that apartment building by
Oh,
himself.
wow.
Lobes is going to get the opening onto Vasku inside of the apartment building. So now Luke is going to go vaulting straight into the first floor, maybe wanting to pick the 1v1 now as opposed to the 1v2. Flash is coming out, trying to delay the push. T-Bone up from the north, throwing some shots, trying to support from J-Sank's old position. So J-Sank now coming over to regroup. But yeah, here goes Luke. Slow creeping up by himself. I believe at this point the res is probably coming out. It is in the hallway. He's going to step right around the corner.
idea.
Spray one, spray two. And that is going to be a 2 members down for Omaken. 3 in total, leaving just T-Bone up on the north side.
Beautiful play from Maluka, using the smoke to shroud his moving up, and now as we're taking stock of the situation, it is just T-Bone alive, and this is not the Mikado situation, despite Shumasera being larger, and despite it arguably being able to be split between two teams. These two groups went ham against each other, and it will be Omaken T-Bone to be the only survivor from his team walking away from that one. Taking stock of the rest of the zone, it looks like that we are seeing the after effects of the Picado skirmish, as both the Soniqs and Team Liquid are by far the furthest away from center zone. That being said, it doesn't mean they're particularly safe here, as we see Cherry FPS from Duel potentially getting here in the sides of FaZe.
Yeah, probably hearing the vehicles or Cherry's vehicle around over there near the rock, so they come over and take a look. Probably not going to invest too much time right now, though, as the next zone did pop. And it is going to shift up more towards the north half of the north half of the coast that was still in play. Still got a lot of water, so the amount of land that is actually playable here, even though it is phase 2, is basically cut in half. So it's going to get very congested, even more so than it already was for phase 1. Teams starting their rotation. TSM sitting in a really strong spot here. They're going to be in the little rocks here. Iro maybe needs to go back to driving school, but he is gonna land it and then go and regroup with Maricu there. And they're gonna be holding a really strong position here for phase 2 on this zone.
Yep, it's going to be TSM linking up. I'm a little bit worried with their players that are left behind on that hill. It's a very, very hard spot to hold. But, oh, Lampalot actually riding on by, using the low ground, avoiding the rotation from Maricu and Ira. But we also 3-3 coming in from the west side. So this split from TSM, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty populated area so far. But in the kill feed, we're actually seeing some trades here between STK, RÄHINÄ, and Oath. As 3-3 looks like they're going ham on TSM's combo. Maricu playing defense. Once again, the Murano flipping and exploding. These guys need to go back to driving school, just like you said.
Oh my goodness. Penta, getting a little rocky and bumpy there with the Murano coming in the compound. The rest of 303 are here, though. Man to stop a little bit more off to the north. Ferox and D-Rich, they are inside the compound trying to go for a breach. It's going to be very tough for them. TSM is going to be able to overwatch and support from the hill on the northeast. D-Rich actually gets shot in the back, I believe, from the other members of Duel who are over there. And then Ferox does get taken down by the nade of Iro. I think Maricu also got some shots in as well. But 303 finding themselves in a super good spot for phase one, trying to go for a reposition on phase two. It is just going to be Man Bun left alive. Yeah, the coach subbing in for his team for these matches. And after that, TSM's just going to go ahead and regroup, maybe get some extra loot from those dead bodies, and then they'll probably go back and rehold their split.
They haven't got any instas. They don't know exactly if this place is clear, so they will be pulling Vard and Fex back. Also, to make sure that, hey, we got crashed once here. We watched that Game 4 Erangel game. People will sometimes just go for a hard crash on the weirdest locations they feel like it, so not feeling like taking the risk on that hilltop. And that actually is going to be spotted out by Duel. Michael wrapping back around over to the east to take this hilltop. Cherry going to be following in suit. Very, very intelligent play from Duel. They're actually using the information they have gained, actively rotating to a better spot in the game.
Yep, very good. Watching TSM come down, they're going to take it. That's going to allow them to get a lot of information what's going on to the north, as well as keeping track of what is going down towards their south. Everybody pretty much inside of this zone. Well, I say everybody, but off screen, we do have our rotators coming in from Chumacera.
Oh, God.
So they'll make it in eventually, I imagine. I'm assuming they have enough meds and stuff. They're going to be coming through Los Leones. T-Bone, no vehicle, still over there, going to try to fend for himself and eventually try to rotate in. And one interesting takeaway from this, though, as we tune in, looks like FaZe and Liquid down here on the south side are going to be kind of, confronting each other on the south part of the zone. But what I was saying on Liquid deciding to come in more from the south of this zone, but the Soniqs coming in from the west side of this zone. So two different decision makings on how to come in, even though they're coming from the same
Oh my God, dude, just going in.
Absolutely ripping Mexi out of that vehicle, trying to drive on by. Another one's going to get ripped out of the Bronco here. Biza just drives on by, crashes the compound, and he actually makes it in.
All right, well, Mixian came in getting left behind. Ibiza, I believe, is the last. Yes, is indeed the last player alive from Team Liquid. I don't know if they actually knew that FaZe was up there, but they ended up just driving straight on into them. And Ibiza now trying to evade the members up from FaZe that are hunting him down from the high ground. And the kill feed we're seeing K-Mine get flushed, and oh, there it is, spotting out Ibiza. He gets taken down. Team Liquid going out in 15th place off of that awkward Picado start.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. So I think Gustav was actually, he heard the vehicles down the road from where they were positioned, so he baited, he was able to allow the rest of FaZe to kind of bait Liquid in and just hide and wait for them to come. But another fight as the Soniqs are going to be coming down the road here with Tornado Energy just trying to work their way in. I think opening knock is on to Quizzy there. Another one coming out from H1. Ooh, just misses the spray. Elia does go down to just about 1 HP. Example gets the trade onto Profi on the north side of the street, picking that 1v1 fight there. But down to a 3v3, Flush does come out, and that's actually going to be body advantage over to Tornado if they get this res.
Sonic actually able to cross the road and get the knock onto Example, but meanwhile, Alea putting him from the back, but oh my God, Quinn getting him down as well. It's just Melman and Quizzy alive. They were able to get these reses, but it's Ferox coming in from that eastern flank. It's going to force Tornado Energy back down to the low ground. They get the steal onto Alea GG. Sonics are disengaging back over where they came from, while Tornado Energy taking the trench back down towards the compound off to the south. Now, I don't think they know that it's clear. It would be a reasonable spot, but they might not even have time, as Ferox, smelling blood in the water, are sending Grumps over to the west, actively trying to gatekeep the entire northwestern edge.
Yeah, it's actually a really ballsy play, but to be expected out of Mime, just full W and across the street. I don't know why the Tornado Energy member that wasn't holding the res kind of wasn't peeking that, but either way, down to they lose 2 bodies with Ferox coming over in third partying. Sonics, they do have vehicles, so they're Shrimzy's gonna grab the buggy here. H-Win gonna grab his as well. I think they're gonna try to swing around down to the south, but it's actually gonna be H-Win getting ripped out of that Bronco as they are driving towards Tornado Energy. And Zone is coming in, so that's not going to be a res available for him. The other 2 members looks like they are going to hop in their vehicle, and they're just going to try to drive to the south here.
All right, well, let's see if Quizzy and Mimla can stop this from happening. There's a little bit of open ground right there, but no, nowhere near enough. Quizzy cannot stop this. They will be able to rotate back around, and this is even more bad news for Tornado Energy. That was the comp that they were aiming to head into. It is not clear at all. And now, Tornado Energy have to deal with Ferox to their east, Sonics to their south, and the zone forcing them into one of these 2 teams. Although, as we're taking an eye to the north, this is not just Tornado Energy and Sonics trying to make their way in. It's also RÄHINÄ's Anonymous coming in from the north. And finally, Ferox is going to get their kills. Look at that kill feed. all over Saki and Tabu going down. Anonymous, the last player alive, hitting a lot of air, making it really hard to hit him. Let's see if he can actually E&E his way into this compound, going straight through it. Low HP, Soniqs though, getting the last shot on him, and he goes down along with his team in 13th place.
Yep. So RÄHINÄ unfortunately not able to, make it into the placement points for this game. We also did miss Man Bun from Fear 3 getting picked off as well, going out in 14th. But up on the north side here, Shoot to Kill are going to try to take control of the north side of this zone as they go up against Ferox. Yeah, let's go ahead and tune in and listen to their comms as they try to pick this team fight.
We're gonna need vehicles though.
Yeah, they're hiding behind the car right now.
Tag one.
Yep. Behind the tree on the car.
If that's not pushable and killable, we just need to back up and take orange zone, guys.
Right.
Do we have just the 2 trucks here? So knocked one. Ferox.
Knocked one. Flush.
We have 3 trucks here. Okay, that's a good flush. Let's go. Cars, guys. Cars. We have 3 cars here. I'm taking one and going early. You guys can take the other 2.
Yeah, it's just 2v4. Not 2 more.
Yeah, you might as well. There's only one up. Where's the last one?
I
Don't know.
At the cars, I think.
Watch out for that blue team. That blue team could be coming like onto orange.
I think he's at the
I'm
cars.
driving baiting it. Yeah.
Careful.
I'll just stay here.
Go long.
No, it's on Luke's back.
Wiped.
Flush from fire. Just go for orange though.
We still have a team like on this edge. They're on top of the long.
Let's cut comms. Alright, well that's going to be a wipe from SDK onto Ferox, but as we heard, they still have a couple of issues getting their way in to zone. We have, looks like TSM on the rocks ahead of them. A-Log going to be trying to find some way to get in, and it looks like it might just be a car for it as their plan in one of these dips. Not the best case, but they're not dead yet either.
You ever just casually 2v4, Seal? Just you're just 2v4 and your teammates trying to go, think about going towards the zone, and then he's just like, oh, you just casually 2v4.
And then you just kill him.
Yeah,
Those are really solid mini shots from Luke 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really good shots. But so they did wipe that up pretty quickly, and then they do find themselves in, having to use a car fort on here on the north side of the zone. But it looks like they do make it in. They did lose Purdy from the third-party shots from the south. A little unfortunate there, but they're putting a lot of pressure onto the 2 TSM members that are on that ridge to their south, and those are really going to be the 2 people that would make this position really unbearable and tough to play. But they're putting the pressure back, which is making it very, very good for them. Over on the west side, though, the Soniqs and Tornado Energy fight still continues as Mime to get the opening knock onto Melman. All the utility coming out to try to push up the hill, try to get that elimination on the final member. I do see some tracers coming in from the south, so he might go ahead and get picked off before they even get up there. But it looks like they're just going to be turtling out, both inside the zone, so they're just going to be hanging out here for a little bit longer.
Here we go, Soniqs. They really want to get this finish. Stuns, insane stuns coming on, and the flush is obtained. Quizzy is a little bit further up. There it is, a little head peeking over that ridge line. No traded shots quite yet as Mime closing the gap. 1x, but oh, a nice dome from Shrimzy is going to take Quizzy out of the game. And that's going to be a nicely timed wipe here from Soniqs, as they are pretty confident they should be able to at least get in their vehicles and start to move out without getting contested. But I'm not sure where they can really go. Houston Hardship's having a similar issue as they just send it to a shed right under the noses of Meta Gaming, as well as Northern Lights hiding on the high ground around the edges of the zone.
Yeah, so this zone actually, coming back to the north edge of Impala, has, I guess, the factory area, if you want to call it that, here on the north side, taking up a large portion of the eastern side of the zone. You got FaZe and the Digital Athletics. I know they don't have the standard DA tag, but the DA logo is there. They are going to use the sub-roster for them. Teams on the north side, though, they're going to have some trouble, I think, making it into the zone. Iro and Fex are going to be holding the north side of that ridge, so hopefully Mariku and Vard are able to come over to regroup. Shoot to Kill, though, they're going to have to basically go full W against, a team in either direction, depending on which way they want to go.
I think that SDK might be getting choked out of this game here. Like you said, TSM with an incredible chokehold. I have no idea how SDK get past both TSM and Oath, 2 of the strongest teams in the lobby. And honestly, SDK is probably like one of the 3rd strongest teams in the lobby. But looking at Oath positioning, I don't see how they can get through this, especially already being down a man. We have Luke 12 up on the high ground trying to make his smoke line down this hill. TSM putting a lot of shots into him, but I think he might actually be able to make it all the way in. Yes, he actually does make it down the hill, but now they have to find some way to make it up. Uncivil closing the gap with Oath, starting this up with a frag. Here's the spray coming on in. The frag getting very little, if anything, done. And now that Oath realizes his players behind them, they're going to be refocusing their efforts on that eastern flank, taking them down before they move into the zone.
Yeah, either way for Shoot to Kill here, this is going to be really tough. But Rello does go down to Uncivil because as soon as Shoot to Kill commits to this, TSM is going to come look at him on their backside. They do get the opening on the Rello. Shots being returned.
Oh, no.
Alo goes down from behind from TSM, just like I anticipated it happening. And now that Shoot to Kill is just going to be in a tough spot. Uncivil gets another knock onto Snakers, though, inside of the compound before getting traded back by Wolf. So Uncivil is able to do a lot of damage. And honestly, that's going to put Oath in a really bad spot because TSM can now just come over and look at them as well.
Well, they might be able to, but Oath is still a sneaky snake in the grass, and TSM, they realize they didn't get the wipe on SDK. They don't know exactly what they're getting into if they push that far to their west. They will just be backing off over to their high ground, which gives them pretty easy access into the factory area of the zone. But Duel, Lampalot coming in from the rear. This might actually bite TSM in the butt, as they have sent Vard back over to the hilltop, but I don't think he's aware that there's an entire team up here with him now.
Yeah, he's just gonna be holding back. We really Duel for the most part has kind of just been like hiding over there on that east coast just the entire game. I don't think they were really grouped up too much. I think I remember seeing Cherry and Lamp kind of split off by themselves. Mime does get spotted out in the field on the northwestern side, so he is going to go down to Fex there of TSM. Soniqs go out in 10th, but with this zone taking that big mountain on the north side out and now going down into the factory in the city area, it's going to get very congested potentially here in the end game. But up on the north side, Oath is coming in. Luke is just turtling, trying to hide from all these players. I think TSM just ran straight past him. But TSM, they got to figure out how they got to get in the city as well.
Oh yeah, you can tell that TSM wants to, like, they want to kill people, they want to clear this out, but I'm actually surprised they've been able to clear this up with 4 people in it. Oh my goodness, even as they get the kill to Luke 12, this is actually going to be insanely good for them, as they have much less to worry about them getting hit in the back. And that now, as they're trying to take on the rotating players from Oath, I'd be surprised to see them commit to this, but Oath disengaging into the factory, somehow finding an open spot for them. TSM, will they be following suit? Oh my god, they're actually chasing Oath into this.
I mean, they don't really have any options. They're going to be coming around the west side of this ridge here. Oath do dive bomb it down into the city, though. He is going to be taking a lot of pressure from afar, as well as Snakers up close is going to get knocked by Vard. Shinboy's going to come around, peeking around that shack here in just a second. But here comes the Northern Lights going for a full send into the factory area as well. But that opening right on the edge is going to allow TSM to go ahead and push down. But now they really are going to be in a very isolated fight here between Oath.
Shinboy is peeking out, trying to find a knock here. Does get Fex with a nice pre-fire there. Great shots from Shinboy. And oh my goodness, a Molotov from Wolf, taking down another player. Vard is going to be forced in, pushing into the building, taking down 2 players on his own from the window, though. Relo is finally able to take them down, but not before his entire, or half of his team gets slaughtered.
You know, honestly, not too bad, though, for Oath losing 2 in that situation. The
incredible.
Vehicle, they take the vehicles, they get in front of them, and, you know, either way, they're going to pick a fight. So they wanted to get into the town, so that way they have, you know, a little bit more cover as opposed to just fighting them on the hill there. TSM, though, able to get an opening and actually make it down into the city. Very good as well. Unfortunately, they do get wiped, going out in 8th place. Northern Lights as well. Getting eliminated, trying to make their way in from the western, northwestern, coming through the field, trying to crash as well. Great play by Oath, though, to be able to hold that out.
I'm surprised we didn't see TSM make their way over this hill and into the factory complex. They were holding that area for so long. Now, they didn't have, like, super up-to-date information, as you see the Houston Hardships last few players going down, trying to cross this road, or trying to cross that open field, rather. Well, is he? No, they're not all dead, actually. There's still Trouble alive, so just a little visual bug there. But yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see just TSM go over the hill instead. However, as the zone continues to shrink, it looks like DA, or at least the DA with a ton of subs on the team, will be finding themselves in the center zone. And any points that a lot of these sub-heavy teams find before they get their main roster will be insanely good for them. Like, because they shouldn't be expecting a ton, but a win in this kind of situation, in this kind of lobby, would be immense.
Get circle, win game. You know, that's just all it takes. And DA, they find themselves sitting in a really strong position here. Duel, slowly but surely, they are making their way in over on the eastern side. They are, you know, they got a little bit of distance to cover here, trying to make it to the edge of the next zone, and they are going to have FaZe waiting for them in the big warehouse building just on the edge, and I'm sure FaZe is already looking over there. They understand that they're over there. They're probably spotted them out. HC holding the gap of that wall to the south, so that Duel just can't go that way. So that's forcing them to come around towards the north side, and it is spotted out.
Great window peek there. Oh my goodness, a lot of shots actually getting sent towards
wow.
his direction, but look at that kill feed. We actually see 2 players getting knocked there, Michael and Lampalot. So the only player left alive is Cherry, who took a very, very conservative path, taking a little bit of the blue around the north side. Will be able to go through this open, clear area for now, but he's chunking really hard. He has a lot of first aid kits, so doesn't have to be too worried about it, but does need to make sure that he doesn't get shot while he's at this low HP. Oath might be the next person that causes an issue here for Cherry as he makes his way down, but Reload looking like he's more focused on FaZe to his south than Duel and Cherry to his east.
Such a interesting area of the map that we really don't see very often.
Oh yeah.
This specific area here on the northeast side, so much verticality between the shacks and the different silos and just the different areas. Cherry spotting out the Wolf and Rello over there. He's gonna be forced to come. Honestly, I mean, I guess he just runs across this catwalk casually and just comes into this big building, just hanging out, I guess.
Agent Cherry, dude.
Right?
That guy was so sneaky.
I was thinking he vaults over that and goes down into the corner of that small shack in front of him. But honestly, you know, if he's able to just run around these catwalks because no one's going to look up at him, everybody's looking down, then I think that's okay. But, oh, man, that is a tough shift. It's going to shift all the way to the west. So it's going to open up the entire west side, you know, the open area outside of the fence line. No one's really going to want to traverse over there. So FaZe
it's center building.
Really,
anyone with the
yeah, right. Center zone. Anyone? No. Okay. But FaZe is gonna have to congest in from the east side. Meta is gonna be just overwatching everything. But I don't think anybody's really gonna reposition in front of them at this point.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of feeling FaZe comms right now. I want to see how they deal with this because they're one of the only teams that aren't in. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say. All right, looks like we might not actually have FaZe comms. Let's go ahead and continue on with the cast. So FaZe is still one of the teams that need to come in. Meta also to the south need to worry about this exact same thing. Oath as well, off to the north. Need to be very, very concerned. But everything happening here. So metagaming, in my opinion, actually has a pretty reasonable entry into the zone here. They have a long set of chest-high walls. Probably one of the better teams that are on the edge. The real question is just how DA handles this entire situation, because they're only 3 men up, and they're essentially holding off like 3 teams here. Although, as we see Cherry going down from Oath, finally they eventually did spot out Mr. James Bond over there. There's one less thing for DA to worry about.
I know. I was going to say, I wonder if Cherry's just going to continue to run across the top of all these things and make his way into the zone. But no, he gets spotted out by Oath, who are up to 7 kills for this game, doing fairly well for themselves. They're honestly in a tough spot. They're stuck under these silos in the open area where they only really have the supports as the only spot that they can really hang out with. FaZe, though, is using a lot of smokes over on this east side. They have, you know, a little bit of cover, but they do have to traverse specific openings that forcing them to use some of their utility to get up close to the building here. Opening coming out onto DA, though, traded onto Wolf. It's just going to be Rello left alive for Oath now. DA in recovery mode as they're going to try to get the res onto Code Marco. And at one point, it looks like they lost 6mo. I don't remember seeing if they've been 3-man this entire time, but 6mo does go down at some point.
Well, good reaction so
really
far.
Tough for them.
Avoiding the frags from those windows at this point. Oh, Katipa almost getting taken out by that one, though. AC coming in through the back door, though. Very, very worrisome as these smokes have been excellent from FaZe. Now AC getting his way in. The defensive frags do take down FuzzFace, leaving only AC alive as he comes in from the east side here. DA still playing inside the building. They will be able to at least leverage their positioning for now, but if they overcommit to FaZe, they might not be able to handle the rest of the zone, as we do see Code Marker making his way out. You know, we're seeing metagaming sparking take down Relo. AC coming in from the back, but DA already moving up through the factory building while metagaming playing the high ground, trying to play defense. Now you can't get him from the left side here if you're coming in, so all the teams will be forced essentially directly into Sizzling.
Yeah, Meta repositioning over here into this open ground. I think the final member of Oath, I don't remember who it was, Snakers or Shinboy. I think it was Shinboy. Anyways, he tried to come around that wall, but Meta was there waiting for him. DA now they're in a tough position as they are on the other side of the wall. And like you said, everybody on the east side of the zone has to funnel into this building, into the opening here on the chain link fence, right into the waiting eyes of Metagaming, who are in pretty prime position here. HC's still just ducking around in these smokes, getting flashed left and right from all of the utility being thrown at him, but it is going to be Critsim picking him up. FaZe Clan do go out in third place, so now it's going to be a 3v4 against DA and Metagaming.
Oh my god, 10 kills for the team, 7 on Sparking. Might even get a couple of more as he takes a little chunk of the zone there. Now, these guys have center zone. They have to play defense. That's all they gotta do is they have to survive. It looks like DA with very little, if any, offensive utility. Otherwise, they probably would have used it already with the zone already at their back. They're trying to get a leverage to cover, but the smokes, the shots coming in from Metagaming is a little bit too much as we only have Code Moker alive. Now, he does find a couple of knocks, but it's only even the odds at this point. Still in a 2v2 situation, but on the offensive. Vanderlot's going around the west side, getting some of the flushes, but the zone takes him down. This is not what you want to see. Code Marker just getting the flushes, getting as many points as he can as the zone's moving in. But oh my god, through the smoke, he takes him down.
Holy cow, I'm not gonna lie, that was definitely looking like Metagaming's play, like game to win there. But realistically though, we just completely missed the fact that the center star was on Digital Athletics' side of the fence. So Meta, with all those smokes coming out, blocking all of the vision, not being able to see anything, then Meta was forced to the situation where they had to blindly jump over that wall, and Digital Athletics were able to just get the shots in on them at just freely, just up close and personal through the smoke. So Digital Athletics with a full substitute roster coming in with the chicken dinner in game 1.
That was incredible, because I thought that once the zone pushed in and they had to leave the ridgeline, that was it. But they were actually able to use the shed, use the building as cover, and that gave them enough time to have Metagaming's bit of cover forced out, and then it was just a complete crapshoot in the smoke. Incredible play from Digital Athletics. But let's go ahead and hear what Sixmo has to say, as we have an interview with him, being the winners of this first game. Sixmo, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm gonna be completely honest. I had kind of written your team off at the end of that game. It felt like Metagaming really had the advantage at the end. What was the comms like for your team? Like, what was the situation, the emotional state of your team in that last section? Did you guys think that you had like a pretty good chance to win it?
Actually, even though it was a 4v3, because of the star being closer to us, I think we had a slight advantage, and the boys played it good, so we got the win.
Absolutely. We that's actually something that we had, kind of just missed a little bit. We were watching Meta position themselves on the west side there in what we thought was a really strong spot. But when it boiled down to it, you guys did have the star, and we realized that in the end game whenever you guys were picking them off, coming over the wall there. But my next question for you is: so you guys are a full sub roster coming in here for the first few games of the 303 finals. And you guys get the chicken dinner in the first game. So does that definitely feel good? Is that going to be good news to report back to the main guys whenever they come back?
Yeah, we'll probably report that we got a win in a couple minutes. Yeah, it feels really good to get a win with a roster like this. Like, we barely know each other. We don't usually play together. I mean, of course, we know each other, but not like day to day. So it just feels good.
So, sort of a follow-up to that question, what were your expectations from this roster going in? It obviously, wasn't optimal, but how are you feeling about it now compared to how you were feeling about it, going into the games?
I mean, I think we picked the best options we had available for the substitution, and uh, we're not expecting to like anything big, but I think if we play good, we can do something. Like, I mean, we're not hoping to win the tournament, but uh, yeah, just that.
Yeah, any little bit definitely helps them for sure.
Yeah, like this is not optimal. We didn't choose to play like this. We have to play like this. We were forced to play like this. So that's what we're gonna do.
Well, you may not have gone into this intending and thinking that you were going to win, but you actually have gotten yourself to a great start to do just that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Sixmo, for your time. We will be taking a quick break. When we come back, scores as well as game number 2 will be ready for you guys. We'll see you then.
My car don't look like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons. And my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice. But somehow I don't mind at all. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later. But you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run on.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. But before we go into the game itself, we're going to be going over some stats, specifically some player stats. Let's go ahead and see who the top damage dealers were from game number 1. And it's going to be from a player that we didn't see a ton of, but it's one that we were hyping up for quite a bit. It's going to be Sparking from Metagaming.
Yeah, and I think Meta actually they had 10 total kills for that, and I think Sparking actually had 7 of them. I don't remember the specific count, but he was definitely up there, having most of the kill points from his team. So seeing that super high damage count going along with it, it makes a little sense for sure. Down in second and third though, 2 members of Shoot to Kill, Luke 12 and Uncivil, both with about 567, 528. So they were doing a lot of damage over there on the north side of the zone. I believe Shoot to Kill coming up with 6 kills that game. Find themselves they were in a tough spot. I believe they actually did drop out outside of placement points, so they actually able to get a few of those points to sit in a pretty decent spot on the leaderboard with 6 points total for their 6 kills. Then followed up by Rello and Fuzzface, bringing in your 4th and 5th place damage dealers for game 1. These stats are powered by and brought to you by TYRGG. So big thanks to them coming in and giving these stats for us that we can present to you guys in between games. They are also presenting us the scoreboard as well. So we should be going over to that here in just yep, there it is. The scoreboard after that game 1, Digital Athletics, like we kind of talked with Sixmo there, with their full sub stand-in roster because of the conflicting times of scheduling between 303 Royale and the DreamHack qualifiers for Europe. DreamHack just deciding, maybe they wanted to overlap a little bit, even though these dates have been set in stone for a good long while. But 303 definitely trying to accommodate to the players, allowing the teams affected to have some subs come in. And, with those subs, Digital Athletics coming in huge. That first game, chicken dinner, and granted, they did get blessed. Center zone, center compound for a large portion of that game, able to pick up 7 kills to go with it, putting them at a 17 score total for game 1. Definitely a good start for them. Metagaming, though, 10 kills with the second place finish, finding them in second place on the leaderboard with 16 total. Oh, big 7 kills going for them as well. Finishing in 4th place, puts them in 3rd with 11 points. FaZe Clan, HC, snaking his way in there, finishing 3rd in FaZe Clan, 5 kills. Rounding out your 5th place spot is going to be TSM coming in, the newly reacquired WTSG roster, coming in with the 5th position, 7 kills. They did only get 1 placement point, but they are sitting pretty good after that game 1. Everybody over on the left side of the leaderboard can't be too upset about that last game. Everybody on the right side of the leaderboard definitely going to need to, regroup a little bit, figure out what they're going to do. Notable mention, though, the Soniqs, sharing with Liquid and Picado, do make their way out of that game with 4 points, compared to Liquid not getting any. So probably honestly going to see, a similar drop coming in for the next game. Just a hot drop. They might decide to get a little bit more aggressive in the city and fight each other out, but we'll just have to see. It's going to be interesting to see as well what happens over in Chumasera with Omaken and the Houston Hardships, who outside of the that fight in the previous, the fight at the beginning of the game in the city, we didn't really see too much. I think T-Bone ended up just dying to zone, not able to get a vehicle or meds as he was trying to make his way all the way to the east. And then I think Chubba was the final member of the team that made it into the zone and ended up just getting picked off trying to make his way in as well.
So my mic's been having some issues. I'm going to see if I can't fix them. But while I'm fixing this, let's go ahead and get into game 2 and see what the flight plan has to offer us. Going to be hitting west down to the southeast, similar to the first game, but can't go quite as far north this time.
Yep, should be pretty similar here in terms of drops for a lot of these teams. You're going to potentially see some teams kind of stretch a little bit more to the south coast, but honestly, I don't know if we'll see any variations in a lot of these drops. It might be a little bit tougher. I think it's who was it? If I pull up, man, I should know this off the top of my head, but I sure as heck don't. Ferox. Ferox likes to stretch over towards Cruz de Val up in the northeastern part of the map. They'll probably try to go for us. They might go over the graveyard to see if they want to stretch up there, but we'll just have to see. Plane making its way across the sky.
It does actually appear that as 2 players from one team did not make it in. 2 players from Ferox did not make it into game. we will actually be restarting. So going to be a slightly longer break. We're actually just going to go straight to a break while we get the players back in, and we'll see if we can't find you guys some interesting stats to show you while people get in. But I think that we're going to just start kicking people, get a host to get the second game going. We'll see you guys in a few minutes here.
Off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
This is how we roll, man. Some rock, some win, some 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 win, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the issues that have been plaguing this game from the start will be fixed here for game number 2. Bit of a shame, really, too, because I feel like through 3 hasn't had, like, any technical issues, any significant ones anyway, pretty much until now. Still, though, let's aim for 1 for the day as we get into game number 2, switching to the EU server.
Yep, game number 2, remake, if that's still. You know, that last game, you know, overall is just a little scuffed. We had people, you know, 2 players from 1 team not connect, which is why we did restart. The ruling here in 303, guys, is if it's 15% of the lobby, and then also, or if it's 2 members from 1 team, we do go ahead and restart the game. So we are getting ready to hop here into game 2. But another issue that did get sorted out, Seal. It's nice to hear you talk. Your mic sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's good. I'm a little bit worried that my key presses might be coming through in the mic. I think it might be louder than I was before. I'll see about making sure that stuff doesn't plague the stream too much if I start yelling. I'm just gonna turn this down a little bit.
Get it all adjusted and situated and fixed out over there. You
Hopefully.
know, Seal, everybody, little fuzzy Seal here. This man, he does a lot of work behind the scenes, as well as, you know, he's also casting as well. So he is running the production, you know, with the OBS, the scenes, interactions, calling things, talking about things, putting things on screen for you guys to see, as well as casting the game. So this man, he's putting a lot of work in, guys. Definitely deserves a shout out and a lot of appreciation for all the work he's done for 303.
Doing what I can. Oh god, that is not a good number to see on the top right. Oh, I don't think that we do restarts 2 times in a row, especially if it's for the same team. We'll have to see what's going on for that one. Yeah, we're not going to be remaking this. So Ferox, it was the same team 2 times in a row. Hopefully, whatever connection issues are occurring will be resolved for them. Playing 2 players is not optimal by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit tougher. It's definitely doable. You know, we've seen, you know, you can snake your way into the end game, but definitely will be a little bit tougher here. For this specific game, though, as we're going to, you know, switch our attention over towards the plane path, because the plane's going to be starting to make its way across the sky. A little different. It is north to south, right down the middle here for this game. As opposed to the previous one was horizontal right across the middle of the map. So pretty forgiving and generous playing path coming out for game 2 once again. So should see just about everybody be, you know, pretty happy with their drops and, you know, what's going to unfold here in the early game.
Yeah, it's very similar to game number 1 as far as the kinds of terrain that players are being dealt. People should be able to get to around where they want, maybe a couple of backup drops here and there. But I'm looking forward to see what happens with some of our hotter drops that we were seeing the other day, because Chumacera was really, really bad for a lot of teams. You know, Omaken and Houston Harshers both had some very rough games as a response, but the Picado teams also did not have great responses either. Like, I feel like they were both showing up on the edge in Phase 2.
Yeah, but they are going to be continuing the fun time that's going to be happening down in Picado here. We see them jumping in. Quick note, as we watch these guys parachute in, we are not going to be able to watch the hot drop happening in Chumacera because there is no hot drop in Chumacera. Omaken split dropping on the south side of the map, but a little bit of change up in drop here for the Soniqs. We do see 2 of them dropping over on the east side of the arena in those specific compounds. James did snag away a vehicle on the west side, and he's going to drive it down towards the south for his team as well. K-Mind also over here on this east side, in this east cluster of buildings. Mexi coming over for support, so no teams actually in the apartment buildings for Liquid this go around. H1 and Mime are kind of stuck in a little bit of a 2v2 confrontation, so Profi and Shrimpy are just going to try to overwatch from the boxing arena.
Well, we do have a much more active hot drop going on between the Houston Hardships and Digital Athletics, Katiba and Marco. I would personally put Marco and the advantage in this scenario. They get the nice high ground from the church, much better peeking advantage, as well as being able to sort of spot Houston Hardships if or when they decide to disengage. So much more favorable, in my opinion, for the Houston Hardships at the moment.
Yeah, but I think it might be, it can kind of be looked at as a little bit, as a stretch. I respect them. They're fighting for their territory, wanting to claim stake is, specific locations on the map. They dealt with the hot drop inside of Chumasera. This game, though, they're trying to go tell the DA players that, hey, the church is also ours here, so we don't want you guys dropping here. They're going to send all 4 members here shortly as Luke is coming over to regroup with his teammates. They're going to fight it out here in the church.
Well, we're also having a couple of shots exchanged here, but Mikado didn't really have much of a fight last time. Whereas, yep, as you were saying, it is going to be Houston Hardships committing to this fight pretty hard. We actually hear some Uzis being shot out there as well, as Houston Hardships sending 2 players around here wide left using the car as cover. Stun might have worked, but he actually stunned himself. And with Maluk on the southern flank, actually going to be removing Marco's ability to play these windows, that's going to give the rest of the Houston Hardships an opening to just rush up this stairwell up the tower.
Yep, full WP. Some of them don't have help, so they gotta be careful. Chubba's actually gonna get the shots onto Code Marco as he comes jumping around. The Uzis up close and personal definitely can just put out a lot of damage. Both of them being used there from both players on both teams. But down to just 1 player left in the church for the Digital Athletics, and he's holding the angle at the top. He is going to get taken out as Sixmo is trying to run over. Same with the Ender Lost.
I believe his name is Thunderlost.
Thunderlost.
I remember this name from a long time ago in a galaxy far away. But yeah, DA actually committing to this pretty hard on the west side. I'm surprised to be seeing this overall. Sixmo still going to be rallying his troops to the banner put up by the church. Houston Hardships probably not too keen on... well, actually, no. Chumasera is currently empty, so... Yeah, they're actually just fighting this, maybe just to fight it. Maybe they feel confident about their fighting abilities. But Sixmo closing the gap here with Houston Hardships. Chubba, as he goes back to his car, could be a free kill for DA.
Yeah, gotta be careful. He is gonna hop in it and immediately get shot out of that bus there. Chubba Bubba, unfortunately, Houston Hardships, they do suffer 1 casualty, and now Lobes is actually stuck here by himself as Maluk took the Murado with J-Sank in it with him away. So putting even, more eggs into one basket here, now going for a 2v1 situation. As Luke and J-Sank are just like, yeah, we're out of here. We're going to need to get some loot. I don't know. It looks like they're coming. Are they coming back? I don't. No, it doesn't look like it. So Loeb's going to pick the 2v1 here.
Yeah, a little bit worried right now about the Houston Hardships' chances. Already committing to this fight as hard as they did was a surprise for DA, but it's kind of worked out for them so far, at least if their goal was to screw with the Houston Hardships. Picado still just kind of holding strong, looking very similar to Game 1, where it's slowing them down, it's reducing their loot, but for the most part, both teams just kind of walking away. Meanwhile, taking tabs on the zone. Oh, actually, as we have Lubs finding Thunderlost. But keeping tabs on the zone, we do have STK in a 2-2 split. Very, very nice situation that they found themselves, sharing some center zone locations alongside TSM.
Yep, so big chillin' up here is, TSM and shoot to kill. For these types of zones, if this is going to be, kind of the ending area, these specific compounds are usually very, very highly sought after and where a lot of teams like to kind of congest around and hang out. Got quite a few teams already inside of the zone here as well for phase 1. Got a few teams still making their rotation in. FaZe is rotating all the way in from the northwestern side. Iro just scouting out the compound there. For his teammates to go ahead and drive over. It was clear. Got a nice long look at it as they were driving over. So gonna be hanging out there for the meantime. Northern Lights going to be inside of San Martin after TSM did vacate after looting. So Northern Lights going to be getting, a little bit of extra loot that they may find in and around the city. Coming in from the east, we do have Duel coming in from El Azhar, 303 rotating up from Impala as well. Omaken coming in from the south, getting some shots shot at him from a long way away from the Houston Hardships. So Page just going to be rotating across the bumps here, is going to stop, maybe turn around, take a look. Looks like just continue scouting forward as they're going to be trying to make their way up here shortly.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams that might get caught on this sort of rotation trap, as we do have the boys in Picado still fighting. So I would personally expect Picado to be clear at this point in time, but as we just saw a couple of shots coming from the Soniqs, if Omaken heard those as well, then they will certainly be giving this city a wide berth if they were not already. Vasu going up for some very, very nice scouts as well at the very least. I don't predict any issues between these two teams. But I am I'm still quite worried about TL versus Soniqs. Like, I know that we were kind of hyping up, like, yeah, we'll have some hot drops, but, like, this is less of a hot drop and more of, like, a Cold War. Like, very few people are leaving, very little is getting done. We finally have Hwin retreating up to the north, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if the Soniqs do or do not have a vehicle here they can actually use to disengage, which last time they got a spawn outside the Luchador arena, but this time around, not only did they split a little bit further than they did previously, but they might not have gotten that spawn.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they did, or else I'd imagine mine probably would have swung around on the north side here. And I think, a notable, something to note, the difference between this game and last game is last game, phase 1, Picado was very far outside of the zone. This game, Picado is inside the phase 1 zone. So, they are investing a little bit more time, into, I guess, the standoff here. Soniqs not having a vehicle also is going to influence that just a little bit as well. But realistically, in the grand scheme of things, yes, it's a hot drop. No, they're not fighting each other, but they got to respect each other. They're not just going to it's not like Soniqs right now are just going to run in the open down to the apartments when all of Liquid are looking at them. Like, they're not dumb players. They all know how to play the game. They respect each other. So, yeah, it sucks that we don't see a full W key fight of, all 8 of them dropping on the casino or something right now. But, they're playing the game the way it should be. All
right, I got a question for you, chat. A poll, if you will. Who do you think is currently winning the Team Liquid hot drops? Is it Team Liquid? Is it Soniqs? Or is it neither? Like, do you think that these hot drops are just, like, hurting everyone? Because we're in phase 2 right now. Neither teams are in zone. And we already got Northern Lights. We already got TSM, Metagaming. 3 teams that are in excellent locations inside the zone. Going to be more and more teams trying to look for and jockey for some position. But quite frankly, fam, there's a lot of open space right now. We have Hearts and Hardships, which are still looting Chimicera. We have DA that didn't make it in after they lost the fight for Church. We have 2 teams inside Picado. That's 4 teams that would normally be in this power grid outskirts area that are nowhere to be seen.
Yep, so just, some unfortunate early game antics happening for a lot of these teams as they adapt to, the merging of the EU and North America, lobbies. And then we do see a few teams that are, just doing it normal, able to regroup and do what they need to do. Phase 2 did center shift, guys, so not really going to see too many players inside of the zone reposition for any specific situation. Penta, though, is going to be driving straight up to the compound here where 2 members of Ferox are at. I think they got spotted from afar. He's going to turn around and regroup with his teammates, not wanting to just pull up on that compound in that situation.
Couple of bros that could potentially help him out here a little bit, but like you said, don't want to go in for a full team fight. They knew that was Ferox, they certainly would, but they do not at the moment. Meanwhile, in San Martin, Omaken actually crashing the northwest edge of town. The Deep might have something to say about this if they try to go too far. Omaken probably predicting this town to be quite empty. Most teams decide not to go to cities until the mid to late game. This is much earlier than normal, but oh man, yeah, the Deep, beautiful positioning. They're getting that initial knock and then immediately just disengaging, running for the hills. He's just taking his money and running with it. Page receiving some fire as well from Perfect 1KS off on the far east side of town. Very, very nice start for the Northern Lights.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Deep, he needs to be very careful. He has all the members of Omaken swinging around him. He does end up getting the one, and then now he's leaving. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just go ahead and get the heck out of there. Call it a day. Going to regroup with your teammates because you don't really want to necessarily commit to anything super important, at this stage in the game. And, just to give my, we got a little bit of moments here. Ooh, great shots from Batalion's going to land on the Chimchi there. Nothing crazy happened. But to give my input on the poll that we had going, guys, realistically, I don't think either team is necessarily winning, but I do give the advantage kind of over to Liquid as they do have vehicles at least. So they're going to be rotating up the power grid hill here. Yeah. Unfortunate for them, though, the Soniqs are kind of footing in this area over towards the power grid as well. So they're going to want to be really careful as they hopefully don't.
I mean, they got wheels, dude. They got wheels and mine's got nothing. I don't think that this is very good for Soniqs at all, actually. I'm thinking about it. Although Shrimzy, is in the way here. So one unlucky rotate from Team Liquid will result in a couple of shots. And Jeems pulling up, going for a scout here. Oh, Shrimzy could get this knock, but the Murado able to provide a little bit of cover. And Team Liquid not very interested in blue tanking either. I don't think that Shrimzy is going to be able to get that much effective fire. Maybe on the K-Mind or Mixie, who are already quite low by the blue. Maybe Hwin or something like that. Oh my goodness, did I actually just crash here?
Oh.
Sometimes the game recovers from this. We got to just kind of cross our fingers, especially if the screen jiggles a little bit like that. That is frequently when the game starts to recover.
I don't know. It's looking a little,
little
thin here. Just to update you guys on what is happening though. So Hwin actually, the Liquid was driving right through the middle of Power Grid. Hwin was inside of the west warehouses on the east side. He gets one. He got two. He got some. Oh, and we're back.
Oh my God!
It's magic. Gotta love PUBG. Holy cow!
I was opening my task manager. I was like threatening my game.
But so yeah, here's what's happening, guys. Jeems ends up going down as well. So it's just one left alive for Liquid. It's going to be Mexi going to get the shots in onto Shrimzy. Almost gets the knock as he stuck behind the wooden boxes right in the middle there. Man, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the opening on this as Hwin was able to, be really effective in getting the openings on this fight. But it looks like Mexi going to get the shots onto Hwin, and he's going to get the flush as well. So quickly traded back. Mexi playing this solo position that he finds himself in very well. Going to get some more shots over towards Shrimzy, but the swarm is coming in, and it is going to be potentially very tough here. Got to be careful though. The Soniqs are all split apart. None of them are peeking together as one. Mine comes around the corner as well. Shots are going to be there, and he is going to get Mexi down. So in the grand scheme of things, Liquid actually get 2, Soniqs get all 4. Definitely a little bit of, a little sloppy fight, I think, coming out of the Soniqs, though, even though they do wipe it up, kind of losing 2 bodies one by one. But hey, 2 alive. Now they got vehicles. Hopefully they can find themselves in a decent spot moving in towards the next zone.
The real question is does that mean that Soniqs just won Picado?
Did they win Picado or did they win Power Grid?
Maybe both, dude. Maybe both. maybe we'll never see Team Liquid drop again in Miramar just because Soniqs has taken too much of it. Hard to say for sure. That being said, our NA versus EU poll was heavily EU favored, so I feel like that's not a very popular opinion that I have just put out. So not sure exactly what we'll be seeing there, but right now Soniqs is on top. Now taking tabs of what's going on in the rest of the zone, it looks like FaZe kind of has been rotated here as they have their cars barely touching the northern edge of the northern bit of the zone here. Duel and Ferox off their east. SDK directly in front of them. They're trying to rotate right past them. TSM is in front of them on the cover to the left, beginning to take shots as well. Gustav taking one right to the dome as he barely rotates on by, but Northern Lights might be the team to end it all. Bachelin going to be trying to get in. Actually, no, he's actually trying to avoid the crash. He wants nothing to do with this on his own. And Fuzzface and the rest of FaZe will get the northern bit of San Martin, and it's in the zone. They will be okay in Phase 4.
Yeah, I was about to say that Phase 3 zone kind of wild having San Martin right in the center, and it does shift kind of straddling San Martin and the Hacienda. But FaZe Clan, thank God they had 4 bikes there going for that quick rotation just into the north power section of San Martin. Batality, he was by himself. He didn't want to try to shoot at 4 people as they were pulling up. Probably would have done he probably would have just died for it. So he's just gonna back off and regroup with his teams inside the city. And based off of this zone, I imagine we see San Martin gets very, very congested here as the later parts of the game. Ferox, they do go out in 15th place up on the north side, so that is going to be it for them. As we do see RÄHINÄ, they're going to be coming in, rotating on the northwestern side, going to try to dive bomb into San Martin as well.
Yep, let's see if they can actually make it in here. Stratus trying to get in the west, but we actually have Soniqs running over at just the exact same time, but they will not be having much to say. But in the kill feed, we're actually seeing FaZe get absolutely demolished here by a couple of well-played shots from Uncivil and Purdy Curdy from SDK, leaving only Gustav alive on the northern edge. Very, very precarious position for FaZe as they begin taking fire from another team. There's just not enough cover here for Gustav.
Yeah, so FaZe, I think they just unfortunately find themselves in a tough situation to where since they vacated the north side, they allowed you to kill to come play this ridge. And now they're just over peeking down onto them. So they did get picked apart. It is going to be just Gustav left alive as HC is down, and he is just going to be in a really tough spot here. And there they go.
Yep, there it is. Not much they can really do about that. There's just way too much going on. I'm surprised to be seeing a team going down in the city at this stage in the game. Normally, I would say that we don't see teams going down in this situation until the zone forces them out, but FaZe is not having quite enough cover, and it's partially due to, as well, just the amount of teams that are in the area already. We actually see Sixmo going down, DA in 13th as well, but there's just, let's just go ahead and count this real quick. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I think 7 or 8 teams inside San Martin, leaving the remaining teams to fight over the northeastern sort of quadrant of the zone. The kill feed, we see Iro getting taken down by Alo as the TSM split here might soon to begin to get punished here. Very, very interesting split from TSM, as they still have 2 players in the north and still 2 players inside San Martin. Normally, this kind of thing would be called very greedy. They still might be punished for it yet, as we have SDK off to the west, as well as Duel over here to the northeast.
Yeah, so good evening. You know, it is very congested, but we are, you know, losing quite a few teams left and right, down to 12. 42 left alive. FaZe was this FaZe 4, so we're going to see where FaZe 5 comes in here shortly. TSM, though, have a really big split. They're splitting that compound on the north as well as 2 in the warehouse and San Martin. Shoot to kill, going to go ahead and vacate the hill on the north side. Going to dive into, you know, the power grid section of San Martin after wiping out FaZe. They're going to go ahead and get some more loot. Luke 12 is going to be scouting out the rest of the city. Alo keeping tabs on what TSM are doing over there towards the east, as we do see the next zone pop, and it is going to shift over towards the Hacienda. So Oath going to be sitting in a pretty good spot. Pretty big split, though. Going to want to be careful to make sure, you know, they keep their backs covered or make sure no one crashes onto Rello. But San Martin is going to be a hot spot here for this one.
Oh, man, I kind of want to see what RÄHINÄ has to say about this. I'm not sure if they're going to even be able to make it in, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle either way. Let's see if we can get some comms here for RÄHINÄ as they push into San Martin. No comms from them. Ah, man, we gotta get these teams into comms, man.
I know, you know, they're just
so disappointing.
They want to use their own Discord. You know, it's a-okay, respectable. That's fine. But yeah, so they're gonna be a tough situation. They're gonna be pushing straight into Northern Lights here. As we do see, I think in the kill feed, the Houston Hardshifts getting wiped out on the southeastern side of the map in a fight with, or the south side of the map as they're trying to breach the warehouse. I think 303 had a little bit of influence on to what was going on over there, but it looks like RÄHINÄ, they're going to be able to kind of just walk on over as a very interesting move by TSM. But here comes the play by Shoot to Kill. They're going to crash onto this warehouse and get around the corner. Training shots from Northern Lights, but Toller's going to get 2 going down, and just like that, Shoot to Kill. They're now down to 2 members rotating in behind their first 2.
Well, this is a diff that we see played a lot, but I'm not sure how well SDK can hold it with only a 2-man team. Frags already coming in on top of their position, trying to hold on as long as they can. Meanwhile, shots continue to ring out inside the San Martin area here, as we have the players from RÄHINÄ holding on. 1 down already, 0 kills. They really need to get as far as they can into this. They're not getting any points at the moment.
Yeah, really tough for them. They're just trying to work their way in. If they can get into, you know, kind of the building area, they'll be okay. And it looks like, you know, they got a little bit of pressure alleviated with the smokes going out, providing a little bit more cover. They should be able to make it in. Alo does go down to Sizzlin. And really, so just to break down a little bit real quick, as we don't got too much going on, TSM actually left that warehouse and sent the 2 back up towards the north side, which Northern Lights heard that, so they walked over. Shoot to Kill saw that, so they drove over, but Northern Lights just beat him there. So TSM choosing to play 4-man strong on the north side of the map as opposed to playing from that warehouse, which, you know, I think gives them more options. Now they can work east from over there. Tornado Energy down here on the south side, though, they're in a little bit of a confrontation with Meta Gaming. Meta pushing their way north, trying to get across the street as Tornado Energy was swinging in behind them. You know, putting a lot of pressure. I think they did pick up 1 kill there. 303 also down here on the south side, sitting 2 members up on top of the hill. They got to be careful. They're getting ready to get overpeaked by Tornado over on the side. But over on the west side, we do see nade coming out from Shrimzy. Going to be the nail in the coffin onto Vasku, eliminating Omaken, going out in 11th place. Soniqs, the duo, making their way through the city up to 6 kills now.
Great stuff so far from the Sonics. 6 kills already. They're spotting out Northern Lights. Might be able to get a 7th here onto Bachelin if he just stops moving. But the deep spotting out the sneaky snake Shrimzy, pushing him back down into cover. Now they are inside phase 6. They won't have to move out quite yet. But at the same time, there's not much left inside San Martin, and actually it is going to be Oath that have found themselves inside center zone right now. Duel to the east, Metagaming to their south, and TSM to the north. So very hard to tell if this is actually a game-winning spot, but right now they're going to be one of the only teams that are safe from the carnage that is about to unleash on the west side of this zone.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really... Oh, Tornado Energy. They're following the same path that... Meta did. Lots of smokes already out to kind of block these angles as they make their way across the street. Meta find themselves in a low ground position kind of by a fence line down to the east, but they are just getting picked apart trying to come across this street. Shrimpsy gonna steal that kill away over from 303, and they're just dancing back and forth using smokes, doing what they can, but 303 Tornado putting a lot of pressure back onto the Sonics, so they are just kind of in a really an interesting, they have edge zone, so they just got to be really careful, use the smokes as their cover, and make sure no one comes in behind them.
Well, so far they've been okay. Shrimzy doing what he can as he makes his own way into the zone. See the little feet there, using the only bit of guard remaining as cover. Shrimzy somehow not getting that knock onto Melman, and as Example comes in to help out, Melman able to finish off that kill. Beautiful solo play there from Melman. Example coming in to help out as well, but in the meantime we do have this warehouse being fought over by 3 different teams, 4 if you include STK, and it's looking like RÄHINÄ is currently on top, but not in a great way as they're trying to recover Tavu here from a near-death experience. Northern Lights playing defense inside the warehouse.
Yep, and then we casually still have Luke 12, a shoot to kill, just prone in the ridge just behind him there. Mime as well from the Sonics, prone in a ridge just off the east side of the compound. Down to 2 for Northern Lights, 3 for RÄHINÄ, and the zone going to be closing in here in about 30 seconds. And that warehouse probably on this next zone might see a lot of death and carnage kind of come out of that one, as TSM they left the warehouse for a good reason. They didn't want to deal with what all is going on over there right now. They find themselves on the north side with not too much pressure. The Deep gonna stun himself as he was trying to get it outside of the door there to go for a peek. He's got to hear those SLR shots on the north side of the wall ring out from RÄHINÄ. More flashes coming out as it looks like they're actually going to try to go for a push. Little do they know they're actually outside of the wall. But they are going to clear it out, so getting that clear out is very good. Stepping up over the top, though. Anonymous going to get some shots in. Yeah, really good angle. The Northern Lights actually seem to be in a little bit of a tougher spot right now than RÄHINÄ.
Phase 7 going to heavily be benefiting Oath here inside dead center zone. A lot of teams are going to make a choice here, but it looks like RÄHINÄ's choice is to try to get out of dodge as Luke 12 still in front of him, might have to take some shots. Yeah, Luke 12 with the on AUG, finding Saki, but Northern Lights can be the focus of RÄHINÄ. Not going to look at that kill feed. Luke 12 all over the place, prone behind his vehicle. Maybe he lost his team before, but top 10 with 5 kills to his name. Not a bad job at all. So as the Molly actually lights up the Deep, he goes down from that. If Luke 12 can find perfect, he could get even more points from this.
Oh my gosh, so he's going to step up, come around the side, is going to get the shots in, but it's going to be perfect from Northern Lights, able to get the shots in onto Luke. Great solo play by Luke there in the end, but he does end up going down to 12th, and then just getting tapped out by the SKS of Melman. We do see Northern Lights going out in 8th place, picking up a good chunk of kills for them, though, as we do see Mime coming alive now. The other Snake going to get the knock onto Example, going to go for the flush as well. So Soniqs up to 8 kills inside of the placement, and, we were talking about this, the 2-man, you definitely can make your way if you're able to snake it into the late game. Mime, one of the most professional snakes I think there is in North America.
Is that a compliment, I wonder?
Oh, I mean, some of the things he gets away with, I'm just...
like that?
Too big brain. Like, yeah, Mime definitely gets the shots onto Quizzy. It's just excellent solo performance coming out of him. He's going to try to go for the flush, almost gets punished for it. He might get punished for it as the zone is there. Might have to eat a little bit if he wants to get the first aid off, up over the top. Now going to run in the blue. There's Oath, though, absolutely going to throw a bunch of shots in his direction, and he is going to go down in 7th place. But nonetheless, great plays coming out for Mime in the end game there. Going to secure some placement points and some extra kills for the Soniqs.
Duel now going for a push up here versus TSM. IR coming up on the right flank. Michael had something to say about that, but actually it is Melman from cross zone that hits TSM in the back, taking IR down and flushing him far low as well, as he is currently bleeding out. Miracu just trying to hold on against the barrage of offensive grenades here. Let's see how long he can hold on, finding a nice early headshot into Lamp a lot. His team is going to be seeing if they can't pick up some of the slack from their currently low teammate, but yeah, look at this. Explosives, Molotovs, a wide angle from Duel as well. Didn't quite spot Cherry there on the far left flank. He gets taken down. Duel taking control of the northern half of the zone with 4 alive still.
Yeah, Duel actually kind of swinging around, doing really good. TSM was kind of holding like a 2-2 split, 2 where the final members you just saw die there, and then they had other 2 members that were kind of more towards the northeast of where they were positioned. And those 2 players just trying to hold that push coming from, the potential threat of a team coming from their east, and it just looks like they weren't able to hold it. A very smart and strong hold to go for, as opposed to, like I had been mentioning, the warehouse play on the edge of San Martin. But nonetheless, they do die. Duel is now in really strong control here on the north side of the zone. Oath, kind of in a similar situation that Digital Athletics were in the first game. Center compound feels good. Get zone win game. They are still 4 alive here. But Tornado Energy down on the south side as well. They're going to be 2 man bun snaking in for 303 down on the southeast. But Mailman actually goes down, and Tornado Energy out in 5th. Oh, never mind. Sizzlin from Meta is still alive on the south side. I thought they were both yellow. I thought they were the same team. But no, Meta still alive here, down to a solo as well. So 2 4-mans and 2 solos coming out here as the shaping up here for game 2.
Oh, Coach Manbun, last survivor from 303, taken down there as well. Now we have a 4v4v1 breaking out. Center zone going to be right around here. Not sure exactly who's benefit from this. I would want to say Oath, but at the same time, Duel have insane terrain advantage. They can kind of wrap around Oath very easily without exposing themselves much at all.
Yeah, so they got to be careful here, peeking around. Oath is very... I know they're trying to deal with Sizzlin right now, but they are very turtled up inside of the stable here. I think it's just Wolf that's going to be watching outside towards the north. Sizzlin does get spotted out. So now we're down to a true 4v4 team fight here. Going to shape it up. It's going to be the Ridge on the north side, where Duel, I think the Star is going to be... I don't know if it favors either team, but I think in terms of positioning right now, Oath is going to need to land some headshots and some knocks over this Ridge if they want this fight to go in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for Oath to leave this building properly. Smoke's coming out in a really big way, but the Molotovs we see as Snakers ticking down, going to start to come out at this point. Yeah, I really favor Duel at this point, unless there's some insane smokes, or if Wolf can maybe make a hero play. We have Cherry holding the far northern flank. I don't know if Wolf is aware of that. Rest of Duel all holding better angles to engage the shack, or the shed, whatever you want to call that, that the rest of Oath are currently inside of.
Tons of smokes and utility coming out from Duel, blocking off the windows, blocking out the doorways that Oath would be trying to peek from. So really good utility usage coming out from then. Wooly, flashbang in hand, waiting for it to come over the top. But Snaker is going to land a good nade, doing about 50% damage over to Wooly. It's going to force him to use first aid. More smokes coming out. A follow-up nade is going to get the opening onto Wooly. Wolf now is going for the unhand flashes up over the top of the hill, now going for some nades. And here comes the play. They're going to be swinging around the north side of the stable. Going to try to come up and step up over the ridge. Wooly's not going to get res.
Oh, no.
Cherry and I believe Lamplight going to be holding right over the top. Oh boy.
Incredible stuns so far coming up from Oath, able to get the knock and the flush with a mixture of stun and frag grenades here. Oath able to take the reverse ridge here. This might actually be their game at this point, as Duel, now with the zone at their back, could not stop Oath from leaving that stable. Cherry gonna try to make a play here on the left side, looking for Oath here, who's not in the smoke. No stims for you, sir. Flight continues, but no, he cannot find a second kill. Lambo, last player alive, seeing if he can make a trade happen, but there's 3 of the strongest players from NA ready to greet him as Oath get themselves an 8-kill victory.
Absolutely. So back-to-back situations unfolding for game 1 and 2. First DA and now Oath. They were able to clean up quite a few kills there in the in-game, giving them an 8-kill total for that chicken dinner. Good play by Duel, though. They positioned coming in from the east fairly well, and then swing around towards the north side, pick the fight with TSM, and then they did end up getting 6 kills in the second place finish. third place go over towards Meta Gaming with Sizzlin. So Meta Gaming, 2 good games back to back, got a second place and a third place under their belt. Sizzlin picking up 4 kills for his team. 303 Manbun able to snake it in for the 3 kills, 4th place for 303 Esports, and then Tornado Energy having themselves a good game here for game 2 as well. 5 kills with the 5th place, going to shape them up nicely on the leaderboard.
All right, well, we do have an interview with Relo from the winning team lined up. Let's go ahead and see what he has to say about that win. Relo, how are you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. What's up, guys?
Doing good. So that Miramar game was pretty crazy, but it feels very similar to game 1, where you were able to sort of leverage that stable, that center zone position, all the way until the end game. That being said, I'm very surprised that you were actually able to leave that stable with Duel above you on that ridge line. What were your expectations when you're in that sort of 4v4 situation? Did you expect to win that game?
I mean, we were in a pretty good spot to win the game, but they should have definitely played a little bit more active and held us out. But yeah, I mean, we just pushed out, played like took the ridge with our util and played together. I mean, they definitely played a little bit sloppy though.
Yeah, they used their utility fairly well. I think they kind of used their smokes to block off your guys' windows and your doors, but that nade coming out from Snakers to get that opening really alleviated a lot of the potential pressure that they could have, applied to you. So I agree in that sense. Kind of breaking down a little bit what happened in the mid game there. The phase 1 to 2, the 3, it was kind of a center shift a little bit. You guys were very split with that stable, across the Hacienda area. At what point did you think that, hey, maybe we should just go ahead and regroup into the stable, and just play a little bit more conservative as opposed to trying to hold too much territory?
Once I think it was like circle 4 or 5 shifted, and I was like dead center alone in the stable, and there was like 3 or 4 teams around us that were like they had no other play other than to push us. Snakers was like, yeah, we're gonna get pushed by like everyone around us. We should just group and win the game. So like we just took like smart play to win the game basically.
Yep. I mean, smart play, get zone, win game, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's kind of how PUBG does shape up. But in the end, you guys do shape up getting 8 kills. So definitely a good game. Being the top team from North America from the prelims is, are we going to continue to see you guys fragging out and getting tons of chicken dinners throughout the finals?
That is the goal.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, thanks for stopping by, Relo. Greatly appreciate it. Congratulations on winning game 2. Maybe we'll see you back here for another interview, or maybe one of your other teammates.
For sure.
Absolutely. But alrighty, guys, that is going to wrap up game 2 for the 303 Royale finals. My name is Famosity with a little fuzzy seal. Quick shout outs before we go. Sociopath, Alisoc, and Yazzie, all the gifted subs in the chat coming in huge, and bits as well. But we're going to throw it over to a short break as we get ready for the next game. So we'll be right back here shortly, guys.
My 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you, just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you, just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later, but you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you, just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you, just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go.
Alrighty, folks, we're coming back. Game number 3 of Miramar coming up. I am Apples. I'm going to be filling in for Seal while he continues working hard on the observation end and doing everything we need to put on this production for you guys. Famacity will be joining me. And Famacity, let's talk about some scores, some stats. What's going on over there?
Absolutely. I think we are going to be looking at the kills first, coming at you guys. Other tab. Here's the tab I want. Top kills overall coming in from the first 2 games. We still have Sparking in first place with 7 kills total. Followed up tied for second place, I believe, is going to be a Mime and Sizzlin of Metagaming. And then following it up by 2 members of Oath, we got Shinboy and Rello. So the members of Oath, all of them are a bunch of fraggers. So, even though they are putting up as a team some pretty high kill counts, we may or may not see them taking over that top fragger spot if they're going to be, distributing those kills evenly amongst the team.
Absolutely. Oath really, you could tell in that first few weeks here in the qualifiers, they did everything they could and they came out in first. They're taking that momentum, turning that into the grand finals, still our first place overall leader. And I do like to talk about the Northern Lights. They were a powerhouse in that first few weeks, and right now they're just sitting middle of the pack. What do you expect to see more from them?
I think it is, as much as anybody says, they don't, necessarily need that much time to adapt to different lobbies as long as they get their drop spots or anything like that. Realistically, I think, there are a few things, in terms of, normalities that some teams do that whenever you mix it up with teams from another region, you might see, a little bit, people not doing what you expect them to do. So I think I'm not going to say that is what's happening to the Northern Lights because, everybody has bad games, we're only 2 games in, we got quite a few more, but yeah, definitely expected them to, be on the left side. So here in the next few games, they'll probably turn something up.
Absolutely. And here we are, we're looking at a nice kind of southeast to diagonal across the map to like a northwest kind of deal plane path here. Should allow most teams to get to their drop locations with ease. Maybe the northern drop locations might necessarily be out of reach, but pretty typical plane path here.
Yeah, pretty just flip-flopped from game 1. It was west to east, now going east to west. Should be relatively easy. All of the Miramar planes thus far have been very generous for a lot of these teams, so we shouldn't have any issues. Also, nice to see that we are going to have 64 players inside of the game for this one. Had a few issues in the previous ones with Ferox. But yep, here they are. We are going to be a full 16 teams coming in for game 3.
Always good to see 64. We love to see it here. And also, big thanks to the support in chat, the hype train that was going on. Really appreciate you guys. Sociopath, Alisoc, you guys are killing it. AKA Yazi, awesome community caster on the NA side. Please go take a look at his work. Definitely appreciate all of your guys' support today. But looks like the players are getting into the plane path right now, into the plane, and here we go.
Mama T Rich, 100 bits, as we were just talking about it, seeing it in the chat, always coming in with her support for the 303 in the casters. Greatly appreciate it coming from her as well. But yeah, plane making its way across the sky. Should see a few people press F here in just a second. Omaken. So here's a talking point. Omaken looks like they're now going for a 3 out of 3 different drops for all 3 games of Miramar.
Love the adjustments. Love the audible calls on the fly there. Obviously, they have some alternate drops available for them, but man, it's very tough when you get both regions, not both, but actually 4 regions coming together, different sides. They were doing their qualifiers. Everyone was settling in, and then boom, a whole nother 8 teams that you have to figure out where they're dropping, what's going on, and how to adjust to those things. And we've seen most of these teams adjust pretty well so far, so that really doesn't seem to be a concern. But I love the Soniqs and the Team Liquid. I love that they're still doing this on game 3. Man, I know it's like Seal was talking about Cold War. It's just not too much productivity there and not things getting done. But I love the stalemate, and maybe we'll finally see a pop off right off the bat.
Yep. So Omaken going to be taking over Porte Paraiso. They're going to be spraying away Ferox, who are also going up towards Cruz. Was a little bit of a long stretch for them. So instead, they're going to come down here on the south side of the map with Omaken. One thing to note out as well. So Digital Athletics were not too kind to what took place in the Church of Chuma last game. So they actually dropped 3 members here. They are going to force away all of the Houston Hardships, who, grand scheme of things, just go over to Chumacera, get your loot and rotate forward. I know the Church is a nice, strong powerhouse position to have. But in terms of just, looting there, you're just looting. So just go ahead and sacrifice it over. Picado, though, still a similar situation unfolding, a little bit of different drops coming out here. We do see Liquid is in the apartments this time. They don't have K-Mind over on the east side. James is out on the west side. He's really close to Profi, and Ibiza is getting all of the loot inside of this.
Absolutely. Oh. Wow.
Oh, down to 1 HP. Profi almost getting the shots in there. Iron sight, no helmet, 1 vest, very little bullets. Oh, I think Profi, he just must not have saw him right in the corner. Oh, he's on the other side of the wall. Never mind. So James just hop over, use some meds, and he's got a shotgun. So both of these guys not having the most ideal setup right now.
Right, just dropping down, looking at RNG, picking up what they can, and having at it right now is what we're looking at. But things are going to start to settle in. Profi's going to take control of those few buildings. Seems like James is going to start to back off, and everything's going to settle down right now in Picado.
Yeah, and that's pretty normal to see. Seal did touch on in the first game that Picado is not. As we talked, Mexi's going to get the knock on a Profi and the 2-stack blue there. Picado is not really a city where you can share loot. Like, realistically, I don't think there's enough for everybody to get everything they need if they're going to be showing the city. Profi trying to crawl down the stairs, getting tagged up by that cheeky angle coming out from K-Mon. No one is over there. It's going to be Shrimzy that's going to have to try to cross from the boxing arena, or should I, wrestling arena, as it actually is, I do believe, to try to get the res here. But I don't know. I think James is not going to allow him to do that. Shrimzy, you got to practice your jump crouches here, trying to get up over that railing.
One more time.
Yeah.
Almost getting it. Really tried to
Oh,
skid
there
it.
we go. There we go.
He's
There we
got it
go.
on his 8th try. Congratulations to Shrimzy there. Definitely everything's settling down. Picado. Just to speak about the circle right now, we do have a far eastern circle centering up around, Impala and the Minas area. We do have like 303 and O taking main control. But back to the fight. Mexi getting a knock on Profi here. So some things are happening.
The bleed out.
Oh, that was the bleed out.
Yeah,
Right.
just the bleed out going over there. So I guess we can chalk this up as Liquid is so far winning this one here for game 3. But yeah, zone, it is going to be very similar to game 1 over here on the eastern side. Not as much water in this zone though. Shoot to kill, they are going to be rotating over from the Hacienda area. Going to be coming up towards the big cliffs on the north side of Minas. Oath is going to be over in the jungle, have a pretty good split coming out for them, the jungle, and then the Prowl compound just out to the west. 303 going to be grabbing the big warehouse, also a very good compound as, we might be shaping up to see, a good old-fashioned Vendetta Fields game here for Game 3.
For sure, and looking also at Duel right now, really enjoying their positioning. They recognize the circle immediately. They sent Wooly and Cherry right down to that, Prio building down there, and they seem to be controlling a good amount of that northeastern space at the moment.
Oh my goodness. So real quick, as we don't have anything, I saw a copy pasta in the chat that I just think is really funny, and it's funny who started it. Keenan says, "I love Team Liquid. I'm a huge fan. Although ever since they didn't do great in those 2 games on Miramar, things just haven't been the same. I expect to see them drop the whole roster immediately after the event and sign DA to a mega contract." Like what? How does Keenan just come up with that on the fly? I don't know if he made that up or if it's a copy pasta, but my goodness, that's funny. But I think they'll be okay, Keenan. I think Liquid will be just fine. RÄHINÄ getting some shots on Tornado Energy, putting a lot of pressure down there in the valley as they were trying to shuffle around, change things in the vehicle. Just getting a little caught here, I think, as Tornado Energy, I think that's one of their normal like compounds that they loot. RÄHINÄ just trying to rotate out and around, just a lot of long range shots being thrown at each other. Probably don't expect too much craziness to happen here at this point.
All these teams really settling in. FaZe taking that La Cabrera Northern rotate. It seems like RÄHINÄ, Tornado Energy, just taking some pop shots to each other. Houston Hardships, really taking their time. Late rotating, late looting in the Chumacer area. So all these teams really feeling it out at the moment. Just one player down, 63 alive.
Yep, and we're taking a look here at the north half of La Bendita. We see Northern Lights here going to be grabbing here just to the compound down to the east. We do see a meta. One thing to note as well, the Soniqs did leave the north side of Picado. They're just on the southwestern ridge of Vendetta. Ragnar is going to be coming in and regrouping into the compound where we previously saw a member of Oath. So they're just going to regroup, play 4 strong in the jungle instead. Team Liquid, though, they're taking their time, going to be looting up everything that's going around inside of Picado. DA making their stretch over there on this kind of the south part of the map as well, or south part of the zone. And looks like everybody's kind of just finally getting to where they want to settle in for the early parts of phase 1 here.
For sure. And I did see someone mention chat, NA won on EU, EU won on NA. What are we going to see here? Right. Is we going to see an SA win? We're going to see an OCE win? We'll see. We'll see soon. But definitely some early skirmishes starting to come out. Soniqs and Vendetta, Northern Lights. We got 303 taking pop shots over to Oath. So phase 1 starting to close in right now.
Yep, Soniqs going to hear DA pull into the compound just to the east, so they were eyeing that up. Northern Lights, they are going to reposition and actually dive over into the eastern side of Minas. A position early game, I think, is very, very good, just because at this position here, you can definitely scout a lot of stuff to your east, as well as being able to overwatch Vendetta. If they get a little bit more spread throughout the entire city, since there's no one there, they definitely can watch a whole lot of stuff around this particular part of the zone. But historically, we have seen Minas Generalis, as you get later in the game, not where you want to be. FaZe Clan way across over on the north side of the map, going to be coming in pretty late here for circle 1.
Uba doing his due diligence, checking everything out, being a lead scout, trying to get his team entry into the circle. Really, you got that whole western side of the circle kind of free. I mean, as the northwest side starts to shrink in, but all these teams really piling up, trying to find good center positioning. Liquid coming in on that road out of Picado. I'm excited to start seeing some fights to break out. Should be any moment here.
Tornado Energy coming across the Hacienda area. RÄHINÄ just behind them. So the 2 neighboring teams from their drop locations, similar rotation path coming in for them as well. Just coming across the fields here by the Hacienda. I think we did see Luke 12 throwing some really long range shots at them as they were kind of coming down. But yeah, zone get ready to click in. Everybody settled in. We're going to see exactly where everybody has to go here. And it is going to shift back towards Vendetta. So like I said, might be shaping up for a nice, good old-fashioned Vendetta Fields game. Soniqs probably pretty happy about this shift. Honestly, though, even though Liquid is not, too centralized here for right now, they're going to be pretty happy about this shift as well as it comes back to their edge.
That hard southwest shift. Love to see it. Definitely leaves the islands, unfortunately. As a caster and as a viewer, I'd love to see an island circle someday, and it happens few and far between. But here we are, definitely right onto meta on the crater of Bandita, Soniqs, meta, DA, all looking to be in decent positioning. 303 beginning their rotates, Omaken, TSM, all going, electing to take the southern route on the east coast. Ferox trying to squeak their way into the craters right outside of Bandita as well. So all teams starting to make their moves in.
Digital Athletics going to be spraying at Ragnar for meta, as he was trying to come to the compound where they're at, but he did get beat to it, so he's going to turn around. Also now going to be spotting up the 303 members that kind of took the really small compound right on the edge of the road. Is they're going to be committing to that on phase 2. Not a bad. Honestly, we see so many zones come back and that compound be so super strong. Not surprising to see them take that. Over on the northwestern side, we do see 3 teams about to get in, a little bit of a confrontation potentially as they're trying to rotate through. Tornado Energy is holding the compound here. RÄHINÄ is going to rotate just off towards the north. Fuzzface getting sprayed at down to 50% HP as he's trying to drive by on the eastern side. He does make it to the south side of the compound on the dirt road though, and he is just going to keep on driving, try to get the heck out of there. One more tag brings him down to 12 HP, and honestly, that is fairly lucky for him, but he's not going to be stopping in the best of spots. There's a Liquid member, I believe, that could see him if he decides to look over in his direction.
Fuzzface doing what he can to heal up, and Liquid taking some pop shots over there, just kind of overlooking everything at the moment as RÄHINÄ starts to make their way south around Liquid. DA was getting some pop shots taken at him by not 1, 2, but 3 teams. Houston Charge Ships, Ferox, and 303 all trying to take pop shots on the DA, making them not so comfortable.
Fuzzface was counting his blessings there as Mexi was looking at RÄHINÄ rotating on his west side as opposed to looking at him. Very lucky. He is going to hear the vehicles of Tornado Energy. They're going to rotate up towards the western side of Minas, up there on the big cliff by the compound. The rest of FaZe coming down the road. Mexi's going to be throwing some shots at them. Unfortunately, I don't think Fuzzface is going to have the angle to kind of, get the shots as Mexi is just standing on top of the roof of that building. He is going to be running up a little closer. Here comes HC going to be rotating around. They got to be careful. They're following right behind the path of RÄHINÄ. Gustav going to be coming up. Yep, they're going to turn around and decide to go elsewhere. They actually, I think Fuzz might be calling the crash onto the compound where he's at. So we'll just see what happens.
Most definitely, and I do, taking a look at the map, I do notice there's a lot of 2-2 splits right now. I mean, you have 303 really split down the road from each other. Liquid in like a 3-way split with 2 men on 1 and 1. Ferox are split up. Houston Hardships are split up. So some teams should be able to recognize these splits, and if they need to take a position fast, full send 4-man crash.
Dang, and Fuzzface is going to find Mexi, so that's just going to go ahead and open up the entire graveyard area for his team to go ahead and position in, and we're going to take a look at the phase 3 shift. It is going to center shift, so Bandita right smack dab in the middle, but we kind of all know how these usually end up shaping up to be. Might over towards the Bandita field. Here on the crash though, we are going to see shoot to kill crashing on to meta, and Alo is going to go down. Getting the spray over on to Ragnar.
Ragnar trying to get out of there when he recognized it, but just couldn't make it out in time.
Yeah, looks like they're going to clean that up pretty quickly. They are taking a lot of pressure over towards the east there from Oath, who did get the knock onto Alo, but it looks like they are going to be able to take control of the compound here.
Absolutely. And we did seem to have a huge fight down in the southeast corner of the circle between Ferox and Duel. They're still actually right now sharing buildings on opposite side of the wall from each other. And we do also have another crash coming out between 303 and TSM. Only 2 members of 303 on this compound, and Penta trying to look for something, protecting the compound that was just crashed by all 4 members of TSM.
Yeah, this is actually a little dangerous for TSM as well, because third-party shots ringing in from the west, from the Digital Athletics, as Penta and Ferox, they are separated in separate buildings. TSM, they got 1 in the shack, 3 in the small one on the north side. Ferox did do very good at throwing down smokes and mollies to delay the push into his building and delay the push up the stairs. But they are isolated, so this could be pretty troublesome. D-Rich, actually from way down south, well, not way down south, he drove over here to this little haystack, is going to get an opening knock onto Vard through the window here. So it is going to be, you know, a delayed fight for sure between the members here of 303 and TSM.
We're looking at seeing how these teams are trying to make their way in. Tornado Energy applying a lot of pressure to Team Liquid at the moment as Ibiza and K-Mine are very split there. You still have the fight going out between STK and Meta Gaming. It seems like the knock was had, and right now they're just trying to clean up some business.
I think we so a lot of those 2-2 splits you were mentioning, Apples, seeming to finally be getting punished here on this zone. 303, they haven't lost any bodies yet, but definitely did get crashed. The Ferox fight on the south side where they did get crashed, and then the Meta Gaming losing 2 members as well. FaZe getting picked apart in the kill feed by Northern Lights as they're trying to make their way in. But we are going to go ahead and tune into 303's comms as you might see some action popping out here.
Let's go. I have to heal.
Same.
I'm healing.
Play slow.
Flash one inside. We can't really push this from my side, Penta. Yeah, we have to play slow for now, guys.
I have no lethal.
You can come into my house, D-Rich, if you want to. Are you downstairs from their house?
I missed my molly, I guess. I'm gonna go down to my own molly. Jesus. I'm fine.
I'm watching that doorway, Dylan.
Yeah. They're all on bottom floor of white 2-stack.
I'll tell you if
Top
they come
as
to that
well,
backside
probably.
again.
So no one's in the 1-star anymore, right?
No. They're all in there.
Yeah, all in 2-stack. All in 2-stack.
They're top floor now, probably. I don't see any on that
They're in
south.
top floor of our building, 2-stack.
Yeah. I have no first aids left.
We can play outside, dude. Garden and west.
I have to
this.
crash.
I got first hits. I got first hits, Penta. I got 3.
Garden gets pushed out this zone. We could play the west. We can play the east side of the buildings.
You might
after
want to
we
chill
cut.
for now, man. We can't really support you on that.
I have to crash you. There's
I don't have any
nothing
lethals.
else
Okay.
anyway,
Yeah.
Unless I stay in the road dip.
You could play the. You could maybe play the
Yeah, you should
road
play-
dips or orange. Wait, Michael. No, Michael's not with them. Damn it. TSM tags, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows where I am now. I might get naded.
You can smoke out back and play it if you need.
Yeah, word. Garden's getting pushed out this zone.
Knock.
Nice. That's a re-knock. That's second bleed. Nice. That's one dead.
Two knock. You got
I'm
two
going
flat.
for the res. Okay.
They have to stick those knocks.
I'm bolting in the back. Upstairs. Upstairs, definitely. Oh, in the corner. Nice. He's knocked. He's knocked from far. Oh my gosh. Don't res from that window.
Vard got
Hold
knocked
the north. Hold the staircase. Hold the staircase.
I'm going to check guys. I can knock from outside. I'll knock from outside, flush from outside. Crazy.
They're above us.
We
They
can try and
don't
get back to
knocked.
Penta. Oh no, I don't know where I am.
I don't have heals, so. Oh, he came out. Outside. Play for yourself.
Oh, he peeked left. Damn it. My bad.
Dude, I tried to run inside and I get
That's
instantly
gonna
got-
do it from 303. Unfortunately, taking the wipe there by TSM. But I must say, lots of patience from both teams. No one making that early push that was gonna jeopardize anybody, and TSM ending up winning that battle, but with a lot of casualties attached. As that was going on, we saw on the southwest side, Omaken and RÄHINÄ get into a huge bloodbath, and Omaken barely coming out on top of that one. We saw a lot of fights they could take out, and now we're down to 12 teams with Tornado Energy going down there.
Yep. Houston Hardships involved in that fight on the Southwest as well. But just now in the feed, we are going to see Tornado Energy and FaZe Clan go out 13th and 12th respectively. Zone to come up towards the north side. And yeah, I have to agree, Apples, very good patient play coming out from the TSM and 303 boys there. Unfortunate that there was so much third party coming in from the western side. That really actually had a huge influence on the outcome of that fight. But nonetheless, we're going to see Shrimzy here. Bendita Ridge, the top of it is out of this zone. So the players down inside, the Soniqs, Omaken, and then K-Mine staking their way in from a Liquid is going to have to figure out what he wants to do. H-Win's going to spot out that vehicle from Jimpy as he stops at the rock. Shots coming in. Maybe throwing those back and forth at each other. Smoke is ballooned, but Jimpy getting the shots through it. Going to get the knock on to H-Win. Shrimzy and Mime going to be the only two members left alive here for the Soniqs as the fight inside Bandita here right now is just for these kills and nothing more, because after you win it, you're just going to have to go up over the top and probably die.
Mime having him scoped out, lining up the shot, waiting for the call, taking his time, and doesn't let it fly. Just trying to gain some information right now, some pivotal information, as Omaken is circling around Sonic. Shrimzy is looking to make a rotate here to try to get something safe. Running into Northern Lights, though, doesn't look good at the moment. And his car's on fire. Can it last? Can it make it through?
Oh, he's going to stop at the shack, vault, run in, and wow. Safe and sound, sitting in the middle of the shack.
Safe and sound, and honestly in a fantastic position. Look at that center location. Really just centers himself up here. Mime left to figure out the scraps as we see K-Mine getting involved with Omaken some more. 2v1 situation here, Liquid and Omaken. Gemty and T-Bone really trying to press up, using the blue and trying to see in between. But Mime's going to look over and get some pop shots over to Gemty and start that fight. So three teams, the scraps of the three teams battling it out, as Ferox is also going to look to get involved with this fight.
Yep, K-Mine's going to step over, get the shot onto T-Bone as they were having to split their intention to focus on him and Mime at the same time. But Grumps up from over the top to get the shots in on the back of K-Mine. That's going to take Liquid out in 11th place. Soonly after, Northern Lights get the shots onto Grumps, taking Ferox out in 10th. Jimpy going to get the shots over to Mime, but it's going to be Mime who gets the shots onto Jimpy. That's going to be Omaken going out in 9th place. And now Mime can use the first aid. He's going to try to run up to the top of this hill, but it's probably not going to be... he's got a few rocks that he might be able to come down, but Soniqs able to secure placement points here in game. Yep, and he's dead. Yep,
Unfortunately, indeed. And a lot of good solo plays right now. I mean, 8 teams alive, 8 teams up, 18 alive. You have Shrimzy. You have, if Mime does go down, which I can, yep, there he goes. So we have Shrimzy, Iro, J-Sank, and Thunderlost all trying to snake it out here and get themselves more placement points. Also, only 2 members alive right now of meta. So a lot of positioning needed to be done here, and trying to get those placement points while you have the heavy hitters of SDK, Oath, and Northern Lights picking off everything around them.
Yeah, Northern Lights, so they are going to finally have to leave Minos here. Wolf is going to take the initiative and kind of play the, the ridgeline areas here on the north side of this road. Has a small dip or a small ridge to block out his line of sight over onto shoot to kill. So he's probably going to be focusing his attention over towards the west, where we do see Northern Lights. They are going to have to hop in their vehicles and go for a play here in just a second. They're coming down the south part of this ridge. It looks like they're probably going to just go ahead and crash right into the 2 members of Meta Gaming here. And I don't know if Meta's going to be able to get any opening knocks as they fly right on in. Perfect is right there, but it's going to be Sparking. Gets the knock onto him. The T gets the knock onto Sizzlin, though, so it's just Sparking down to 15 HP. Going upstairs, going to try to use a first aid, but the rest of the members of Northern Lights are going to be coming up. A Molly is going to burn Perfects down. It's his teammate's Molly, if that. Sparking is going to hop out of the building, and he's actually going to run over towards the long building to try to get a res potentially onto his fallen teammate.
Unfortunate there, knocking his fallen teammate. While all this is going on, you have shots from Shrimzy pouring in, shots from Iro pouring in, shots from SDK. So definitely not allowing either of these teams to get comfortable in their crash right now. You got Oath shooting across the J-Sank. Batalin's trying to make some work here at the moment, and Thunderlost is going to be going out, putting DA down into 8th place there. At least they pick up a placement point.
Yeah, and DA, we're actually in a really good spot for phase 1 and 2, but then eventually shifting more north that they, were kind of setting up for. They did lose their members in rotation coming in on the south side down to that solo, getting picked off. And Iro going to pick up another kill on another solo, playing as a solo himself. That's going to be up into 6th place and 2 extra kill points going over towards TSM off the plays of Iro's here. Sizzling going to step around the corner there and get the knock onto Battalions. There's just going to be Spyro left alive in that same building for Northern Lights. The 2-man of Meta Gaming coming up huge here on this crash coming in from the Northern Lights.
Incredible awareness to be able to get the res there, sparking on Sizzlin when it was not looking good. 2v2 battle here, and we still have the standoff from Oath and STK on the other side of the circle. So right now, all these teams are just trying to feel each other out. Nice nade there in the back of the corner is definitely going to do some damage, and as these teams are squaring off. Nice first aid from Bachelon's, going to try and get the health up. Spyro taking his time, seeing what's going to happen, but Meta is not in a rush to move. Both teams will have to get in zone, but they want to take the other out with them.
Yep, and Shrimzy is just going to be able to sit comfortably at his shack right here and kind of overwatch this, and then maybe clean up the victor as they come out of this compound. Zone favoring Shoot to Kill and Oath on the north side of the zone. Potentially going to see a back-to-back chicken dinner here from Oath. Nada up over the top and right next to Spyro. Do quite a substantial amount of damage here, but he's going to use a full med kit, get back to 100% HP. A good toss up in the air. Let's see, Battalin's up close and personal, so he's going to be the front line there. He's just trying to see where they come or what side of the building they're going to potentially come from. Smoke's coming out, going to provide a little cover. He's going to get into a Murado and back it up. Not sure what so he's actually gonna get knocked, but the trade is there onto Sparking, and Spyro getting tagged up from the east now. Not gonna get shots up close and personal, and he is actually gonna get the shots in onto Sparking there. So Sizzle, he was trying to back it up through that gap to drive it out into the field somewhere. I'd imagine he just got a little stuck.
I was thinking that it could be a 200 IQ bait play, but unfortunately it was just getting stuck there. And as Spyro's going to try and run in, he's going to have Shrimzy overlooking from the shed, trying to get a quick point, and he does. Shrimzy is going to eliminate Northern Lights in 4th place, and we're down to 3 teams, Oath in the north, STK on the east, and Shrimzy alone on the west. So we'll see how this is going to be playing out. Nobody out on the south right now.
So 2 games in a row, the Soniqs, after dealing with their hot drop, have been able to, transition, away from it in the early game and actually make it into the late game and pick up a decent amount of kill points as well as some decent placement points. Shrimzy did get tagged up there, so he's prone in the field. 7 kills total for the Soniqs, looking at least a 3rd place finish. But now we're down to 3 teams, 7 alive. Shrimzy is a solo in a 3v3 between Oath and Shoot to Kill.
Oath and Shoot to Kill going at it right here. Kills have really been... Oh, actually, we're going to cut into Shoot to Kill's comms here as they figure out how to handle these final circles.
Yeah, he sees him.
Shack smoking.
Shrimzy's on the rock on
He's
yellow.
on blue. I mean yellows, yeah.
Are you guys ready to pull up on Shrimzy? We're going to do it as 3. We're going to pull up on Shrimzy as 3. Luke, get on us. Let's go. Just get ready to shoot out the fucking car, basically. Go.
Just also my ammo. Fuck.
Unlucky.
He was on the rock on yellow.
Stop in here.
Shrimzy's gonna nade you and shit if you. He's like on blue.
Can you drop some
Yep, he
ice?
picked the ridge.
Here.
You gotta kill him. Blue boys, blue.
Nading.
North is like getting full control on us. Both pulled up on Shackmore.
I'm out of smokes either.
There's still one
Once.
back clock. Yeah, I have no smokes either.
Use your smokes.
We have none.
I'm naded.
You got the big missions.
Shrimzy 2nd place, so.
Yeah, I can't really play for Shrimzy.
Let him die.
So,
He's dead. Kill yourself. They're in 1st place.
yeah. Not gonna come without ending in time. No point.
Roger. Good job.
And wrapped up in the end game there. Oath coming in with the back-to-back chicken dinners for game 2 and 3. Only 4 kills for them for this game, they did have it pretty easy going. Early game, they were set up in the jungle there, then eventually rotating their way over to the north side of that zone, then just playing in from there. Good positioning coming out from Oath. Shoot to kill did end up having to crash the compound they just played out of in the end game there. 5 kills going over towards them. And, like I mentioned, the Soniqs, even with their hot drops and the setbacks they're having in the early game, still being able to transition it into late game performances and grabbing some kills up to 7 total with the 3rd place finish.
7 total, 3rd place finish, all solid there. Looking at all the other teams though, we see lots of kills all the way down to even potentially 13th place, where they picked up 3 at least. 303 picked up 2. Looking at this, the 10th place team Ferox picking up 6. So the kills were really spread out across the teams this one. No high kill count from any one team, but everyone getting some frags, everyone getting a piece of the pie here.
Oh yeah. So let's see here.
It doesn't believe we have an interview ready.
No, well, that doesn't make sense. We just had Rello in here. What do we got going
Let's bring
on?
Rello back. How does that sound?
Yeah, we can bring Rello back if we want to. Oh, look. And there he is.
What's
Hello,
up,
Rello.
guys?
Hey, welcome back. So
Long time
honestly,
no talk,
yeah, long time no talk. Honestly, I was a little worried that I might have caster cursed you guys, but I didn't. So here we are again. 2nd win, only 4 kills this game. How is this game? It might have been a little similar, but you guys didn't get as many kills. So how is this game a little different than your previous one?
We got really fed that game.
Yeah.
Really fed. We got really lucky on zone shifts.
Yeah, no, absolutely understood. But you guys dominated the first 3 weeks in a qualifier in the NA side. I'm just curious, with these 8 new teams kind of getting interjected to this, has this switched up your guys' plans? I know the drop spots aren't really shared, but overall, like with rotations and your guys' game plan overall, is anything switched up, or is it just kill everybody and win the game?
Not really, because GLL season 4, it's pretty much the same lobby, kind of, because all the EU teams, we changed a lot for GLL, and we did not do good at all. So we're just trying to stick to what we normally do in NA and just keep up with that stuff.
Well, absolutely. It makes it easy. You just keep your same strats, not worry about changing too much. And then, you just play consistent as you guys have been. So you were in first place coming into that game, and you're going to be in first place, I would imagine, after finishing this one as well. So it might be a little bit of a gap kind of forming. Are we going to see, a similar gap here in the finals as we did, with the gap between you guys and first and second in the prelims?
I really hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, continue doing what you're doing, and it certainly is working out for you guys. Thanks a lot, Ro, for coming back in as we move on to Sandhawk, game number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's going to do it for now. We'll take a quick break as we transition into the Sandhawk games. My name is Apples. I'm substituting right now as a caster. We got Famacity here next to me, and we'll be back with you guys shortly after this break.
Time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you, and I'll go. And I'll go.
hopefully here to bring you guys some decent games. I have some extra staff members helping out to make sure that the issues that I think that I fixed were actually fixed. Hopefully they are.
Hopefully.
How are you doing, fam? Sorry to subject you guys to that crap. Had no idea what happened. But let's stop looking at the past and look at the future. Well, actually, I guess we're going back to look at more stats. So let's go into the past and look at some leaderboards, fam.
Absolutely. So taking a look-see daisy at the leaderboard, Oath still up there at the top, 43 big ones, 19 kills coming over for them with their back-to-back chicken dinner. Second place, Meta Gaming, pretty consistent games coming out from them. I think it's going to be what it was a second, a third, and then I think they had fourth in that one. So they're doing fairly well for themselves. Digital Athletics going to be coming up. Hold on. Skip the Soniqs. Soniqs in third place, 26 points and 20 kills. So the Soniqs as a team are your top fraggers right now. They're in third place as a team. Yeah, they're honestly, you know, like I said, the Apple Seal. They're dealing with the hot drop and being able to make it out of the city, still picking up kills and transitioning into late game. So you know. They're doing fairly well for themselves. We do see, you know, Team Liquid not having the same success, but, you know, I'm sure they'll definitely be able to bounce back and transition, have some pretty good games here as we're getting ready to throw it over to Sandhawk in just a little bit.
Yep, it's going to be Sandhawk going back over to the EU side of things. We actually have a couple more stats we can throw at you guys.
Yeah. Let's look at them.
So we've actually had some incredibly long kills. I think it might have been K-Mine from Liquid, but it was someone from Liquid at the very least who got some incredibly long kills. But let's go ahead and see this time around. It is going to be DA's sub. I said it wrong the first time. I want to say it's Quetpa, but if I'm getting that wrong, then I am very, very, very sorry. But either way, 500-meter kill there. And it sort of peters out from there as well. Sizzlin 400, Spyro 400, and then Omaken down with 3. So great job there from DA as they have 2 players up here in the top 5. But this isn't how you get points. This is how you just snag some cheeky kills there.
Yeah, doing fairly well for themselves. 518. That's a long distance. My goodness. I think consistently though, from, you know, like a lot of leaderboards that we see, usually like that mid 600 mark is kind of the longest kills that we do kind of shape up. Is there any way we can look at the overall kills real quick before we start the game? Oh, you already changed it? Oh, okay. Well, you know,
about it real quick.
We could at least talk about it. Definitely, you know, I think the kills is something we should be talking about. You know, these players are competing for an extra chunk of change to be a top fragger. So, you know, I definitely think it's something we should be discussing or at least flashing on screen a little more regularly. First place is still going to be Sparking. He is up in first with 9 kills still, so staying up there after the first 3 games. Climbing up behind him, though, is going to be Mime and Shrimzy from the Soniqs, tied with 8. And then 4th place is going to be Luke 12, tied with Sizzlin in 4th force with 7 kills.
So let's say that you're a fan of the Soniqs and you're not sure which of the like obviously one of them is going to get top fragger, right? Because of the Soniqs. Which of the Soniqs between Mime and Shrimzy do you think is going to outfrag each other? So currently we have Mime with 8, Shrimzy with 8. I feel like personally we see Mime up top with a ton of kills relatively frequently, but Shrimzy is by no means someone to sniff at either. He is a very, very strong player himself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think everybody on that Soniqs roster is someone that, you know, if someone's not getting the kills, someone else definitely is. And, you know, having, you know, those types of players on your team that, you know, could do everything, be the top fragger and get things done, you know, it shapes up to have a really strong team. But plane making its way across the sky is going to be over from the ruins area up towards Camp Bravo. Got quite a few teams pressing F and jumping out early, and it doesn't look like anybody is going ruins or going south on this map at all.
That says some scary things for Painan. I have a lot of people above this very small town at the moment. This is looking like it's mostly going to be a replay from the EU qualifiers, though. Northern Lights going to be hitting up the northeast side. FaZe going to be hitting the southwest slopes. Get out of here. You do not want to be a part of this, my friend. This is gonna turn ugly if it gets any more chaotic than it already has. That being said, though, it actually hasn't been too insane. You know, these guys have been sharing both sides of this town, and with Sandhawk Luke being what it is, it's gonna be relatively basic. But oh my God, the kill. We're already missing Jeems. Get the kill into Mimes. If you voted for Mime, then I'm sorry to say that I don't think you're gonna be winning any sort of bets anytime soon.
Yeah, so the boot camp hot drop here, Mime and Jeems playing the 50-50, drop it on the same building. Jeems probably just got the gun first and beat him to the reload and the shots. So that is going to be Mime from the Soniqs taking an early exit here on the Sandhawk game. But here comes H-Win. You got an AK, no helmet, 2 gear. Gonna be creeping up to the building here. He's got to be careful. Shrimzy throwing some pop shots from Lobster. Gonna distract him potentially a little bit. He's gonna open the door, walk right out in front. He misses the shots. Jeems is very low though, so he's gonna try to go in very quickly and get this elimination. But Jeems juking around, gonna run back into the 3 stack. Is gonna be able to get away. Now Ibiza to the south is here for support. And this, it looks like Jeems might be able to get a first aid off and get away from this.
That was incredible movement from Jeems, juking him back and forth between the building, buying him time to get the first aid kit off, because we saw the Soniqs trying to leverage the cover fire that Shrimzy was putting out, but Jeems was able to get by both of them, not getting peeked through the windows. Now that everyone's reset, Jeems has armor. Lynn's missing a helmet. This could end in a single shot.
Yeah, so up close and personal, peeking through the windows here. Now going to come around to the side of the building. I think Ibiza and K-Mine are coming over for the support. Shrimzy and Profi still off doing their own thing. So it looks like H-Win's going to be all by himself for this one. He hears the footsteps coming down the alleyway here. Is going to get one from above. Second one comes around the corner. He is going to secure the flush. Doesn't take any damage in return. So down to a 1v2. Potentially could have be a 1v3. A nice cheeky angle coming out from H-Win there. Shrimzy trying to come over and help, but Mexi is going to tag him up as he jumps down into the trench, taking down to about 70% HP. Now peeking from the window angle here. Going to wait for them to come around. On the outside. Oh, he isn't coming in. K-Mine's going to step up and get the headshot on the helmetless H-Win, though. And that is going to do it. H-Win is down. Shrimzy is now over here, but it looks like that's probably Shrimzy is backing off. So that's going to be it for H-Win here of the Soniqs.
Come on, Shrimzy. You don't want to win the poll for me, man? Come on. No, that was a pretty good win from Team Liquid. Good job, because I think that they had initially lost one earlier on, and actually as Twin gets flushed there, yep, definitely going to be Team Liquid owning the majority of boot camp. But Shrimzy and Profi going to be retreating off to the north. They have a lot of time to sort of figure out exactly if they want to continue messing with Liquid and boot camp. That being said, well, who do you feel has more to lose here? Because we have Shrimzy and Profi that, you know, they're sitting up in 3rd place, top fraggers. Then we have Liquid, who's sitting in 15th with 6 points, I believe it is. Who do you feel has more to lose at this point?
I mean, at this stage in the game, it's definitely going to be Team Liquid. So they do, I guess, if you want to give someone a win and a loss of the hot drop, I guess Liquid does take away the win, getting 2 kills as opposed to the 1 of the Soniqs. But realistically, it's only 1 Sandhawk game per day. The Soniqs, you know, they're still got 2 alive, and we saw last game or 2 games ago when they were 2 alive, they still transitioned it into the late game and had a pretty solid performance. So anything could still happen here. Liquid has a lot of ground to make up though, if they want to be in a little bit more comfortable position by the end of the day. Over here though, Houston Hardships pushing straight into the compound where Shoot to Kill is at. Luke and Maluk, both Lukes gonna be sharing the compound here. I believe they know that each other is there, but we did see, I think it was Chubba Bubba getting picked off by the other members that Shoot to Kill.
M249?
M249. Seal, go ahead and swing on over so we can watch that action. I think it's Purdy.
I think that we have to at this point. Oh, nice body onto Jay-Sang. That's going to be one more shot from any gun to take him down here on the south side. Maluk and Luke holding strong in the compound, but they actually do find Uncivil, who's trying to wrap around from the north side. Might have been Northern Lights helping a little bit with that as well. So this 1v1 fight, as the game progresses, is continuing to get more and more complicated. As we're seeing Northern Lights coming from the northwest side, and there could easily be teams coming in from the south here as well. This is a very, very wide split to get into a fight this long.
Yeah, and Uncivil, he is down on the north side of the street. Nobody is going to be coming over to help him out in this situation. Like you said, Northern Lights, you're going to have FaZe on the south side, Northern Lights to the west. Omaken, they are across the quarry, but we do see Duel rotating on the ridge to the north. So the longer this fight goes, the more teams going to be coming around close to each other, going to be overlooking and third party and everything that happens. Uncivil does get flushed. Houston Hardships, though, they do make their way into this compound, so they're going to try to breach and clear it out and try to play the hard cover. As Alo does come down as well. So there's 2-member. Purdy is overlooking from the ridge on the east side. Yeah, and this is going to be an actual fight breaking out over the compound here. Luke holding the angle of the door here. He definitely hears him running around inside there of the wooden building.
Oh yeah, he's waiting for one of these doors to open. He wants this with all of his being. There it is. Actually, he's open and close. I don't think that Houston Hardships are too willing to fight for this. I think they're really hoping that SDK will just back off to the east, because Houston Hardship, especially after hearing the shots going, oh, where'd that frag come from? Purdy through the side window, getting 2 knocks with a perfectly cooked frag. Lobes, last player alive, does find a beautiful sprint on Luke 12, trying to go for the flush, but does not quite get it in time. Now Purdy brings some cover, but oh, shot in the back. Cherry hitting Purdy with a single PBU shot. The jump peak predicted by Lobes, almost getting the knock, and he likes his chances now that Alo is low. Going in for the repeat, hitting him with a few shots on that spray, and takes him down as well. The Molly's gonna light him up, though. He is a moving ball of fire, and Northern Lights and Duel have smelled the blood in the water, and they want this position for themselves. It's just about dead center. You see this place fought for a lot, but I don't think it's ever fought for this strong.
My goodness, the nades from Purdy. They've been nuts forever, and they're still nuts coming in for that double knock. Unfortunate that the third party action does come in, and you know, the fight kind of gets picked apart. We do see the kill feed. We did lose 303 fighting, I believe, Tornado Energy over on the what is now the north part of the zone, but Northern Lights, they're wanting to get a little bit involved over here, trying to clean up the Houston Hardships. More nades and utility going in, mollies and frags, gonna do a lot of damage. Lobes is gonna try to bandage through the fire. He's standing in the corner.
Oh no!
I don't know if it's actually spread to him, thankfully, but he is not in a good spot. An Uzi gonna tag him up and get the knock. So that's gonna be Lobes going down. It is just going to be Luke or Maluk over in the other corner of the building. He's going to try to hold it out, or he's actually outside.
Oh my goodness. He's doing what he can do from the outside. The Uzi pre-fired around the corner to try and finish these guys off, hiding on a very cheeky angle. If these guys jump out the window, they will have a very, very rough reward waiting for them. The rest of the team, though, going to be clearing the rest of the compound. Maluk will be able to survive for a little bit longer, but he can't continue to play outside of these compounds. Oh, but we do see up in the distance, Wooly getting hit off of a bike. Let's see if Duel can actually get this res. Northern Lights might have an idea that something's going on over here, as the smokes do begin to come out here.
Yep, smokes are there. Wooly's trying to crawl back, but it is definitely going to be really tough. So, but the quarry is right in the middle of this phase 2 zone, so you're going to see teams kind of funnel in just around the edges of it, which is where you see Duel coming down. They suffer a knock. Looks like they are going to be able to get the res, though. Looks like Maluk, though, is still just hanging out on the edge of the compound. Northern Lights seeming like they kind of maybe lost where he went a little bit, which is fine. No big deal. You know, they're just going to stay grouped, stay strong, and then eventually work their way where they need to, based off of that. Taking a look at the rest of the map here, looks like it is just Shrimzy left alive for the Soniqs, and he is running directly up to where the Digital Athletics are, and it's going to be Code Marco who stands up from the watchtower and just eliminates the Soniqs there in 14th place. So I think they're all right. I mean, they've been able to chain together some good games leading up to this, so they're fine. Everything's fine.
I think it's Liquid that is feeling pretty good this game. 2 kills, 3 up at the moment. Most of those kills, actually I think all of them are from the Soniqs. Taking a quick stock, we actually haven't looked at the zone too much. We had FaZe slowly encroaching upon the Oath position, but they decided better than to push in when they have the entire southern side of themselves. Who knows, the zone could easily shift down to the south for them to not commit to this. We have 8 players from the same team up here on the northeastern side of the zone. No, it's Tornado Energy and then a Metagaming here. Both teams in yellow, both coming in from the same region, and both with very similar strategies coming in so far. These teams having some repeated skirmishes throughout the games today.
Yep, they're just, you know, wanting to be neighbors and just saying hello to each other and, you know, just exchanging shots and then moving on their merry way. You know, it's just how it is. You know, why make it easy on us? You know, all the same color teams just always want to be right next to each other. It's fine, though.
TSM versus Liquid going to be the name of the game, though, on the northwestern edge. Iroh holding off strong, trying to get the trade after his teammate goes down. However, it is too much. He has to back off behind this tree with a ridge in front of him. He will be able to find some cover. Can he get some kind of a trade? I think that he might be able to survive as Team Liquid rotating around to the side. Remember, Liquid going into this fight with only 3 players up. They need to play very carefully. Can't just get a kill and throw bodies at the problem. K-Mine still low. These guys running very low on supplies at this point. Ibiza and Mixie holding up front, while K-Mine going to be popping the first aid kit from the rear. Zone going to be pushing these guys in relatively soon, but they still have a few minutes to take this fight. I don't think that TSM sees this fight, or this flank from Liquid coming.
Yeah, really good reposition. Mexie's going to get the opening. Quickly traded by Meriku, though, so only going to be 2 left alive for Liquid. Quickly traded once again by K-Mine down to a 2v2 situation. Iroh backed off to the compound because he needs the med. Shots with Fex, and he gets the knockdown to 1 HP. So it's just going to be Iroh left alive for TSM down inside of the building, just going to try to do what he can to survive. And I got to say, great reposition out of Liquid, coming more towards the edge of the blues, that they only have to worry about what's in front of them and not having to worry about anybody rapping on them. TSM trying to go for the same play, but Team Liquid just beat them to the punch in that
What
sense.
can I say? This is not a 15th place team, and they have just shown us that. They have destroyed this team in a 3v4 scenario, head-to-head, no third party for them to worry about, and they were really allowed to show their stuff. Now, FaZe 3 is going to start shrinking. Iroh can maintain his presence here, so we're going to see if anything else is going on around. We have Ferox kind of encroaching on the Northern Lights dual compound split. Probably not where you want to be in this scenario, but relatively centered. FaZe will be having to move in from the south very soon toward those warehouses, and it looks like the northeastern side has mostly resolved itself as well. So the only real question is what is Ferox going to do about Duel here as they get... What actually is going to happen here? They've gotten 2 knocks onto Duel. Only Lampalot's alive on this team.
Yeah, Duel looking like... I mean, they have a building there. They can just kind of hang out and relax, but... Ferox is able to get so many shots in on them. They also get more shots. Perfect. So walking up on the hill is going to get taken out. Batalin says, well, it goes down in the middle of the street. Not sure exactly what Duel and Northern Lights were kind of, positioning around there to try to get some shots in or pick a fight or do something. I don't know.
Is this just like a hidden god spot that we're seeing right here, or is Ferox just playing out of their mind right now? As I say that, Cozy getting a little dome to his dome from Relo. Should be able to back off and get that res. Grimsby trying to clutch that one out. Well, the Deep and Spyro still holding their ground. Very susceptible now that Maluk is in a 1v2, but we're seeing in the kill feed K-Mine get eliminated as Iroh apparently has won his 1v2 on the northwestern side.
Well, would you look at that? Iroh coming up for TSM, and that's going to be Team Liquid out of the game. Unfortunate for them. Yep, but that's okay. Ferox, they're coming down into the compound now. The Deep is going to spray some shots onto Grumps as he was just running down the open face of the hill. His teammates not able to get the trade. Stolen away by Gustav, but the rest of Ferox are now breached into the compound. Gustav actually going to get the knock and flush onto Nikos as well. The Deep gets flushed. Just Spyro left alive for Northern Lights. There's only 2 members left for Ferox. So FaZe Clan picking up a few kills there in the little scrappy fight that's happening.
And this was a great time for them to be getting more active on the map. Their position, their old one, is not in. So at this point, they have a couple of solos and duos to deal with, and they're fine. Let's see if the 3-man of FaZe can actually make this happen as they spot Spyro. Oh, he is not in a good spot right now. SKS shots coming out, but Gustav able to pick up the slack there. Good stuff there. While Cozy and Sweet Soul doing the best they can to hold their ground on the east side. Their compound's in. They're a duo. They're not feeling great about this, but hey, they're not going to get electrocuted to death by the zone at the moment. But they might die to some lead being thrown at them from the FaZe boys.
Yep, so FaZe up in basically in the spot where Ferox previously was. They do have Gustav over there. Oath going for a vehicle rotation right through the lowlands of the core. You're going to be pulling up right next to Digital Athletics. Still driving in their vehicles. Relo taken very low, almost gets ripped out of it. He is going to stop on a rock, go for a first aid. And DA very close. They're in the watchtower.
I've never, ever seen that play before.
Bro, they just sent it, Sometimes that's all you gotta do.
Frag so far ineffective from the surviving Oath players. A very, very scrappy attempt here. And it looks like Sniggers might have made something happen, though, trying to prone it out in this game. Shinboy left behind here. So going from something, or from nothing into something here. Very, very ballsy play there by Oath. But let's see if Shinboy can win the 1v4 here, as RÄHINÄ are coming down in force from the southern hills. 4v1. Shinboy with a couple of frags. The flank here from RÄHINÄ is just too much. Stratosk is able to find him out, as RÄHINÄ can be continuing into the northern side. Reload getting found out as well. Sniggers, last player alive in this team.
Yeah, they had 2 Ronis. I don't know why they might have left Shinboy there. He might have been anchoring so Omaken couldn't overpeek at the vehicles on the ridge, I'd imagine, coming down over on that angle. But FaZe trying to clear out Ferox here. It is going to be Gustav gets the elimination onto Sweet Soul.
4 kills.
So that's going to be Ferox going out in 11th. FaZe up to 5 kills, 4 on Gustav. Shaping up to have a pretty good game for them. FaZe, FuzzFace, already being productive, making his way across the street into the compound. They're going to try to find an opening to go up the hill for his team. Very, very scary situation going on here for RÄHINÄ, as they're forced into the low ground of core. You never want to be here if you can help it. But right now, luckily for them, there's no team controlling, I'm just going to call it Snaker's Hill right now. He's the only solo up here. Lambalot is joining him as a good old cuddly solo snake, but there's no one here to take control of this. DA are playing very passively, content to sit here on their hill, and on the northern side, we're probably going to be seeing Metagaming and Tornado Energy either take control of this compound or fight each other before they make their way down south to this hill. There's actually a lot of freedom for these teams that are on the south side due to how many people are just simply dead this game. Yeah, I think what do we got here? We got 1, 2, 4 solos. Taking up 4. So you take the solos out down to 6 teams and 24 alive, and there's one of them. A little bit of Cast a Curse. Iro is going to go down. TSM goes out in 10th place. Did have a few kills to go their way, so not too bad of a game. RÄHINÄ down inside the quarry. They did pick up a crate, but now they're gonna have to get out of the quarry, well, at least, or they can go play that western side. FaZe is going to be overwatching from those buildings. Omaken going to be coming up north from their buildings, going to try to work their way in, but they're going to be going straight into DA, who find themselves still hanging around this guard shack area, and they're going to have 2 teams coming up. Thunderlost is going to get the shots onto Sizzle, and that's going to open it up for Omaken to try to run up on this hillside. DA having a ton of food to chew on right now. Let's see if they haven't maybe bitten off too much, though, as they're trying to just choke Omaken out of this game. The frags and the sprays come in, almost take down Quetpod down, but he does get the knock on to Page. Jempty getting flushed now as well. Omaken, they really wanted to avoid the quarry fight, but as a result, oh my goodness, they thought that this would be easier, but it certainly was not. DA, the team coming in from the north, was pushed back as well. This DA roster, I don't know what's going on, but they are looking very, very strong at the moment. Yeah, I mean, they were almost caught with split intentions, having to worry about 2 teams coming in, but they wrapped up. Omaken pushing in very good. It's just Critsum left alive for Metagaming as he's snaking over there. They're going to have another team coming up. RÄHINÄ is going to be coming in from their south. They might be a little distracted, but Sixmo is going to spot that push coming up. No knocks, but he is going to get 1 member down very low, so the rest of the team should come over here in just a second.
Well, that might have gotten him killed.
What's going on? Yep.
Oh my god.
Stepping up over the top. Thunderlost not able to get the knock. Actually, it's going to be... I think it was 18 that got the knock on that, but shots being exchanged still. Code Marco is down. A lot of death to the zone. Where's the final member? All 3 of these members are dead here. It's going to be Stratos just sitting down in the quarry, still being an anchor for his team, snaking it out. That one stun, dude, that stopped the entire push dead in its tracks. That one bad stun from the RÄHINÄ team. If that goes where he wants it to, they don't get self-stunned and they can keep pushing into DA. But as it stood, as you did see that correctly, they did get shot in the back while they were holding back. And Anonymous, the player who kind of scuffed that in the first place, did die as a result of that bad nade as well. So sort of the entire push coming down to 1 grenade like that, very, very unfortunate. However, DA still with 3 up. They do lose their foothold inside the zone by one of these yellow teams, by Tornado Energy, trying to back off over toward the unbelievably empty, relatively center zone compound. We see games 1 from here, and no one wants it right now. Yeah, Tornado Energy, they're going past it, occupying the hill here, which is, you know, if they're going to take control of this entire north side of the hill, then, you know, absolutely no reason to hang out inside the compound there. They got to be careful, though. Don't spread yourselves too thin. You are going to have a snake coming in behind you. The snake of RÄHINÄ is going to get found out, and that is going to be 5 kills for the member on DA. Are they up to 9 or 10 now? They're either way, they're having one heck of a game here. This full sub roster as well. Once again, coming in for DA as the other ones are currently participating in the DreamHack qualifiers. And then they're coming up
Oh,
huge,
no, what happened?
except for Sixmo, unfortunately, falling off the cliffs into the quarry and is going to knock himself.
Very unfortunate. Silva with 10 kills and a top 7 placement. This is not a small amount of points. This is a very, very strong game on this Sandhawk map that we are seeing right now as they continue trying to sneak their way in. Now, FaZe 7 going to be popping here, benefiting only a couple of our solo Soniqs. So all of our teams, which is to say FaZe and Tornado Energy, are going to be forced onto this hilltop. The only question is, how are these two teams going to handle it? DA rotating on the south toward FaZe. These solo Soniqs that are peppering this hilltop, going to make this living hell for anyone action. But even more is going to be Christoph, who, as his last act, is going to even the odds. So no 4-man teams are left up at this point. Can Melman get rezzed? I don't know if he can.
I don't think he is going to be able to get res. I think even if they hold it right now, the zone is there, so he's going to be down and out. And every single zone favoring our Snakes so far this game, Seal.
Oh no, DA. Oh, they have no idea. This on the other side of this rock. You can see the barrel. Thunderloss in the distance as well. Lampalot. Heart must be beating 1,000,000 miles a minute at the moment as everyone's waiting to see what the zone's gonna do. Rifle trained at the other side of this rock, but oh my god, Katipa goes the other way. Is he gonna survive? I can't tell. Oh, the jumping, did he see him?
No way.
He did it the last one.
He saw him that time.
Oh my god, Katipa.
Oh my god, unfortunate for Lamp. I'm pretty sure Lamp heard and saw both of them, so he maybe could have tried to go for the play, but just trying to snake it out, you know, it's fine. Looks like Maluk from the Houston Harshness also did get found by FaZe, so that's 2 solos going out. Snakers, your only snake left alive for Omen, or Omen, Oath. I don't know why I said Omen. Oath. Coming in over on the east side of the zone. FaZe going to be coming in on the south. And
how are we feeling about FaZe comms?
Everybody's kind of turtled. I'd be down. Yeah, let's make it happen. To see
let's go ahead and see what they have to say as we go to the last phase of the game.
Yeah, one is far right.
Wait for them to
Not
fight.
far right.
That was him.
One team died.
Tornado. Could be 2v3, 2v3. Could be.
I'm smoking right side a lot.
One is far left, one is far left. Nice.
Far left.
2 up.
That's Tornado.
Yeah, 2v2.
We could go left together, I don't know. I think we should do something together.
They have more zone. They have more zone for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Wanna commit to left around together?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Do you want sneak or?
I'm just hawking your ass. Yeah, just sneak.
Far left one.
One is far left. Far left. Nice, nice. 1v1.
I'm crawling for info.
Yeah.
Are you mistaken on me? No, that's the knock guy. Sorry. That's my bad. Sorry.
Neither in the blue. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh no, that poor miscomm at the very end, just drawing his attention just long enough for Tornado Energy to get the win. Heartbreaking, but still, such good mechanics. He almost got back from it, almost got those shots, but Tornado Energy able to clutch that out with a 9-kill win.
Yep, coming in for the Sandhawk Chicken Dinner. Gustav, yeah, like you said, almost closing it out there. Second place, 6 kills on Gustav, 9 total for FaZe for them. And, you know, both of these teams are, you know, 9th and 11th coming into this game respectively. So, you know, a good Sandhawk performance definitely going to help them boost over towards the left side of the leaderboard as we, you know, close out tonight with our 3 Erangel games. Third place, though, you know, I gotta mention the subbing in roster of Digital Athletics coming up huge. 13 kills and a 3rd place on a Sandhawk game as they did very well holding out that east side over there.
I gotta say, I feel like they are the real winners in this game. Like, they I mean, first of all, there's just the narrative that they have a ton of subs. In no world should they be playing this well. That's awesome. But also, like, just everything about that is like it's a lot of points. The way they were playing was, I don't want to call it greedy, but I feel like it really shouldn't have worked. And there was a lot of reliance on individual solo play, splitting up as far as they did, as late into the game as they did, and it still worked out for them.
Yeah, they're just making it work in whatever way that they can. It's kind of a little odd. They were kind of snaking in that guard shack for a while. They ended up getting Shrimzy. They got a few members of Oath coming in as well. So, you know, I mean, they're making it work. They're making it work for sure. So when I'm sure the other roster does get here from the DreamHack qualifiers, they'll be like, oh, hey, nice, great job, guys. But yeah, these sub players showing that, you know, they are definitely a strong group of players, and that they you know, are doing fairly well for themselves.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring Quizzy from Tornado Energy into this game and see how he feels about that win. Quizzy, how are you feeling, man?
Yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, I think I feel good because when actually we won the game. How you can feel about that?
Yeah, one against FaZe. That was an incredibly weird endgame, I felt, because your team was there on the north side, and when you actually arrived at that compound around like Phase 6 or Phase 7 and found it empty, like, what was your reaction? Did you think that was going to be a free location for you to play off of?
No, actually we thought it's gonna be we will have a rough game in that compound because we thought it's gonna be taken because it's like a center of the zone. But actually, when I started to like searching our position in the zone, then I killed the FaZe. We actually understood that the compound is free and we can play freely there. So it was like, I don't know, maybe because of the hardships it was like not taken, but in any other games it's always taken. So it was like maybe a bit of luck for us.
Well, you know, hey, nothing wrong with being a little lucky every once in a while. So for that game, you guys were in 9th coming into it. You guys, I believe, had 9 kills in the chicken dinner. So that's going to jump you guys up to a pretty good spot on the leaderboard. And are you guys going to, you know, it is Sandhawk. We only play 1 game a day for Sandhawk, but are you guys definitely going to take this momentum and try to translate it over into the next RÄHINÄ games we have coming up?
Yeah, probably yes, but like, you know, the games that we had and we had in ninth place, I don't think that we had a lot of mistakes that we were taking. That's mistakes were like, you know, of the not the team mistakes, but the mistakes of the like individual. That's why we haven't got so much good games previously. But in this game, it's probably a lot of luck and individually we were good, so that's why we won. But actually, we could like lose to the FaZe because I didn't do well. I didn't spot like the Gustav, I think, and because of that, we could like lose that.
Yeah, funnily enough, we were actually listening to the FaZe comms at that point, and a miscomm from your downed player actually made the last FaZe player look over to the side. So that was incredibly close in so many different ways, but you guys did a great job holding that out. All right, anything you'd like to say to people that are watching and rooting for you before we head off to a break for the next game?
Actually, can I speak in like my mother language?
Absolutely.
Спасибо всем, кто поддерживает. Хирузену привет и ждите следующих игр. Всем спасибо. Yeah, that's all.
I hope you said good things that we won't get in trouble for on there.
Yeah, I actually did.
All right. Have a good one. Good luck in the next game, man. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll be taking our foray into the RÄHINÄ games. Hope you guys have had a good time watching the games so far. We'll see you in a few.
This is how we
All right, fam, we ain't going to be wasting any time. We're going to be going directly back into some really cool stats that we have been gathering with the help of the twire.gg folks. They've been compiling all these and sending these to us in some very, very beautiful formats. First, we're going to be seeing what the top kills look like. Nothing too different so far. Excuse me. So far, Sparking still riding on the game 1 high with 9 kills, adding 2 more in about 3 games, I believe. But people are beginning to come up short. With Example, Thunder Lost, Katipa, the 2 subs from DA, and then Iro and Mime. Off camera, we have a lot more people with 8 kills. Strimzy, I believe, actually, it has to be one of them, considering we had last game. But yeah, so are you surprised seeing any of these names up here, maybe instead of other names, fam?
I think it's a little too early to call. I think we're 4 games in. Everybody, is still, it's the finals lobby. So arguably, we got the best of the best players and teams in the games. So, it's I don't want to say, the individual region qualifiers, some teams could have been, a little bit more of a free farm. But these are the best of the best teams. So everybody's, having to pull their own weight. Everybody's doing work when they need to. So we do see, a little bit more even amount of kills, I think, spread across, the top parts of the leaderboards. All really good players up here at the top. But I guess I will agree and say that the subs coming in for DA, they're absolutely doing really strong. You got 2 of them in the top 5 for kills, with 8 total. I know it's a pretty big tie with at the 8 kill mark, but I mean, I'm sure they're all good players in their own right. So it's very good to see them coming in here and doing well.
Let's go ahead and take a quick foray into the damage part. Sparking once again on top there. Luke 12 is the second place player there. New players here are going to be Jempty as well, and then you got Code Marco in 6th. So a couple and they're going to be joined alongside with Relo and the Deep, of course. But the big story here is that Sparking is going to be the hottest player around right now, and that's interesting to me because I thought that Sizzlin was sort of the star player for this team, but that is not at all the story we're seeing today.
Yeah, I think it just it does kind of re-solidify my point that at this level, that you're the best of the best. Everybody on your team has the potential, to have those performances and really break out and be extremely impactful when they need to. So yeah, Sparking had that really impactful performance in that Miramar game where he had 7 kills. He hasn't been able to pick up too many kills since then, but he still is, pumping out a ton of damage for his team and being effective, in situations where they might need him to be. So he's doing very well.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see what the leaderboard has to say. Looking very similar to our qualifiers, except for Northern Lights is on the top of the right side of the leaderboard instead of the left, with sitting up there with 20 points. But on the left is, of course, going to be Oath. 20 kills, 48 points for themselves. They're playing a much more conservative style when they feel like they can. An 8-kill win and a 4-kill win, if I'm not mistaken. Quite frankly, they have gotten fed hard so far. So I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing OSIT up here, because I am definitely aware that they're a team that when they get the opportunity to, they can frag out. But I feel like a broken record whenever I say this. They're a team that they're more than willing to take a fight in certain kinds of lobbies, but I feel like when you have these teams that have these okay, we go out and frag out in this lobby, but we play more passive in this lobby, I feel like they might be lacking practice when it comes to playing in a less frag heavy style. And I don't think that we can say that Oath has kind of figured it out yet, because they've gotten fed so hard as they have in their 2 wins.
I think, yeah, they are getting fed, but I think it's them just being able to exemplify that, yeah, they're a very frag heavy and aggressive team, but in PUBG, when you're gifted zone and you're gifted situations, you have to understand hey, we're in a position to win this game. We don't need to do anything too crazy. So the fact that they're able to kind of tone it back and still play that little bit of conservative play style is very good. And I definitely have to give credit to probably Wolf, their IGL, and then probably their coach Trevor as well, who are teaching those young kids, those young fraggers, the old ways of PUBG. since Wolf and Trevor have been around for an extremely long time.
Yeah, old EG boys, them.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and see what game number 5, our first touch into Erangel, has to offer us. Not gonna be anything too crazy. Once again, looking very reminiscent of our Miramar flight plan. Pretty much just kind of west to east. A little bit more north than folks would prefer, I'm sure. All of our Millie and Primorsk teams going to be more than a little miffed to see this, but with the West Coast being what it is, if they really want to get a Prim, they should be able to reasonably find a car. I think this is going to be a relatively chill flight plan.
Yeah, it's gonna be, nobody's gonna go towards the mill base, I would reckon, for this one. So we should, even stretching towards Ferry or down towards Milta can be, a little bit of a tough one. But I imagine everybody's probably got something figured out about where they want to go or what they want to do here. Probably see a team go Zarky. Might even see a team in North George. I think. Well, I think one of the European teams actually is like
Northern Lights, Zarky? Northern Lights, Zarky? They did it once. Are we going to see it again? Question mark.
I've seen Shoot to Kill go Zarky before.
Oh, hot drop for Zarky. Oh, I see a couple of colors as they begin to populate in the game.
I think it's just Northern Lights going up towards Zarky.
Yeah.
FaZe is actually going to go towards North George here.
Well, I guess you really could get to Milta Power if you honestly wanted to here. So this could be a deviation from the normal style. I'm a relatively big fan of North George, and honestly, North George is kind of like a reskin Milta Power in this game of things. There aren't like a ton of car spawns, but there's like a lot of loot. It's kind of in a similar edge of the zone, so like theoretically it's a very similar spot, but in practice the rotations will be somewhat different. So hopefully they practiced this, but at the same time they're not going to be very contested either. As long as they stay away from South George and Gatka, they will be fine. However, speaking of Gatka, this looks like an 8-man Christmas squad that we're seeing drop in the outskirts.
Absolutely love it. Houston Hardships coming over. Lobes trying to stretch for Gatka here. Looks like some of the RÄHINÄ players are dropping down on North Gatka. One got a vehicle, maybe Tavo. He's got a bike here, and I think he's going to try to go for some runovers.
No, he's getting loot.
No, hopping down into the town, so that's going to force all of the Houston Hardships
to
float over towards the west. And
fist knock.
There is a vehicle over there for.
Hold on.
But yeah, we need to go watch what's going on over here.
Okay, so we saw a double-barreled shotgun followed shortly by someone using their fists to kill someone. Now Mixie looking like he has paid with his life for such a BM start to this, while in the meantime the Soniqs across over to the east side can be trying to control the northeastern bits of Pachinki. So Profi, the main character here from this team that is in a lot of trouble, rocking the P92 and a double-barreled shotgun versus Ibiza's drumroll Scar. That's a little unfair.
Yeah, gonna be a little unfair. Let's see here. Ibiza does have gear and a helmet, so does Profi though. So they're gonna be taking here. But off screen, we are gonna see the Houston Hardships get completely eliminated.
Oh my god.
A lot of dead bodies here. I don't know. But they got chased in some way, shape, or form. RÄHINÄ going to be picking up 4 kills and taking over Gatka for themselves. And they are in zone, so they can delay their loot a little bit. But yeah, Houston Hardships going out in 16th place.
Bro, Houston Hardships is DOA. Like, this is it. If you go down like that, then I can't imagine a single person in the world that does not tilt off of their chair. Like, that sounds, that looked awful. They lost the drop, they lost the car spawns, they lost the loot that they had forfeited the car spawns for, and then they just got gunned down like dogs on the side of a hill. Like, that wasn't a team fight, that was genocide.
Who guns down dogs on the side of a hill? That's so savage. That's savage.
I mean, they need the points, dude.
That's savage. How dared RÄHINÄ do something? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
They need the points. They're actually in the underdog position that I was hoping they wouldn't be in. But when I mentioned underdog position for RÄHINÄ, I was expecting more like a second place, not a last place. They will be getting a couple of more points this time around. But that's actually going to be clearing that up is going to put them in a pretty good spot because phase number 1, well, it's going to be a phase circle as Fuzzface soon to be joined by Itzy, is going to be in dead center of the zone. Them and the Northern Lights will have a wonderful position for themselves. But as we're seeing in the kill feed, Digital Athletics once again fighting for and winning this compound. We saw them fight, I think it was Exalt for it. Yeah, it was definitely Exalt for it. And now they're fighting Duel for it, winning both times with completely different rosters.
Yeah, so I don't know what why they are kind of like fighting awkwardly at the J compound here. I mean, if someone was dropping on the J compound, I'd probably just go ahead and drive away from it, because realistically it's not the best compound. Yeah, there's the vehicle spawns around it and then the hard spawn garage, but seeing 2 members of DA here come the rest of them.
Slowly.
Oh, well, yeah, they were gonna come over, flip their car. Hopefully they don't get punished for that. Cherry is gonna spot their backs as they run over to the compound. I'm pretty sure Digital Athletics, why would they not just loot like Rob proper and then let Duel have swaps? I don't know.
We can talk about that later, but like right now, because I have some very similar questions. But right now, Duel taking some shots in open field did not get the knock he was looking for. That is going to give Michael the distraction that he needs to run across open field, however. Vector SLR, he needs more kit. He has no meds as well. In the kill feed, we're seeing TSM going up against STK over the 4 buildings over here. Vard versus Pretty Curdy as he spots him out in the open, almost finding that knock, while the rest of TSM fighting inside. Gonna lose one to Alo, but looks like Iro able to get the trade there as they made that 2-man push into the compound together. So will be obtaining Cube for themselves, but the cost of one of their players' lives. STK similarly, after they lose 2 players, gonna be backing off to a much more conservative position.
Yep. So should have killed, lose 2. Uncivil did crash. Alo was in the compound. TSM crashed, and so Uncivil came to try to join and help, but power and numbers. Props to them for being able to take one of TSM with them with the quick insta flush.
DBS.
DBS over inside of Pachinki though. Profi was holding the staircase. He is going to get the knock onto 2. K-Mine was there to pick up the trade as the 3rd player just rushing it through the stairs. But here come H-Win and Mime. They're running it over. He's getting called that they're down on the stairs. Only one res came out, and it's a Molly. It's going to get the knock on Ibiza. Jeems isn't going to be able to get revived. K-Mine, he's going to jump peek the window. More utility is going to win. There's the finish onto the 2 players. And Mime from down below is going to get the shot onto K-Mind in the window. Oh my goodness gracious. Soniqs have wiped Liquid clean out of Pachinki.
Yo, where's Porosaurus? We need to get this guy in here so he can just really bring out his American pride. Oh my goodness, Soniqs are, maybe they're not doing it with all of these hot drops, but between the point total, between the hot drops, the Soniqs are wiping the floor with Team Liquid.
My goodness. Yeah, fortunate the Prof you have to have a DBS there. I mean,
that is not a sentence I thought I would ever hear in my life, fam.
I know. I mean, 3-man pushing with a through a staircase like that. A shotgun would be a good weapon to have, but why not a shotgun that you could shoot 14 shots with without having to reload? I don't think he got 14 shots off, but definitely probably the best gun to have in that specific situation. It is going to be Mime that ends up picking up 3 of the kills, so going to add him to the top kill leaderboards most
11.
likely. But yeah, but zooming away from that, we're going to take a look. 303 here inside of a very strong compound. They do have Omaken split out in the hillside in the doubles to their east. Omaken actually has a really big split right now. They have the 2 you see on screen. Jimpty is just to the north, kind of in the flat ground where that shack is, and then T-Bone is at the bunker in the shooting range. So a really big split coming out from Omaken.
I feel like this is half for loot and half for area control.
Yeah, they're going to want to be careful with this the later they hold this, as more teams are going to be coming around.
Yeah, these guys have like very few, well, I guess the 2 to the north have very few meds. Page is sitting there with 5 first aid kits, and Vasco there with 3. So hopefully Jempty and T-Bone can get a resupply at some point soon if they continue to maintain this split. Because something that you do need if you're going to split this far wide out is, sure, the mechanical ability to not die on your own for free without teammates there to back you up, but also, like, you're going to get tagged. You're going to get shot. You need to make sure that you can actually deal with that and handle it without just sitting around at 50 HP, 60 HP, or something like that. It's very, very precarious over there for those players.
Yeah, I don't know. What are we doing over here? Like, I don't know. Let's see here. So Cherry's still in the app, still looking at J Compound. while Lamplot and Michael are to the north looting. There's a knock here. So Cherry got that knock. The res is there. I don't know if Cherry has a vehicle. Lamp and Michael, they obviously have vehicles as well.
This is so weird.
Yeah, I wish we could have just like had the camera only watching this the entire time, so I could even try to understand what.
Well, yeah, but 4 of their fights happened. like we saw 2 massacres happen earlier on. Cherry with some beautiful SLR shots fighting Quetpa. This is incredible play from Cherry, but also if you're Digital Athletics, like this is such a weird situation. Quite frankly, I think that we're beginning to see like, all right, this team might be individually very strong. They might be like one of like the best teams that Turkey has ever put out, mechanically, but they're not used to each other in the slightest. Like, and it doesn't help when Duel is similarly playing incredibly strangely.
Yeah. We can go ahead and keep watching this, but I'm kind of watching the mass migration of vehicles that's going on the north side of this map here with this phase 2 shift. Lamplot's gonna get oh wow, the Mosin it's in the game now. Nice.
Yep. Let's see what he can do. This functionally identical. Let's see if he can find a knock here onto Thunder Lost, as he has him flanked pretty hard alongside this tree. TSM's Michael, or TSM Michael, not TSM, just part of his name. Michael off to the nose trying to help out a little bit, but now we do have Code Marco spotting out Lamplot, forcing him back behind a few more bits of cover. But like you said, there is some more stuff going on in this game besides a couple of nerds blue tanking. This has gone hard to the west, and it looks like Oath is going to be trying to sneak around here between the Northern Lights hold. Looks like they've made it pretty well so far.
Yeah, they're just kind of threading the needle right down the road.
Whoa.
Northern Lights is going to be coming down to the base of the hill to get some more shots in as well. But looks like they are going to be able to safely get away. Very dangerous there with the buggy. Potentially lost a tire and spun out, but they do make it into the bowls over here on this north part of the zone, just next to the compound by Zarky.
Very good.
And yeah, they're just going to be hanging out there. So
Northern Lights, I think you dropped something.
Just gonna roll on out. Would it be a shame if it rolls in the bowl? And
what if they intentionally did that, trying to get a roadkill to open this up?
Just a little distraction, you know. That's all.
I'm distracted. I don't know. I'm looking at that random car just rolling on by. Now, Relo is going to be continuing off west. There's a lot of compounds here that Oath could want to grab, but as long as they hold this spot, anyone coming from the east is going to have a very, very hard way to make it into this area. But what's going on in this game so far, fam, is very similar to the Senhawk game. We're having a bunch of teams heavily overcommit to a lot of these early fights. See this, whatever the heck
whatever
is going
that
on
is.
here.
Yeah, whatever that is.
We had Houston Hardshifts get gunned down on the side of a hill while they had no gear by RÄHINÄ. And then we had in Pachinki, Soniqs and Liquid result in only 2 players alive from Soniqs, Mime and Huynh, as they come in from the west side via boat. So this game has, I was going to say artificially lost like a lot of players, but I don't know what you'd call people dying as a result to like make this game kind of slow down a little bit in the mid game. But that's just going to result in more teams able to get into these kind of like 1v1 fights. If anyone wants to commit harder than normal to a fight, and if they understand that this low player count is, you know, what it's causing, they have a pretty big opportunity for themselves.
Oh boy, yeah. Got a big stretch in there as you were discussing all this fighting. Yeah, it is. You know, we expected hot drops, we expected early fights, but consistently to continue happening. Granted, you know, it's the first day. You know, teams are, I guess, adapting to each other. They figured out what they want to do on Miramar. Sandhawk is a one-off. You don't really, you know too much about what teams are specifically going to do on that. And then this is Tool Lamplot dies to the zone, unfortunately. And you know, first game at Erangel, so yeah, we did see quite a few, you know, contesting and teams kind of doing a little wild stuff in the early game. But you know, I love to see it. Early fights, early action, making it happen here in the 303 league. So Ferox, they're going to be driving in towards the edge of the zone in the valley. Phase 3, it does have North George still in play. River kind of a little bit on the south side of the map. Zone going to come north through. Cozy, he is going to keep on driving, going up the hill taking a lot of fire towards his vehicle. They're just going to plop it right next to that tree, hop on out. He's going to be careful because Northern Lights are right up the hill. Could probably see him.
Yeah, Bagdalin has active eyes, and Cozy, despite looking this way, didn't see him through the trees. Bagdalin waiting for just a steady shot. Might be able to find it soon. Tree coverage kind of goes both ways. Very difficult to spot exactly when that player is easy to hit right now, but I think that he's calling in his teammates. But look at this, Spyro spotting out Cozy here on the left side. Or with some help, as the cars that from Ferox began rolling on in will be going back the way that they came. Can't go towards TSM's compound, can't go up this hill. Looks like they might have actually wanted to stay on that shed, but I'm not sure that's a winning play either. Sweet's going to be going back over to it, while Grumps and Nikos is going to be heading down a little bit further south between TSM and Shoot to Kill.
Yep, they are going to grab this kind of hilltop area, though. They are kind of halfway down the hill. They might eventually work up. TSM putting a lot of pressure on them. Shoot to Kill actually only 2-man strong into the compound just on the other side of the hill. So this entire hillside, except for the exception of Northern Lights on the far north edge of the zone, and then HC just playing, you know, the bottom part of the spine that kind of stretches south here is completely open. Is normally a spot we see pretty congested. Taking a look over here, 303, putting some pressure on Omaken as they try to rotate by the Flames area. Great shots coming in from D-Rich, not able to get the knock though. Vascu stopped next to him, just to his right.
Left behind.
Spot that up. He's in the blue, left behind in what's going to be a really tough situation.
Yeah, frags coming in. Molotovs just forcing this guy out into the blue. He's going to take a phase forward chunk. You do not want to be inside that. Alex is even really wanting to get in here, but no, they had to call him back. D-Rich getting his car. 303 has had enough of this fight here on the edge, and it's a good thing too, because Duel's coming in from the south. 303 is going to want to reset soon, not overcommit to this Omaken player, but Man-Bun, the coach, you didn't go to driving school, but does he know that? Oh no, he definitely knows that Man-Bun's here. That's going to be the freest skill of Vascu's life as he takes him down. At least getting a little bit of value in what is almost certainly going to be a lost cause. But as Duel comes in, this is going to be a flank here from Vascu, an honorary member of Duel, but this zone is too much. He actually misses the first aid kit. He will be able to get a second one off, and with Michael being the last player alive from Duel there to the south side, but getting a ton of damage to the 303, he might have actually done it. Alex, the last player alive. The smokes were not thrown out early enough. They did not respect this fight, and now Vascu finding the kill, as Vascu himself gets taken down by the Northern Lights. Where even was that from? Ah, I see.
Oh, just way across the way on the other hill, you know. But great shots. Pretty long distance shots coming in. Gonna clean that up. We do see out of the 4-man of 303 and Omaken coming in, it's just gonna be Michael coming in over there from the plains area, but he's gonna be coming straight down into the compound where TSM is at. I actually think they're looking at him on the south side though. We're gonna see the final member of Digital Athletics swimming in the river, gonna need to make his way across. Tornado Energy sending 2 members over to just this is such a terrible building to try to commit into playing. Like, it is just not fun. Like, even if you bring vehicles to kind of block that main entrance, like, basically the only super safe area is inside that shack, and even that shack isn't the safest because of the hill to the north.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where it's like, yeah, it's technically a building, you know, if you count like, a couple of quote-unquote walls as a building, but like, look, like, it's exactly what you said. We don't need to explain it anymore because we can see the results with our very eyes. These guys are able to commit no pressure out of the sides, but it looks like Fuzzface might have overcommitted to this, as we see Sparking, maybe some of his teammates, hitting some shots over his way. And while, yes, they did get a lot of damage on Tornado Energy, you don't really look to go 1-for-1 in situations like that, as FaZe going to move back over to the south and think about how they want to deal with this. That being said, Uba looking like he might have spotted out Ye over here at some point, missing the first shot by knowing he's there, but trading headers. Both players at one-shot headshot, but the frag coming in. Is this going to be good enough to take Uba down? It bounces toward the rock and brings him down. Code Marco making some good plays happen.
Yeah, so FaZe unfortunately going to be bleeding 2 bodies here as this zone closes in. Marco coming up with a big play. Honestly, is going to open up the east side of that hill for him to play if he really wants to, and it's not going to help him in the long run as he needs to go much more north. But Gustav is going to be stuck in the compound on the south side with HC still on the hill just to his north. So yeah, FaZe, just an unfortunate situation, going to be losing 2 bodies here. Over here in North George, though, getting very congested on the western side of the zone as a few teams are trying to make their way you know, up the hill. Anonymous for RÄHINÄ. He's going to be stepping up. He spots out Wolf from Oath. I believe it was Shinboy that's also there, but Snakers is a lot closer, so now he's just going to try to turtle up back down the other side of the hill.
Waiting for a little backup, but he hears exactly where Anonymous is. But oh, instantly landing a little doink there on the forehead. Anonymous is going to be emboldened by that spray, trying to push in for the top here. But the backup for both teams has come in. But oh, the flanking shots from Mime just ripping Anonymous to pieces. Saki, Stratus Q, and Tavu still playing inside their apartment buildings. And that is the reason why you see these cities kind of get to a boiling point. You have one player moving around outside. It's okay for a bit, but once it starts to make noise, that's when it gets bad. FaZe 5 going to be pushing North George out. Reload trying to get some shots into Soniqs. Will find the knock onto Quinn, but North George is not the place to be anymore. RÄHINÄ, Soniqs, arguably Oath, actually definitely Oath as they get shot in the back. All these guys in North George need to get out now.
Yo, those were great shots by Luke to get the knock onto Rello there. And Mime's going to see that in the kill feed, so he's actually probably going to step right up on top of this hill and try to get the flush and the steal on that. He's going to get some, his teammates are trying to come over for Oath, but Mime is going to get that elimination. He's also going to rip Wolf out of the car right before he dies. It's going to be Snakers that actually gets the elimination on him. So now Wolf is just stuck over there all by himself. No hope of getting res. And that opens it up for RÄHINÄ to come out of North George. Yeah, get on top of the hill. And now, fight the weekend Oath players. But also, Metagaming is going to come try their hand as well.
Yo, we haven't gotten Metagaming comms yet. Let's see how they're dealing with this whole North George situation.
Vou pegar essa pedra aqui, mano.
Dale, vayan juntos nomás. Yo me quedo acá mirando edificios.
¿Querés me quede con vos y con ellos?
Tienen que estar cara aquí a la izquierda, güey. ¿Subiendo, subiendo? Aqui. No, dois, mano. Ele nem viu a gente, velho. Eu vou pegar essa nega aqui da frente.
Tiene un cara aquí,
en la
chicos.
antena creo que hay uno, marqué.
Hay uno ahí verde, chicos, verde.
Ven conmigo, estoy. Están peleando.
Matou, mas ele nocou um.
Ele está aqui. Vou fazendo aí, anda, Cris, anda, Cris. Cuidado, aqui a gente toma da casa, mano.
Tá mais embaixo, 290.
Tem mole, mano. Ok. Está acá, Simpson, en naranja. Uno solo. Cajo 3. Cris, vení a mirar. Voy a ver atrás.
Se está moviendo.
Olhando meu ping, mano.
Sí, lo vi. Tá safe,
Tá por tá assim, tá por aberto, mano. Consegue matá-lo.
¿Tienen controlado eso? Yo estoy yendo a ver atrás.
Mata no azul.
No, vení.
Tá puxando.
¿Está pushando? Ok. Vení, Fe, nos abrimos por izquierda. Yo estoy lejos. Okay. ¿Lo tiraron? ¿Batulins? ¿Eres? No, grabos, solo así.
Estoy con vos, Silsen.
Ok, por acá.
Oh boy. That solo gave them a lot of trouble, but they were still able to clear up the southwest corner, take out everyone inside of South George. The only person really contesting them is the last player from Digital Athletics, which, how is he alive?
So let's touch on that. Tornado Energy tried to push that spine where FaZe Clan was at, so it was like a 2v2 fight. He kind of came up behind and third-partied a little bit, as well as Ferox, kind of had some influence over the fight that they were having. So FaZe and Tornado Energy getting wiped on that spine on the southeast side of the zone allowed for him to kind of swing over there and continue snaking his way into the later portion of this game. Zone continuing to shift up towards the north side. Northern Lights looking like they might have their bounce back game here, still 4 strong up on the north side of the zone. Compound where Purdy and Luke 12 currently hanging out still inside as well, so they're chilling very nicely. Metagaming need to make their way in. Northern Lights spotting out TSM over there towards the east. TSM in that low ground, they do have a small ridge that they can try to work up with. But they're definitely going to potentially be at a disadvantage having to play in that low ground as this zone closes in.
Yeah, if they run up directly for Northern Lights, Spyro is going to tear him a new one. He's holding the off angle real well here. In the kill feed, we're seeing Code Marker begin to make a play here as he gets his 5th kill of the game, gets his 2nd knock on a Sizzle, and oh my god, is Code Marker going to do it? He spots out Sparkling in the distance, gets him as well. Is he going to 1v4 Metagaming? Ragnar, the last player alive for his team, looking for the wide peak. Defensive frags coming out as they're just trying to throw everything they have, but look at this. Marco, 2 frags of his own. Is he going to take them all down right now?
No.
Oh my god!
My God, what an absolute animal. Code Marco 1v4ing Meta Gaming, getting the eliminations, securing 4 kills, more placement points. Why not just go ahead and throw them at him? Absolutely incredible play coming out from Code Marco there. My goodness.
Couldn't say it better myself, man. That guy's insane. But we have more fights. Ferox versus TSM coming out here. Grumps now the last player alive, trying to hold an off angle. Sees Mercury in the open, going for a spray. Finds him. Last player alive from his team. TSM's Iroh is the only player from his team as well. Very, very bad fight for both of these two teams. But Northern Lights, they can smell that they can maybe get a couple of points. They're coming up right on Grumps' rear. And oh man, I don't even have time to go to his camera before he gets gunned down by the Deep and Bachelin. Northern Lights, you called it a few minutes ago. They're in control of this game. No one can even begin to contest them anymore.
Yeah, definitely fortunate for them, though. They're able to just basically waltz over and kind of capitalize on that full fight that broke out between TSM and Ferox. Iroh going to try to go over and get the res onto Mariku, but, you know, little does he know, over there on that south side, Code Marco, he also came over to take some looks at what happened as well.
Oh,
but he is going to be taking
no.
out. The Deep going to steal that knock. Going to go ahead and get another +1 for Northern Lights. He does know that Iroh probably is behind the same tree. Smoke's coming out. Zone going to go even more north once again. Very trending zone shifting coming out here for this specific game. Marco hearing those smokes, understanding he's probably around that tree, is going to go for the nade. Iroh is actually going to run up the hill right in front of him, and he's going to get the shots in on, oh no, it's going to be the Deep from long away. Going to get that final headshot with the SLR, doing a lot of damage. Going to pick up that kill for Northern Lights.
Oh my goodness. In the meantime, just beneath all the clutter and chaos, SDK making their way to the top 3 very silently with only a single kill. That being said, sometimes the game just gives you a compound, and this is one of those times. However, we have Mr. 1v4 Code Marco, the animal, on the south side of the zone. And then we have STK. These are 2 very, very strong forces to be reckoned with, and we've already seen one 1v4 this game. We might see a second.
Yeah, might see a second. Who knows? He's going to stake his way out even longer, shoot to kill. Eventually might have to get active and come outside of their compound. But, you know, it's going to be a slow, probably next 2 circles here for the rest of this game.
Yeah, the TLDR is that Northern Lights, this is their game to lose. They have high ground advantage. SDK cannot move up this cliff face safely. The real wild card here is just Code Marco. How he plays this is very important. Is he looking for kills? How confident is he feeling? Or is he just trying to get that deeply coveted second place? Just because you've been playing, I like what he's doing right now, just because you've been playing ham so far doesn't mean that you're just capable of 1v4ing every minute of every day. He got his 1v4, he got his kills, now he's trying to get his placement points too. I think that he'll actually be able to do it as well, depending on what the zone does. As long as Code Marco does not get spotted by Spyro and Bachelin, Northern Lights will probably maintain their focus on this compound, and especially if they actually spot SDK, go really hard in holding them out.
Yeah, they know he's still alive though. Like they gotta anticipate that. Hey, you know, we've seen this guy in the kill feed. We haven't seen him die yet. He's been popping off, so they're definitely probably still gonna play with the mindset
Spyro
that hey, this
mini?
guy is over there. It looks like he did drop his mini. I don't know why. It looks like he's just gonna finish the game off with his scar. He will be a-okay, I guess. But yeah, so they're just going to be waiting, shoot to kill, probably still just going to hang on to the corner of their building. Northern Lights is going to hang on to the top of the hill here. Code Marco is going to be making his way in ever so slowly. Probably going to see what, we got 20 seconds for the zone to start closing. Probably another, 40 seconds for it to close. But, oh, Purdy's getting active. Let's go.
I like this, but I'm a little bit scared too. I think that the Deep might have spotted this move. Oh, definitely. Spotting out Purdy, looking for a headshot, only finding a body. But what's even scarier is that now he knows that he's been spotted. Northern Lights knows exactly where he is. They know exactly what angle that he's on. And Luke 12 cannot follow him up that. He'll be trying to smoke his way up the clip. But Bachelin is starting to get active. Code Marco might be getting in range of these guys soon. But Purdy is continuing to receive fire here from that northern edge of the zone. Not where we're going to be at all. And Code Marco, he just twiddled this up. He's eating his sandwiches that he packed for his picnic. He's having a great time in this radio tower world. Purdy is in literal hell.
Yeah, just you know, Purdy's trying to get a little adventurous, and he might pay the price for it here. trying to make his way up this hill. But I mean, in hindsight, though, whether he's sitting there with Luke 12 in the compound or not, I'd imagine they probably get third. I think Code Marco will probably be able to snake his way in, and Northern Lights might wipe Luke 12 first. But you never second or third either way. Northern Lights, pretty easily looks like they got this one in the bag.
He's trying to help as much as he can. Purdy Curdy continues to take damage as he moves up between these trees. Code Marco still sneaking up from the radio tower, now proning here on the right reverse slope. So he's not going to be taking shots at SDK anytime soon. This might be an opening. Oh no, he's so dead. Oh god, they're fragging his tree. A little bit of low ground. They don't know that this frag actually hurt him, but at the same time, with the deep going for these really big jump peaks, Code Marco's gonna be forced to make a move here. Might as well a single header, but he gets taken out first. SDK in second place, but no knocks. 2v4 coming up.
Yep, Northern Lights, they're going to be closing this game out. Luke 12 going to go down, trying to make his way out of the building pretty on the
Kill
side.
point!
He's going to catch Batalon slipping a little bit into that one secure point. Great headshot coming out, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be Northern Lights closing out the chicken dinner here on Game 5, first game of Erangel for the night.
All right, well, Northern Lights, they are the top team from the E qualifiers, and they're showing that they have what it takes to make their way through this lobby. That being said, these games are so weird, fam. We're looking at 46 alive, 48 alive, and phase number 2, and that makes the rest of the game just easier for everyone else that's left. It's just easier. So if you're not one of those teams that are fighting in the early game, then you're allowed to play like Oath and just rotate past areas that should otherwise kill you. You're allowed to be like Northern Lights, who just take these very, very wide, greedy splits that end up giving you control over the entire northern half of the zone. There are some teams that are reacting so well to the amount of space they're being given, and there's a lot of teams that are intentionally adding on to the chaos. Duel comes to mind. All of these Liquid versus Sonic fights come to mind as well, with the punching knocks. I don't think that Houston Hardships intended to get and be added to the list, but they did end up being forced onto it by RÄHINÄ. But there's just so many teams that are getting into so many of these early game interactions that we don't normally see in more established lobbies.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of like one of those adaptability things, mixing of lobbies, mixing of regions. We're going to see teams overlapping with, their intentions and their drops, and, their play styles of where they like to play and how they like to play them. And, there are, like you said, there's been a lot of that so far in these games. Some of these teams may or may not be able to, kind of get it figured out just yet. But as the games go on, I'm sure eventually the things will get sorted. Teams will figure out how they want to play the rest of these finals. But I do believe we have the interview ready. It's going to be Vitalin's over from Northern Lights. How is it going today?
Yo. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's actually a very difficult day for us. We have a lot of mistakes in our games. If we would play as we played like in qualifiers, we could be in the first place, but at the moment we're a bit lower. So
yeah. So that actually kind of like leads into, I guess, what my kind of question was. You guys were sitting in 9th place coming into this game with 20 points. You did have a 10 kill chicken dinner, so that's going to bump you up to 40. A nice, good little jump for you guys. So is it more just kind of like, the individual mistakes that are kind of, putting you guys at fault today, or is it, just the new teams that are kind of like playing in ways that you may not suspect that's kind of being a little troublesome for you?
As to be honest, there are two problems for us. The first one was an NA ping. Yeah, like we are the team who are always fighting with others. So we like to take fights versus other teams, and we had real issues with this. So sometimes we just could not kill the boys from North America, but that's okay. That's anyway, like they also have some problems with the Euro servers. And the second thing is that, we had a lot of mistakes, individual mistakes. We died like in 4 games. In like one member of a team always was dead. Yeah. So that's why it was a bit difficult for us to play our game, our play style. But I hope we're gonna play better next games.
So all of these games have been incredibly active early on, which is to say a lot of people up until now, including your team, have gotten killed very early. In fact, even last game, there was 46 alive. Do you feel like these more sparse circles and there being so much people that just aren't playing as many spots in the center, do you feel like this is something that your team is good at capitalizing on? Or do you think that it differs from game to game?
I can say only that we play good when there are a lot of people alive. Yeah, so we have good central spots and we play fast a lot of times. But so if there are not a lot of people alive on the map, so people are fighting, we are just okay. We're okay. If there are a lot of teams who are alive, we're just playing from the central spots and do our game, do our play style, our pushes the compound. Yeah, so we feel okay playing with any teams. The only thing that I can say that when we started playing with American teams, it's much more space on the map. Is the only thing I can say. Like everybody is want to make kills somewhere, and that's why there is a lot of space on the map, I think.
All right, well, thank you so much for your insight, Badalin. We have the next game up and running, so we gotta jump into that real quick, but we need to take a break, rest our voices as we go into the 6 out of 7 games today. Hope you guys have been enjoying the game so far, both players and viewers. We'll be back soon for the 6th game going up on Erangel.
My car don't look like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
All right, welcome back, boys and girls who are watching the games today. We have a couple of stats that we've been putting up, but let's go ahead and quickly highlight some of the overall kill stats that we have been blessed with so far. Fam, Code Marco is he's gonna be talked about for freaking ages. He's gonna be recording his gameplay and just making montage after montage of some of these games. He has 15 kills, but I don't even know how to feel about this. The original DA roster is back, but but they were doing great before.
I know, right? So yeah, he absolutely incredible performance that last game from him. He did pick up quite a few kills off screen before we saw him go for that 1v4 wipe against Meta. And yeah, so eyes are definitely on him to kind of it's like, hey, who's this new guy on you know, in the scene. But it looks like I'm getting some word here from production is that he's actually an under 18 player or underage, so he can't play PCS. So unfortunate, but
Oh
hey,
man.
up and coming star coming at you. Yeah, so he is actually going to be at the top of the kills leaderboard with 15 big ones after that last game. Second place is going to be mine with the performance that he did have that last game as well. Rounding out in a tie for third now, Sparking dropping down tied with Iro for 10. And then we do have another tie for fifth place between Example and I Seal. How do you say this name? It's one of the DA
I already
guys.
moved to a different tab.
Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, so one of the other DN players as well.
So-
The other tab I'm assuming is the scoreboard,
Yes.
correct?
But real
All
quick
right.
before we start talking about scores, so Digital Athletics are in first place. Are we going? Are we going to see Digital Athletics perform better or worse with this roster? My heart wants to say better because it's the normal roster, but how do you perform better than first? Like, are they going to get even more points? They've already gotten to first.
You know, so the sub roster that they had, I will give them credit. Incredibly strong performance. We even got them in here for an interview, so we kind of discussed it a little bit. They played very, very well. I'm not going to discredit, the regular Digital Athletics roster that we also is now going to be joining us here for the rest of the games, welcoming them back as they are now done with the DreamHack qualifiers. I'm not going to discredit them as well because even in the games for the EU region, the EU qualifiers, I guess they performed very well as well. They had a day where they had multiple wins. They are always seeming to get really strong placements. So I don't want to be the guy to say it was like, oh well, their sub roster did better than their regular roster because realistically, my expectation is that their regular roster does good as well.
That being said, the real takeaway is that individually, the play of the three subs that came in was phenomenal. So they should be feeling proud of themselves, and their normal roster should be incredibly thankful for them. So I hope that all the DA fans remember and support Code Marco and the rest of the boys that helped DA get as far as they did, but now it's time for the OG boys to come back and put on a show. Speaking of a show, we have Game 6. Players are loading up into the plane 30 seconds before, and this flight plan, maybe the last one, I oversold a little bit on how normal it was, but this one's going to be a little bit more normal as well. But once again, I'm worried about Houston hardships. Last time, it was very difficult for them to have an efficient drop to Gatka. They will not be able to do so this time. What's their follow-up? Their OG drop didn't work. They can't even go there this time if they wanted to.
That's a good question, and I think we'll find out here in just a second. I don't know what either of the teams, because there's a lot of teams that aren't going to be able to actually make it out there. Shoot to Kill, has been changed. Their new drop spot is Sogo. We saw FaZe over in North George.
Yeah, they're just going to go Melt to Power though.
Oh yeah, well Oath likes to go over there too, so we got to figure out. They might contest Oath on this play drop here.
FaZe versus Oath hot drop would be pretty sexy.
That it would be interesting, but taking a look real quick at the very beginning, Shoot to Kill looks like they're going to be reverting back to their Yasnaya area as we see RÄHINÄ's going for Severny. Omaken's down in Yasnaya. Northern Lights going to be taking Stalberg, Kameshki right at the beginning of the plane, early drop. If you're going for an alternate drop, you can try to do it at the beginning of the plane. So not a good one there for them. But taking a look, here at what's happening around the school area. So it's going to be the original DA roster now coming in. We got some TSM members floating overhead as well as Duel here. Going to be dropping down as well. Let's see here. So TSM looks like they're not really caring to get involved. They're just kind of floating over to where they normally would go. Digital Athletics, they have two members dropping here at the J compound. Lampolot's going to grab the vehicle, go into the school, or go into the apartments, cherries in the school. Woolly's up towards the northeast, looting the compounds over there. So
too much information here, man.
yeah. So I was looking at the map. I was just kind of processing in my head. I was going, that's my bad.
Well, the Pachinki fight is potentially going to be happening here. Again, we have Shrimzy, YOLO, Dolo, Solo, Nerd making his way in. Profi's shoot has actually been really bad going into this. Ibiza has pretty big potential to strip kill him for free unless Shrimzy can get something going here. This is also incredibly greedy for Soniqs to make this play with 2 players in the outskirts, but Shrimzy going in and tending to try and get the spawn dossier for himself, while Ibiza, he's hunting down Profi, and hey, Profi, remember that Bison kill that you got before? I think my skin's better.
So yeah, actually, Soniqs don't even make it into Pachinki this game. So Liquid, they had better shoots. They float in there. They are going to get the knock onto Profi. He is crawling away. I think Ibiza will probably get the flush here, and I personally wouldn't risk in any situation trying to go over for this. Yeah, okay, so he's
safe res.
Safe res, right? The call no. So yeah, Profi's gonna probably die. It's got a 6x SLR though, so he might be no. Yeah, he's gonna die. And Liquid, Pachinki is theirs for this game. So do we chalk this up as a win in the hot drop for Liquid this game?
Well, last time I wrote off a team, they got 3rd place with 10 kills. That would be Digital Athletics. So, it's hard to say exactly. Right now, Pachinki was one, simply due to parachute mechanics and planning. You know, Profi just dying for free because he just landed a little bit short of what it looked like he intended to go for. Good reaction by Ibiza to sort of take him down there. But other than that, looking like Houston Hardjuice will have a much more chill game for themselves, but they will be cut short on time as far as their loot goes. I don't think they've even stopped anywhere. And they're already a minute before zone shrink without having looted at all so far. So yes, they have cars. Yes, they're safe. Yes, they're alone. But despite, this being in quarantine, that being a good thing, they do need guns, which is also needed in quarantine. Never mind. They do need to have some guns for themselves. And they're not going to have much time to get them either.
Yeah, so they're going to be, especially, this northeastern zone going to be setting themselves up for a tough early game, even more tough, I guess. Well, I guess it's not as tough as getting wiped last game in the early game. But Omaken here, Paige was able to spray away Uncivil and Purdy, who were coming over to his warehouse compound that he was at. So they're shoot to kill, just like, we don't really need to contest this too early. There's only 2 of us. We don't know how many are there. Do just go ahead and back off, scouting out other areas of the map, as the rest of Omaken actually come up and do regroup to hold this warehouse here.
Mm-hmm. So looking like it's gonna be relatively chill for now on Stalber. Teams really don't like committing up here if they don't have to, unless they drop exactly in Yaz. Mostly because there aren't that many good spots to hold, but also they're not, so the spots that you get to aren't very strong. They're not going to actually win you that many fights like other compounds will. But also, if you have to leave it, it's like leaving a city. It sucks. So I'm going to be seeing a lot of teams sort of figuring out if they want to commit hard to the Salber half of the circle, or if they want to commit harder down south in the Yasnaya outskirts. So we're seeing Ferox commit to the Yasnaya outskirts. We're seeing Omaken kind of thread the needle between the two. And Northern Lights commit to their Kameshki drop as well. So all these teams that are coming in late will be eventually fighting here for the Yaz outskirts. But right now it will be Ferox that gets the first piece of the pie in this regard. I want to hear these boys soon. I think that we actually have their comms, but we never really found a good spot to hear from them.
Yeah, just to think everything's kind of worked out, but they're gonna find themselves, so they're 4-man stacking this compound over here right now. When there's nobody really around them, they probably could, split it up, take a few more if they wanted to.
Are you on a call with Grumps?
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's just, the caster IQ translating to in-game player IQ. They just understand. They understand. They were just waiting to
Coach
regroup.
LFT, by the way.
Oh.
No.
No.
Just coach.
No.
Just coach over here. Yeah. Well, Grumps is gonna be moving up to the north. I feel like he plays a lot like Zoidmate in this way, where he just kind of moves off and tries to, get solo kills, do a lot of relatively risky scouts. Sometimes it works, sometimes he dies for free, just like our other OCE player that he sort of is very similar to. but at the same time, he's gonna be much more conservative. He's not gonna be holding this spot. He's just gonna be backing on off when he realizes that, hey, I'll get shot if I stay here. And this time when he got shot, he has friends to back him up, and he is inside of the vehicle. So good plays here so far from Ferox as they go for a 4-man stack here.
Yeah, you know, still phase 1. Lots of things can happen, especially what's happening down here on the south side of the map right now. 303 is just in a cross-vehicle battle. RÄHINÄ vehicle explodes, knocks himself. But D-Rich does get the knock onto Critsum and the flush. That's a
Hold up, we know we gotta get 303 comms. It looks like they're actually going ham on this. Let's see what they have to say here in game number 6.
One guy is on my mark.
Yeah, I'm going up above him.
On blue, right?
One guy's not. I'm not sure where.
They're driving. He's driving. He's driving, Rich.
Under the road.
I can't see that
Blue on
guy.
blue mark, guys.
Yeah, I can see the drones down.
I gotta move a little bit.
One is driving. One of them is driving away.
I think one's
on the road now.
I'm coming to you,
Inside,
Sophia.
inside.
You went inside, for sure?
Yeah, for sure.
There's a UAZ going right around here.
No, he's below you. Inside as well. Nice.
No,
I'm 1 HP, I'm 1 HP.
I need to hero, I need to hero.
Last guy's north.
Can you res or no?
I can.
He's far.
Really? Okay.
All dead, all dead.
Cool, boy.
Nice, good job, guys.
Oh my goodness, what a clean wipe for 303 onto Metagaming. No chance at this one to make any clutch plays. 303 snuffing him out in the bunker.
Yeah, good play by 303. Sophia coming up huge there, picking up those 2 knocks as D-Rich was about to get flushed. Also now able to get the res, able to get some extra loot as well. It's a good early game. You know, kind of a weird fight coming out from 303 and meta, but they make it happen. Up here on the north side, though, Shoot to Kill is going to be pushing right up to where Duel are at. We got Michael and Wooly Uncivil just going to be creeping up, and I don't think... so they must know Alo's in this compound, but I don't think they know Uncivil is on the low ground here.
Probably spotting each other on this peak right now. Let's see what Uncivil can get done as Alo holds the angle. Uncivil may be waiting for more reinforcements, which are certainly coming right now. SDK might be overcommitting to what they was hoping was a 2v2, but now is turning into a 2v4. Other SDK boys off further to the north. How hard do they... Wait, is he gonna get... Oh my god, he actually dies because of it! Oh no!
Oh my god, so Cherry goes down. Uncivil. To be fair though, with where he was pulling up, I think Uncivil would have shot him even if the buggy didn't flip like that. But yeah, that's super unfortunate. They're going to immediately turn and try to get the trade. They do get the knock. Alo gets the return knock on the Michael though, as he was trying to go down there for that. So now, after all said and done, it's going to be a 3v2 here between Duel and Shoot to Kill.
Oh my goodness, 2 of our NA powerhouses trying to fight against each other, but after a couple of PUBG things, hashtag PUBG things, happening to Duel, they're not starting this fight off in a good way for themselves. Luke 12 and Purdy kind of holding the angles, allowing Alo to potentially go for a flank. Oh my, I just missed it. Luke 12 blowing the brains out of Lamp a lot with a nice, well-placed SLR shot, while Alo trying to take down the retreating Bully. Can he find this knock? It'll be a miracle. Looks like no, as he sends it over the ridges. Duel Wooly. Let's hope that his brain has more ridges than Stalber can offer, because he has to make his team proud of being the last player alive going into phase 2.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for Duel there. Like I said, I think with where Cherry was pulling up, that even if his buggy didn't flip out like that, that he Uncivil probably still would have shot him, but that's still super tilting to have something like that happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
If I'm in his position, I'm 100% blaming the game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Wooly does full send it. He's gonna go middle zone in the middle of the Yasnaya field here for phase 2. Everybody else gonna be rotating back down south after the zone is probably gonna lead to being, you know, a south of Yasnaya kind of hot spot area where you want to be. Wooly.
Oh, this guy's getting crashed.
The wizard is where you want to be on these types of zones.
Yeah, that's where you want to be if you're a squad.
Yeah, exactly. And so Wooly's gonna be there as a solo. Might have a team crashing on him later in the game. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Slow rotators, not slow rotators, late rotators.
Slow-taters.
Yeah, the slow Houston Hearts is coming in on the south side. Wooly, no sight on his... Oh, he's going to find SLR, though. 30 bullets, so... This is a 300 IQ right here. He's swapping DMRs to make it seem like there's more than...
Fire that, too.
Yeah, go to... Yeah.
Do it. Come on. Okay. Yeah, Wooly not going to be firing the double barrel. That might be a little bit too... Might be a little bit going too ham on the distraction, but a lot of our Pachinki teams are kind of coming up on each other. Soniqs getting a potential opportunity to get revenge for Profi. The new installment in the Star Wars franchise, Revenge for Profi. Mixie kind of off in the Wizard Tower on his own. Rest of Team Liquid inside of the gas station. Very hard to find the knock on a Mixie, but hey, it's possible.
Yep, it is possible here. And gas station is, you know, especially with one in the Wizard here, Mixie's going to want to be careful that, you know, he doesn't take too much any unnecessary damage. Might cause someone to come in and crash his location. But they're hanging out over here. Nothing too crazy. They got their vehicles hidden. Mexi, it looks like they're just kind of waiting for the zone to close in. Soniqs don't look like they're actually pressuring too hard either. They're kind of focusing on how DA is repositioning their vehicles right now. TSM, they're sending someone. Iroh's going across the field right now, and he's getting called back. I think they probably just spotted out that a player maybe went back to the yellows. He was
Is there a Monster Energy sponsorship in PUBG?
Oh,
I'm not aware of.
Wow. Yeah. The new dinosaur skin or whatever.
Oh boy. In the kill feed, we're seeing Fex being on the wrong side of it. SDK Luke 12 able to find that knock and flush from across the Asnaya Bay. Miracu gonna be splitting up the Iroh, where before they were just looking for a place to call home. Now they're probably gonna be finding a place to chill out for a while. And this is gonna be even harder as 303 get fed hard shift to the south, gonna benefit a lot of our latecomers here on the southern side. Houston hard shift, FaZe, 303, Oath, all teams that are gonna be benefited by this, but they're now starting to jockey for position with each other. Some shots being exchanged here as RÄHINÄ off in the background getting themselves the Alamo compound as well.
Yeah, 303 Big Fed hanging out at the half barn. Wooly left his Wizard Tower. He's going to be driving into the dip. Oath here going to be regrouping. Yeah, let's see. They're going to be driving down to the south here. I think Lobes is in the dip that they're getting ready to pass on their right. Their teammates are in the trophy room. Looks like they're just going to head to the south and grab the junkyard. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess that's all right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I got Soniqs still trying to trolling around. They could potentially crash a web spot. It's very crashable in these outdoor dippy locations. But they will not be making that play quite yet. Southern side's free, no reason to get themselves potentially killed or down to 2 men this early, especially with Chuba coming in to help out there as well. So Soniqs looked like they were able to get a better position with that southern shift. Team Liquid going to be taking their old spot. I originally had put Soniqs in an inferior position to Team Liquid simply because it felt like Soniqs wouldn't have been able to rotate east, but they ended up being able to go south with what the zone did. So now it's kind of Team Liquid that I'm a little bit less sure of. Feels like they might have to shoot their way through someone. I don't know if they can rotate through this.
Yeah, you know, they might just go ahead and wait till the next zone shift, and then I want to see someone just, you know, just go prone it out in one of the cool, like, little craters in the Yesnaya field. Definitely, there's the one big one that you can literally just go prone in, and no one from any angles, even Volcano, can't see you, which might be where Six Smoke, oh, no, nope, he's not going to the big one, but he is going to A Bowl, so he's going to be hanging out there. And TA Lol is going to get knocked by Ibiza. Inside of the compound there. So Team Liquid looking like they might actually pressure this compound. Jeems coming down, gonna go right in after that knock. And the rest of the DA, they're not there to immediately respond. And it looks like they're actually just gonna leave him.
Some micro positioning gonna force them to retreat from that crash. 6-Mode unable to help there as well, so it would have been a 2v4 on defense. You never want to be in that spot. Great call from Team Liquid to sort of call DA's bluff about how strong that position was as far as the manpower they had committed. That being said, they're not in a weak spot in this area by any stretch of the imagination. They're gonna be able to hold this for quite a long time in this game.
Yeah, and DA now hanging out inside of the bowls that the craters that I just mentioned after losing their teammate inside the compound. Liquid, though, they do take over the compound that they were previously at, but they're gonna have to get forward. Northern Lights, oh no. Ferox has no idea that it is going to absolutely explode that vehicle. Grumps goes down immediately. Nikos is going to be laying prone there. Probably expect more utility to go ahead and come in on this one. Oh, he's actually going to get picked apart by Purpose from the compound out to the east. What? Oh man, what a
make him proud, Cozy. Friends are dead, looking over you, but people rotating on by as well. The Deep waiting for it, but Spire spotting him out. That's going to be the Deep's cue to get aggressive, trying to shoot Cozy in the back. He hears the buggy spool up. 2x Scar Spray is what the doctor has ordered, but not quite going to get the job done. Cozy going to be trying to follow TSM on that rotate. Where did they end up going either way? They're still rolling. Miracu and Iroh looks like the only 2 players left from this rotate as they continue onward, maybe toward Houston Hardship, maybe toward DA. That's going to be 2 teams fighting over the exact same spot. TSM want nothing to do with it, but they got to stop somewhere soon. They cannot survive driving around in this field.
And Miracu's going to come right back over to Iroh. Not going to have to use smokes to survive. And they got a nice little dip there, actually, where they're able to hang out. Looks like they were trying to go for the dip where Digital Athletics had just popped right up next to the Houston Hardships in. But they are in a shack. 1 molly on that shack window. Don't even have to, make it in. And yeah, there it goes. It's going to set it all on fire. And oh, looks like it actually didn't spread to the inside of it.
I thought it went through the window.
I know. Usually with mollies, you just have to hit the side of the wall and it'll actually spread inside of it. But it looks like that one.
I think that was patched out.
Did it? Oh, was it?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. Unfortunate. I think that's pretty fine, especially if you're a Digital Athletic fan. Smash and 6 doing their best to hold their ground. Houston Hardships, sooner or later, if they want to spend enough utility on this, they're gonna find the knock. But at the same time, you know, you're 4 up. You're in a very reasonable spot, especially with this particular shift. But you don't want to commit too much of your utility, especially if these guys aren't really hurting you as well.
Yeah. Oath though, they you know, I was kind of, you know, when we were watching their rotation down to the trophy room and then Rello's at the junkyard, they I was kind of like, that's kind of hovering, you know, that's a little bit more on the south side of the map. They were on that hill where TSM previously are, where TSM are, you know, but it pays off for them. They're gonna have control over both of the only compounds on the south side of the map, as they're putting a lot of pressure over towards RÄHINÄ out on the east. And they're hanging out. Up on the north side though, we do see Team Liquid trying to make their way in through the field. Tornado Energy is here. Melman's on the hillside to the south, holding the tank. It's going to be Alaya up close and personal, gets the knock on the Jeems here.
He was like looking at his head while he had the frag grenade out. That was an insane spray from Alaya GG. Example and Melman gonna be trying to reposition to help out a little bit more. Alaya still in trouble, but came onto the far right side, able to find him out, catch him out of cover. But Team Liquid came on kind of left behind as an anchor in the blue, while Mixie trying to play some recovery here with the zone. Came on coming in to help out. Trying some close range support, but the frags might be too much for Team Liquid. If these are lucky enough, they will take Team Liquid down. The res does come off, so they're only going to get re-knocked. Examples, reinforcements coming in as well in this 2v3 scenario. Team Liquid on offense.
Yeah, this zone hurts. So the second they go in the blue there,
didn't see him.
He's probably just going to go down. Up over the top, K-Mine's going to get the shots in. Onto Example, he is going to go down. If he's going to get traded, K-Mine is going to go down to the zone.
Oh!
It's going to be Melman, and Melman cleans it up.
Wait, you could have wanted to.
Come on! For Tornado Energy. As well, he could have ran in the zone there.
100%.
That's actually a little unfortunate, trying to go for the first aid. But hey, you know, it would have been close either way. Great play by Melman though, able to close that out. Team Liquid going out in 13th. Tornado Energy going out in 12th.
Now I saw a Wooly that was here before. Let's go ahead and see. Yep, there.
No, Wooly died a while ago.
Yeah, I figured that was the case with the entire format of FaZe being where it was before. But oh, look at this from Silers, making some crazy plays here on the side. They did spot it out even with the engine off, and almost dies as a result. He's trying to buy some space for his team and might have done so with his positioning alone. Sophia gonna see if he can follow him in, but now Silers is gonna have a lot of pressure on him very soon as he decides to peek this.
Omaken gets taken out in the kill feed to Northern Lights, but Seisler, he's going to try to spot out Luke. Well, says Silers.
Exactly.
Words are tough, Seal. Right, words are tough when you're trying to talk. Sophia's coming around as well. Slow engine cut on that vehicle. Going to try to drive over to that shack, but looks like going to get stuck, forced to stop here. D-Rick's going to get the knock onto Uba, so staying back at the compound, able to provide a lot of support and a lot of pressure as his teammates are positioning inside of the zone in front of him. FaZe going to force to go for the reses on their knock teammates, so they're not going to be able to put too much pressure on D-Rich coming out of the compound.
I'm liking this theory we're seeing. A lot of them, though, are getting into some more fights. Yeah, SDK actually going to be targeting Sophia, so he couldn't really help with that FaZe fight. But Silers and D-Rich doing a pretty good show so far, trying to see if they can get some frags over the volcano. Spotting out Fuzzface out of the bowl, getting those shots, getting that knock. Silers, is he able to help? I don't think he can. But yeah, once NLT realizes that he's there, they're going to be able to find that knock on him real soon. He is going to be bleeding out. And Silers goes down as well to Once again, Northern Lights, actually. Very surprising to see 3-3 go out there.
Yeah, Northern Lights actually very active, just playing in from the north side of the zone for this game. They're up to 10 kills total as a team.
Oh,
so
wow.
chaining together
Oh,
some very
no,
good games
maybe
here.
12.
They're also going to spot out TSM down here in this bowl. Nate is going to go right on top of them. They are prone, though. It's only going to knock Merrick. Shots coming in from the deep, though, going to finish off Iro. That's going to be TSM going out in 9th place.
You know we're getting these guys' comms later, but right now we're going to wait and see if they get something done beforehand. SDK looking like that they might be getting aggressive here on the north side, trying to get FaZe out of the volcano. Running out of cover phases, HC and Gustav here, but there is a lot of people around, actually. NLT potentially could engage onto this if shoot to kill isn't careful.
Yeah, I think Northern Lights, they're kind of regrouping, hanging out over there. FaZe able to kind of work up towards the shack on the side of this hill. But yeah, they're in a really tough situation. That nade is looking good. It does a little bit of damage. Not going to get a knock, though. So Gustav and HC trying to make the push up. Smokes are there to block out the cover that shoot to kill had. And it looks like they're actually backing off to favor trying to move towards the zone.
Yeah, they try to go for the zone, but it just kind of feels like a battle for 8th or for 7th place at this point. Houston Harchers are still here, as well as DA. That's a lot of 6 players of pressure that can look up that hill without really looking at each other. With Purdy Curry going down as well, it's not like Shoot to Kill can reliably shoot their way into the zone either. Alo getting in the bike. Is Luke 12 going to go with him is the real question. They're looking like they're getting pretty antsy. Alo trying to find a new place to go home, but FaZe and Spire are firing their shots at the exact same moment. FaZe going to be in the top 6 now, as they now try to shoot their way past Northern Lights.
Yep, and we're also going to see Soniqs in the kill feed get taken out as they try to leave that dip on the southwestern side. It was Oath that did pick up those kills, but Northern Lights working in here on this north side of the zone, down to 3 members strong. 14 kills, though, coming out for them, and they are going to try to push towards FaZe. Yeah, let's go ahead and listen to the Northern Lights as they go for this push.
Здорово, не палить.
Ребята,
Там еще.
Негде играть, по сути.
Он близко у меня играет.
ФРки.
Уйдешь? Я тебя прикрываю.
Да, уйду.
Я тебя прикрываю. Вижу его.
Я ушел.
Ну, мухая.
Хорош, лучше. Смоки главное.
Под собой надо играть.
Забрал.
У нас нету тачки? Нет, за зоной далеко.
У меня 2 смока.
Будки чел.
На двойке я могу
им замолить. Смоки раскидывайте, гайс. Смоки под будку. Быстрее.
Тут
смоки я скинул
смоки. Окей.
Я пустаюсь.
Да, я не пробежать, только будка. Да, у меня 2 смока. Раскидывайте,
я просто смотрю.
Еще лучше.
Надо скидывать.
Меня ног не поднять. Просто по смокам проходите и закидывайте ему молики, скорее всего.
Парни, не надо.
Вообще никак.
Да?
Не, вы можете еще замолить,
Можно попробовать убить.
Далеко, очень.
Да подойти по смокам.
Влево по смокам.
Уже в яме
Влево.
В яме 2 чела, парни.
В левую сторону.
Мы не пройдем.
Мы не пройдем, я взрываемся, парни.
Ладно, можно попробовать.
Скоро не надо.
Окей.
Yeah, they have decided that friendly fire and denying the kill points is a better way to handle that situation. Not too surprising. I haven't seen such a violent way to deny kill points yet, though.
Yeah, right. I mean, so they do end up going out in 5th. A great game. They were up to 15 kills that game. It sucks to see them have to end such a strong performance in this game from them just not being able to make it down a hill because every single other team in the lobby is taking shots at them.
Yeah.
But denying the kill points is what any team in that situation should do. Taking a look at this zone though, we do see RÄHINÄ. They're going to be making their way out, playing the ridges on the west side of the compound as Oath is hanging out in the junkyard still after repositioning over there, and it's going to be DA and Houston Hardships that need to make their way out of that dip on the west side.
I really like RÄHINÄ. We'll talk more about that later as we see what Houston Hardships and DA do to try and get out of this one. 1v4 in favor of Houston Hardships. Might try to get their res on the smash, but the bike in the way is making it very hard to maneuver out of this shack at all. Does find the jump through the fire being put out there by Oath to the south. And Houston Hardships, similarly under fire by Oath, is going to be forced to retreat to their own dip. Feeling a lot like if Houston Hardships do not have smokes, they will die here. And even with them, I don't know what hard cover they have to work with on their side of the zone.
I don't think it's too much, honestly. So yeah, Houston Hardships here. They're probably just going to try to focus on getting the elimination onto the Digital Athletics, and then just kind of cut their losses, I reckon, on the rest of this. But Relo's actually going to get the knock-in flush onto 6 Mode, so it's just going to be smashed. So I don't know if they're even going to be able to pick up any of these kills. Smokes are coming out. They've been in this dip for a good while. I imagine they still have a decent amount of utility.
Smokes.
Yeah, cycling through for a while here. Yeah, Smash picking up that extra smoke. Going to be very well for them. I just cycled through the inventory there for the Houston Hardships. They actually have quite a few smokes.
Whoa! They're trying to run these guys over with some bikes. Not a single hit so far, but they do find some hard cover in the rear, but they also end up mostly killing themselves. Chubbaba going down on the wrong side of the kill feed. Maluke running him over. Oh my god. Half of those kills didn't even go to RÄHINÄ.
So they just drive right by them.
It works.
In favor of, well, I don't know if I'd say it worked.
Well,
they got one person to the wall. Chubba's crawling over, might be able to get res, but just a full sending it with the bikes over to play the wall. If they're able to get the res on the Chubba here, then it might actually be a little troublesome for RÄHINÄ.
Yeah, I'm not.
They're just on the open face of this hill.
Who called that from Houston Hardship? Because like even if the execution wasn't the best thing in the world, with obviously like one player dying to the bike, one player running the other one over, there's nothing for them to play on the west side. This is the only reason they're in the game right now. It might not matter, but anything you can do to extend your chances is always going to get you points here in the long run. Chubba, the last player alive after getting res, Maluk down on that south side of the compound. They're still... I can't tell if they're barely in here, but more importantly, we do have Oath and the Reload and the rest of Oath, rather, pushing into RÄHINÄ. Now that they've finally taken the Houston Hardships down, but the damage has been done. They've had to split their attention into two different directions. RÄHINÄ lost one in the process, and Oath have gotten up to their eastern flank. RÄHINÄ might be out of this.
As Oath stepping up to the plate, down to a 4v2 situation. Wolf. And who's the next to him? Shinboy going to be swinging around over here on the side of this. Relo is over on the west side, so they're going to try to pinch him out. Smokes are coming out to allow for them to get a little bit up closer. Wolf has a K9 in hand here, trying to spot out. Does spot out east there, but he is going to get knocked. A great spray coming out from him as Snake is now going to come off the roof of the building that he was previously on to get up close and personal here. And honestly, RÄHINÄ is holding very well.
Res trade potentially going to be happening here. Shinboy on the left getting Wolf up. Snakers holding the angle while Relo going to be backing off. They realize they have a man up. As long as they can get this res, reset, and then re-engage, they will be able to win this fight. Also, let's just try and like figure out where center zone is. I think it's about this road. Hard to say who has the advantage here. Mostly because Shinboy and Wolf's position seems like it denies a lot of plays from RÄHINÄ.
Yeah, I don't know. I think even when RÄHINÄ has to come up over that ridge, I think most of the compound will be out unless they go and play like the metal wall by the containers. Snakers, he probably will have to come off the roof before they are forced to come up over that ridge. They are throwing smokes. They might try to work this east side, but it looks like Oath is stacking up over there to try to counteract a push or block vision or just try to make some type of play here.
Yeah, I think I would love to see Snakers go up here on the far western side like you were saying, but it really depends on how long this ridge line of RÄHINÄ holds up. It's really, really important and kind of down to like a few centimeters as to how far this actually goes. Wolf still fishing for some hard headshots. One could change the entire way this game rolls out. Both always with so many of these smoke grenades able to play out in pretty much in the open. As you're seeing on the minimap, yep, Relo has indeed found his way over to the west side. Shinboy finding a knock onto Nookie. Missy out of desperation trying to look for a knock onto Wolf. Doesn't find it though. Both pushing. RÄHINÄ's in so much trouble here. Last player alive. Anonymous here playing the smoke. 1 shot left. 2 HP. Trying to clutch our first aid kit with the zone to his back, but the stuns, the utility, everything is being thrown at this guy. This is looking like a third Oath win.
Let's see here. Do they go for the pan or the throwable weapons, or are they just going to step around and blast him as he comes around the tree? And that is what they do. Oath going to pick up a third chicken dinner on the day. The first team in the entirety of the 303 Royale #2 so far to pick up 3 wins in one day. In this game, they do it with 9 kills.
Oh, man. Yeah, so the hat trick going for them, it's like... It's so hard to like put a T on what this team's good at because it really feels like the answer is just everything, dude. Like they're good at aggressive play. They're good at holding back when they have to. They even gave RÄHINÄ a little bit of space when they felt like they'd overextended a little bit going into the late game. Gave him that warehouse, and then it was Houston Hardshift and RÄHINÄ that ended up fighting a lot for that warehouse. So like if that was still Oath's old spot and they were 4-man strong in that warehouse, then that would have been them getting hit on both sides. So it just always feels like they make really, really smart end game decisions in these 1v1s, or in this case, in these 3-way team fights.
Yep, able to close it out, making and, you know, I touched on it a little bit during that game, like their positioning more towards the south side. You know, but thinking back on it, you know, that they cut the zone, you know, they did it because they were more or less trying to control, you know, their piece of the pie. It's not like they were just trying to, you know, all stack on one position and, you know, just cover angles from there. You know, they were definitely trying to branch out and cover a large portion of the zone that game. Notable mention going out to Northern Lights though, 15,
Oh
16,
yeah,
16 kills actually, looking at the kill count here coming in from them. But I think we are let's see here, gonna have an interview maybe set up for
yeah. Waiting on the
Oath.
call from production there. We've had Relo in here a couple of times. We haven't heard yet, so I think that we're just going to bring it over to a break. When we come back, we might have an interview, but we will definitely have scores and some other fun stats ready and waiting for you guys. We will see you in a few minutes when we get the 7th and final game up and rolling for you guys.
Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later. But you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go into the scores, we actually have a quick interview with Wolf. Coming off hot after his hat trick. Dude, you have been wiping the floor with these teams today, and honestly showing a style that we don't always see from Oath. Do you guys feel like you're playing different in some way, or is this part of your MO? What's going on here?
Well, I would say like 2 months ago, we were playing a play style that was very like different. We're like prepping purely to qualify for events, and it worked. But now that we have set lobbies, they're different and we have to play differently. So we spent the last month just like reviewing like VODs and deciding how to play, and finally a play style that obviously works really well for us.
I'm not going to ask you to sort of divulge your entire secret, but like between those two different play styles, like which one do you like better? Because obviously the one you're using right now is very effective, but do you sort of miss that old play style for any reason, whether it be because of its effectiveness or because of how fun it or different it was? Like, how do you feel about this switch?
I think everyone knows our old play style is called dips free. It's a lot of fun. We just love to just drive center from wherever we are on the map and fight for it. And it's very high risk, high reward. And our current play style is just a lot more strategical.
Absolutely. So speaking of those strategics, I actually was, you know, watching you guys position a little bit in that game, and you guys were favoring, you know, the big new warehouse with the junkyard area, even when the zone was a little bit farther to the north. But in the end, it does end up coming back down to you guys. So are you guys just playing, in that sense, a little bit more conservative, just controlling your piece of the pie, keeping track of specific zones around you, or what's going on?
We really wanted to be greedy and never give up that warehouse, but RÄHINÄ was actually really smart, and I called that if I left warehouse, they would know that we were split, and they would group on it. So they did it insta, so we kind of had to just group, but it ended up being like a 50-50 circle anyways. I think RÄHINÄ had the advantage positioning wise, but they were a 3-man because Hard crashed them. So luckily we had like full util still, but I get either compound could have won the game. I think if RÄHINÄ was 4-man from there, they would have probably won just based off positioning on that huge ridge.
Yeah, you guys played with your utility very, very well, though. Like, a lot of those smokes was the difference between you guys being able to hold them back down their low ground and you guys being forced to play the hard cover in your compound. Anything that you'd like to say to the people that are watching and rooting for you before we go into the final game for the day?
Thanks, everyone, for supporting us and to finish strong.
All right, thank you so much for those words, Wolf. We're gonna be going into some interesting stats and leaderboards before we go into this game. Right now, gonna bring up some stats that I've been told by our production team are very interesting, which is going to be damage dealt. I believe that, this is in the last game in particular. So we see Relo, we see Soniqs and Shinboy up there, but also Missy from RÄHINÄ up top as well. What do you make of this, fam?
So you get compound and you get to shoot at literally everything that moves around you. I would hope your damage stats as well as your kill counts will be a little bit up there. So yeah, Relo just pumping out tons of damage that entire game. Mise as well from RÄHINÄ, the second place team doing basically the same thing as both of those teams for a majority of the game kind of just got to sit in their compounds and just head on a swivel and kind of shoot at everybody. The Deep coming in fourth though, 662.
He didn't have a compound.
Yeah, they didn't have a compound, so most of the damage that they were putting out was to execute people. So I'd imagine he probably had 5 or 6 kills that game to show for his 662 damage.
Yeah, they were fighting big time like some big boys. But let's go ahead and look into the leaderboard before we start up this final game. Actually, I need to refresh it real quick, so give me a hot second here.
1 second.
Now, we did see DA in first place in the previous game, Oath in second place, but it's looking a little bit like that has been swapped around.
Oath is in first place.
Oath is in first place.
Oath is in first place with 70 big ones, a large portion of their points coming from placement today. As we mentioned, they three chicken dinners today. I guess the turkey dinner, if you want to substitute the verbiage there, or the adjective, I guess, for their 70-point total, 632 kills. Second place tied is going to be Northern Lights and Digital Athletics with 59 points. Northern Lights, there's 16 big kills. They're really jumping them kind of up, to where 2 games ago they were in 9th place on the top of the right side of the leaderboard. So now sitting in 2nd place after the 6th game of the day. Digital Athletics, they were pretty high on the placement points that last game. I didn't see how many kills they got, but nonetheless, still doing their thing. Metagaming, haven't seen too much from them in the past few games, but it seems to be they're still staying consistent up there in 4th place with 40 points. But we do see it's only the first day. We're only 6 games in, but Oath already starting to gap a little bit there on the leaderboard.
For me, I'm not surprised at all by Oath and Northern Lights being as far up, as they were obviously the first place teams in both lobbies, and their style is continuing to work, especially with an insight that was brought on by Wolf. Some really interesting stuff that he had to say about the evolution of his team in the past few months. What is surprising is obviously Digital Athletics getting as far as they have with their team of subs, and then in the last couple of games only getting a couple of more points, so still maintaining their presence on the leaderboard here, but not as much as you would think. But very interesting in this regard is the gap between 3rd and 4th. It gets very close after this, but there is a significant gap there, and there's a lot of teams that I would not expect to see on the other side of this gap. Team Liquid maybe isn't the most crazy thing in the world because they've been fighting for their drops all game. It's always going to throw off anyone's game plan if they have to fight for their stuff. But you know, we got Ferox and Hardships, which you know they got a lot of clutch potential that are down there. RÄHINÄ was in second place in their lobby, and it looks like they are not reacting well at all to the increase in overall player skill and the general differences this lobby has to the other ones. So it looks like we will be going into game number 7. Might be a remake on the horizon, but I think that we should be good here as we have 64 joined.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think we got all 64, so should be okay. Hopefully, we don't have to do a crazy remake. Let's go ahead and just pay attention. See what's going on here.
All right, yep. Flight plan gonna be going it from east to west. There's a lawnmower outside my window.
Oh, you know, it's a nice day to cut grass, Seal.
Oh my god, I hope that the chat doesn't need to have their grass all cut. Well, here we go. Starting it from east to west. I don't think that there's going to be anything too crazy as far as the drops here go, but let's go ahead and see what teams that didn't always have the same drops like FaZe and Northern Lights go for. Yeah, Northern Lights is mashing F. They're not going to Zarky this time. Looks like they'll be heading south down to Lippo.
Let's see. Yeah, so they're going to go to Lip. Oath going to go ahead and continue stretching south. Are we going to see FaZe Clan go to north of George again? I reckon.
Yeah, it looks like it. It really does look like that.
Very interesting. Should Kill going to go to Sogo. 303 is going up to Stalber, and we still see this. See, I don't understand the value of the J compound in the middle of the map. But we're gonna tune in to the Pachinki hot drop here. Or maybe keep watching this. I don't understand.
We're with you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm staring at my own screen. Should be staring at yours. I get it. But yeah, so Pachinki hot drop. Ooh, and it's looking a little spicy. This one, players dropping right next to each other.
Yeah, all dropping pretty much dead center here. A lot of these guys, actually every single person has a neighbor. You know, we haven't gotten comms yet of these guys. Let's go ahead and hear what the Soniqs have to say about this hot drop.
There's a guy to my west.
There's a guy next to us here, man. The marker.
Oh, I shot him first. It didn't count.
Porch.
Yo, res. Hey, res me, James. What the fuck? Yo, res me.
Wait, comms?
My gun won't reload, bro. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, you
loaded my gun like.
You guys suck versus James. There's a guy on green.
If I picked up the double barrel, I'd kill him. I picked up the
there's a guy on blue. There's a guy on blue.
There's a guy on new green. I don't have a helmet. It's unfortunate.
Just play to kill them, dude. We're at their shit.
This EMP is feeling.
I think it might be on my roof. Mine. Careful.
Yeah.
I had such a free kill too. I shot him first. I pushed him. Best helmet.
Have you pushed him? That's big cock energy. I like that.
I picked up the wrong gun. Picked up a.
Hey, he's on the roof of green. Dude, I can't find an actual AR, man. I have an M16. No sight either.
We're kind of stuck right now. We're in a bad spot.
I see 1 in 3.
He's lit in the 3-story.
Twice. Item twice. No,
Close
he's not
3-story.
3-story. He's past. He's past 3-story. He's in 4. He's in 4.
4. Okay, yeah, that's him. That's the guy we need to kill.
Yeah, I hit him twice with M16. He has 1 home, 2 chests.
We can push this guy
I
back.
just got a helmet and a 2 vests.
Is there a guy on blue block or no?
No, it's a guy north block, I guess.
I'm stuck here right now.
Green.
I do have gear though. Is there someone on blue marker mine next to you or no?
Green mark. Green mark. Yes, there is a guy. No, not Talibaner. No. What is James doing?
All right, this fight is looking like it's going to slow down quite a bit here, as most players just not even leaving the building that they have dropped in. So we're going to be taking a quick look at what is going on elsewhere around. We did hear Soniqs say they were committing to this fight, though, and with it, Pachinki being dead center, that might not be a series losing play from them.
Yeah, you know, we could probably, you know, Pachinki center, we could sit in there for probably 15 minutes so that fight is wrapped up. It would be excellent content.
Make your sandwiches, get your little tablecloths out.
But no, we're gonna go ahead and watch what's going on elsewhere. TSM starting their rotation. A few other teams, Omaken's making their way in. A lot of teams though already inside of the zone, so they're gonna be taking a little bit extra time to loot up. We do see Sparking
Very
going
interesting.
into the craters of the Pochinki field. So let's see here. You know, if he's got enough loot, I guess, you know, just say screw it, kind of play in here if you want to. But I don't see it as being a very strong spot.
You got a fire going on over there, fam. I hear something coming over the mic. But yeah,
I sure do.
Oh yeah, TSM able to get the compound that Sparking might have wanted, but at the same time, he has not at all found a bad spot for himself either. So should be pretty happy about that one. His team gonna be holding the Eastern Pochinki Hill above him, so even if he gets crashed, he shouldn't find himself dying too quickly from that either. Iroh is going to be jockeying for some position, scouting around, see what's going on around him, if there's anything worth holding on the hills around. But Sherry, ooh, he might have heard that one. Pulling up here on the Eastern Hill, might find some shots onto Iroh. Lampalot gonna be rolling on by down to the south. While the rest of Duel up to the north are not really nearby. We are seeing in the kill feed Trimsy be on the wrong side of it, as the Soniqs have grouped here off to the west side. And ooh, they're playing with tubes over here. Trimsy off on his own. I think that the only way Soniqs get out of this is that if they get a couple of free kills on the Team Liquid when they don't expect Soniqs being in this position. Mime closing the gap with Team Liquid, but I don't think they're going to be able to find too much here on the side. So let's go ahead and see what Duel ends up doing. They didn't exactly find themselves in a spot that they could hold. They did indeed have to push away from TSM, and will be taking the area under Pochinki Hill, or Potato Hill, sharing that alongside the Omaken boys as they roll in from the east. Off the north, DA looking like they might want something here. They have found an empty one-story, but they might be rolling up here directly onto Duel. Wrapping around TSM's combo as well. No one has shot at them yet until now, finally. But they might have to commit to something they don't want to. As you do see Fex going down. Sixmo's car blows up in a big ball of flame. And even these locations in the fields to the south are taken as well. DA, they might have over-rotated a little bit too late into this game, as Metralius finds himself a very, very subpar dip. This is going to be really easy to punish later in the game. It will be okay for now, but they are essentially 2 up. No way that Loyal gets out of this one, as Vard from TSM takes him down. Now, TSM, they had one player on the wrong side of the kill feed as well. Looks like Fex was able to die. Put that with a little positive spin on that one, but yeah, he did end up falling, leaving a Iroh, Mirku, and Vard here splitting these this relatively large compound.
All right, we back already.
We
Hang
back.
out over on over in the double barns over here. Like you said, lose one, pick up a few kills. But DA kind of going for just to rotate through. Let's see here. The Duel going to be coming across the highway area. Going to be coming into probably the church
Looks
area,
like it.
I reckon. So they're going to be hanging out pretty comfortably for this zone. One thing to note as I'm staring at the map real quick, though, Seal, Oath is going. Oh, well, DA's dead. We
DA's
can note
dead.
that as well. So DA closing out the night in last place. Great day for them overall, though. But Oath is rotating around.
A quick note
on
about
base.
DA is that they're probably tired as hell. Like
Yeah.
they have played way too much PUBG today. At the very least, they will be ending today on a reasonable note, probably within the top 5. Meanwhile, 303 trying to rotate in here. I've seen a lot of teams die trying to go through this area. They might find this will be another one. Silence being ripped out of his car. Not where you want to be if you're 303, losing your star fragger, as the stats have shown in the past. The rest of the players trying to wrap around to the west side, but Sparking is going to be waiting for him in in the low ground here. Hiding in the trenches so far. Pentalol playing around his car very well so far. Shots being traded between both players. And Pentalol does eventually find that kill onto Sparking, going into the trenches at 1 HP. D-Rich and Sophia making similar progress, although much less contested as they get into the trenches a little bit to his north as well. 303 with 3 up. Don't think they're going to be leaving this place anytime soon this game, though.
What do you think? Pinta's just like, he's pulling into this trench here, you know, a spot where realistically you wouldn't think anybody would be 8 minutes into the game, phase 1. And he's just, oh, there's a guy here.
There's a dinosaur, I think.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god, there's a dinosaur. We found it. It was playing with the broken artillery pieces. Alright, well, phase 1 just about to finish its string. Let's see if the Millie base zone is the play. Not at all. Thank goodness. I'm not that big of an Oath fan to want them to dislocate the other 14 teams in this game. Oath went across, but nothing too crazy happening for the rest of the players in this game. Although Houston Hardships, they might be able to turn this around as Maluk going up to the relatively uncontested Pachinki Hill area.
Yeah, they're just gonna dive across the field, which is commonly referred to from the SSG compound is what I call it a lot because we see a lot. Old SSG used to play a lot. Anyways. Yeah, they're grabbing the hill. You're gonna pull it to the dog shacks, hanging out there. One thing to note, it is just Profi left alive for the Soniqs.
I wasn't pushing.
No, right? Yeah. So I didn't see in the feed or on the map to see if that was at the hands of Liquid. Let me go.
Let's count.
James has 3 kills.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna assume Liquid kind of did that one. And Liquid, I think at this point, they're kind of just like, we're just gonna take 10 minutes or 20 minutes to loot Pachinki, and then kind of fight our way out. I would say at this point in tonight.
Well, there's a couple of weaknesses around them. You know, Pachinki Hill just got taken, still a 2-2 split, although soon be a 4-man hold there. Duel is 2-2 splitting here between 2 spots that can't cover each other that well, in my opinion. Like, yeah, there's line of sight, but there's a lot of foliage in the way. Team Liquid do have a couple of bits of weakness they can exploit, but first they got to do the scouting, they got to put the work in and figure out what exactly is going on in this game.
You know, Seal, I wish I knew what was going on in this game too. Even though I'm sitting here watching it, and you know, there's a lot of craziness.
You make me sound like shit's breaking or stuff's breaking on your side of things, man.
What do you mean? No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just trying to comprehend. You know, we had DA drive to their desk. We had 303 do some crazy spin around maneuvers and end up in the trench where there was a player. Oaths rotating on mill base. You know, just some wild stuff happening, and it's center shift too, so like teams really aren't like moving very much.
There's a center shift. This area of the map has so many compounds that can be played. We're seeing pretty much every strong point possible with at least a 4-man, usually a 2-2 split here as well. And all these guys just have so much space to work with, and there are 53 alive as well, which is a couple of more people dead than there are normally. And even with Oath coming down from the south side from the Millie base. So like there's a lot of teams that after the first games, you know, besides the Pachinki hot drop, that are reacting quite well overall to the way that this lobby has developed. You know, people saying like, hey, we'll fight if we have to, but we're getting really good at avoiding fights that we don't intend to get into.
I think that does kind of play into a little bit about what was it? Batalons from Northern Lights was kind of saying. He said that he's noticed that, you know, a lot of NA teams kind of favor, you know, staying grouped and, you know, in the high priority or highly sought after positions, as opposed to, you know, playing with their angles from where they're at, keeping spread, kind of controlling big areas of the map. And, you know, I guess it can, you know, kind of be true here. We do see, you know, most of the teams pretty just congested in like compounds and shacks or popular hilltops, as they are, you know, they're slow rotating in from the north, which is, you know, we've seen them kind of slow rotate and do a lot of that. But this zone is going to shift down to the fields dead center for the most part. And we're going to see a lot of teams that were still over on Potato need to rotate their way in. And as Seal is panning in for our tragic flashbacks of the shack here in the middle of the field.
I want to see it again. I want to see it again. That shack is almost center zone, although Northern Lights is not anywhere nearby to actually make their move for it at the moment. However, on the east side of the zone,
for it. I think Lamp's going for it.
Oh god, he is. But first, we gotta watch what's going on here on the far east side. Ferox versus Tornado Energy versus Oath as they're trying to rotate on by. Oh my god, they're just getting ripped out of these vehicles so far. Grum's knocked out. Cozy dead. Nico's trying to link up with Sweet Soul and just trying to just make as much space as he can, but with him in this big cumbersome UAZ, it's gonna be really hard to make it there safely, but he will still be able to do so. A lot of UAZs still available for this team, which could be relevant as this game progresses. Field games usually like to have a lot of cover left, but Nico's going down as he tries to make his way in should be resable. As Oath, they hear the shots, they want nothing to do with this. This split's very wide for them. They're going to continue into the forest. Right, actually, I guess back into their old compound with their team overlooking the forest to the side.
And we got a few people
Oh,
kind
God.
of doing circles over here in the field. Ragnar is driving around. We got the 4-man stack in the shack by Duel. FaZe is going to be at the other shack that they're getting ready to drive by. Looks like they're going to settle with pulling into one of the shacks over in the forest on the west side of the zone. Notable as well, Pachinki Hill 303 did pull up on the hilltop there and take out 2 members of the Houston Hard Shifts for that hilltop. But oh my goodness, Meta, they are driving straight into the compound
And
where RÄHINÄ's
straight
at,
on out.
and they're just gonna go ahead and turn right on back again. But this forest that they're going to be pulling into, we do have Shoot to Kill over here, as well as Northern Lights are going to be coming in on the far western edge.
Not convinced that's going to be any better, but Uncivil not looking like he's too keen on taking any shots right now. His teammate Pretty Courteous is receiving some fire, and Luke 12 and Alo are quite far away as they're trying to, it looks like, sneak their vehicles into an open field. Very, very difficult to do, but they might be able to get something working here, but Uncivil, not the case for him, as a 3-way fight with a couple of the solos from different teams start breaking out here. Northern Lights trying to shoot their way in here on the west, as is their self-proclaimed style. Alo on the wrong side of this one. The Deep is going to find him and take him out of this game. SDK trying to play a little bit too cheeky for their own good.
Yep, so Luke and Purdy, they're going to be stuck in the field. They do got a shack to claim as theirs over in that area. But Northern Lights just, you know, playing edge, coming in and clearing out the force in front of them. I imagine they know Meta's there from the shots and the knock, but they should be okay. FaZe, though, have a really good, I guess, control over what is going on over here on this southwestern side. May not help them in the long run as we look at the zone. Phase 4 actually shifted all the way to the east. It did shift the water out, but it is going to favor the crossroads of the roads here, right?
Oh, this is real nice tornado energy. And maybe for Duel, if they can get out of this field, they want to get to this forest ahead of them or something like it. But first, they got to bring this Dacia that's missing a front right tire up. Wooly kind of scouting for the team. At the very least, wants to get this one shack. He will be able to get that one for himself. But in the meantime, we have FaZe coming in. Oh my goodness, is it happening again? Oh no, FaZe, they've seen a little bit too much. They're going to be trying to roll around this compound, potentially past Wooly as well. No, they're actually crashing directly onto him, but Nico's able to find that knock. Wooly playing up close and personal, but he gets gunned down. FaZe getting the shed. They do have Gustav bleeding up behind. 8C gonna try and get the res onto him as we have Metagaming coming out from the northwest side as well. Fuzzface across the road, just trying to find some semblance of cover. I think it's Lampalot trying to land shots into Fuzzface, but no joy there. And as Fuzzface now engaging on to Oath after taking cover from Duel.
And as people are full sending it in the field, people are also full sending it up on top of
There's
Pachinki
death
Hill.
everywhere.
We did see death and carnage everywhere on, honestly, a really terrible zone coming out here for this game. We did see Houston Hardships get eliminated. Iro from TSM gets picked off by Ibiza. And Nookie is going to get the shots in onto Vard. He's taken down below 50% HP as he's trying to dodge, duck, get dive and dodge his way around the hillside here. And it's going to be anonymous up close and personal for Regina is going to get the elimination there. And there are 3-man still over here on this hill, but Liquid is getting ready to make their approach from the barn on the north side to take control of this hill.
There's also Profi in the shed. Jupsik, are you going to check it? What's going to happen? I know that Profi has an Uzi last time I checked. Very scary at this point blank range. But no, I don't think he suspects a thing. Oh my goodness, but like you said, Liquid is coming in from the north side. RÄHINÄ is not currently aware of that, I don't think, as they're making their way here from the east side. And RÄHINÄ, once they spot Liquid, that's going to be Jupsik focusing on that. Profi might yet live another day.
You got to jump scout the windows on that bad boy.
Oh,
on that shack right there. Like, come on. It's just a rule of thumb. You always got to make sure you look in those things before you go by them. But nonetheless, he is going to drive away, go back up towards the hill. Anonymous is going to be probably the first man in contact with Liquid. Shots ringing out as they spot out his teammates across the hill. James is going to get the opener. Going to try to go for the second one. It is traded back, though. Anonymous, 2 knocks in total now onto Liquid as he's up close and personal, fighting this one by himself. Up top, K-Mine has to reload his gun after tagging down to about 50%.
Oh, but
HP.
Meta!
Come over top, but Meta actually comes up behind Ragnar from the Dog Shacks is going to get those eliminations.
Great timing for Liquid. This is going to give them a ton of control on the northwest side as long as they can just recover here. Jeems getting res by Kmon. Very clutch res is coming out. Team Liquid looking like they are raring to take control of the north side of the zone. Meanwhile, off to the east, we have Omaken bleeding out all over the place. Was this your doing, Pentalol? Did you do this?
Oh my god, that dude is like crashing there. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I wish I had my camera over there to actually see it up close and personal what happened. But yeah, Vatska just like crashed directly into Penta and his vehicle's upside. I don't know what happened. Either way, 303 get the elimination onto Omaken, and that is going to be a good chunk of kills picked up for them. That's going to be 5 kills in total as Omaken goes out in 12th place.
All right, well, phases and duels sheds are still in play, but this is the time to be a Tornado Energy fan. They got some high ground, they got tons of space around them, and they potentially have center zone here going into the late game. The real question is, what are these teams that are not yet in zone gonna do? Looks like Team Liquid trying to clear their north, Oath going to be sneaking their way into the compounds, as well as Northern Lights trying to get into this little forest here, or at least even beyond it, on the west side of the zone, putting shots over toward Team Liquid. So Team Liquid, they want to clear their sides, but they're taking so much fire from other teams while they're on this hill that they can't even move safely around just to figure out what's going on around them.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the hilltop is actually still in play there for Liquid. I think on the map, though, the other hill to the east maybe had a little bit of playable territory that they might try to drive over to. But either way, the center part of the zone, for the most part, is completely unplayable. So it's going to be really tough for any team that tries to, that isn't able to play edge and they're looking a little more center. But looks like they're going to come over and they're going to try to clear out 303. D-Rich is going to go down. They are going to know that Penta's over here somewhere. Aviza driving the vehicle down the road, just trying to bait out the position, figure out where he's at. He's going to park next to this one. Yeah, so he's going to find himself a strong, vehicle for it right here.
Little foot.
Penta's going to get the knock and the flush onto Jeems, though, before he gets traded out. So that's going to be one man down for Team Liquid. But they do take out 303. Soniqs also go out as well in the process, as I think Profi was trying to come in. Shoot to kill also out as well. So down to 8 teams now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Oath is making their own push on the south side. Looks like Nika is the last player alive from his team. Has been able to survive for quite a long period of time, trying to just hold on to those placement points. But he is going to be going hard against Oath, not giving him a single inch as long as he breathes. That's what I'm looking at right now. Defensive utility and smokes are in play here. But Shinboy has a car, and Oath with a car. That's some scary stuff can happen in these situations, man.
Yeah, and so the zone actually been hugging these compounds here on the south side. Careful your teammates right there. Ferox, I can't tell which member that is. Nikos is going to get the shots onto the members of Oath here as they were trying to grab their vehicle, just bring it inside the edge of the zone. But it is going to be a little tough for these guys here on this next one, as I assume the compounds get shifted away from.
All right, Tornado Energy getting another nice shift for them. Battleland's finding the down on Alea as well, though, is going to hurt them a little bit here, as they might not be able to easily get that res. Example, moving for that in the meantime, it looks like, while Quizzy trying to provide a little bit of support, but Melman's spot, it appears to be precarious, to say the least. Still, Tornado Energy putting some long-range shots toward Northern Lights, but Liquid is starting to close the gap a little bit as well.
Yeah, so they're going to drive their vehicles in. They are going to have to use them as cover, but they're in a really good spot to put a lot of shots, a lot of pressure in onto Northern Lights here. As long as they don't take too much damage and they're able to hold these peaks, definitely going to set them up really nicely if they're able to wipe out Northern Lights here. Great shot coming in by Kmon.
Beautiful hook here from Team Liquid. They're really leveraging their position in this zone and how Northern Lights is not in. Oh my god, it's just to try to make sure they never walk into phase number 7. These smokes might not even be enough. They're trying to do what they can, but look at that. The flush from Melman onto Spyro through the smokes. This is an awful situation for the Northern Lights as they're blowing up their vehicles. That's their means to get in. This is awful.
Yeah, back against the wall or the blue zone, depending on how you look at it.
Seconds left.
Yeah, seconds left before they're going to be forced to make their way in. And I think they're just going to be a similar situation to what they did in the previous game. They're just going to cut their losses. Not a bad game from them as well. They just got an extra placement. Ferox just got eliminated as well, so there's an extra point there. Yeah, I see they're just going to first aid take. Got another placement. Oath just went out at the same time. So 2 extra placement points coming in for the Northern Lights here, even though they are probably going to be exiting here in just a second. Duel trying to come in the Western open field as well. It's only going to be Michael trying to get around these haystack, and he is spotted. So they might be able to tank another placement here.
Bad news bears for sure, as there's FaZe in front of the front right, Tornado Energy to his direct front, and Liquid off to the left. None of them are shooting each other. They're all keeping pretty good eyes on him, it appears. Although, we do see FaZe beginning to put some shots over there toward Team Liquid, but Mixie able to find that particular knock onto Lampo, at least the flush there, while FaZe beginning to move out toward Tornado Energy. I want to get these guys' comms later, once they get a little closer, but definitely going to be a fight happening here, especially if FaZe continue to maintain stealth under Melman and the rest of this team.
Batalons is still med tanking in the blue here. Michael is not inside of the zone just yet. He's got to get a little bit farther, but he is going to get spotted out by him. Shot's going to ring in there. He's going for the shots as opposed to the first aid. He's going to pick up another kill, and he goes from 8th place to 4th place.
He could have just trolled there, like, and it would have been like, yeah, okay, whatever, and then and die. And I wouldn't have thought too much about it, but because he tried his dangdest to just survive and look for any source of points, he got, I think it's like 5 or 6 points from that solo play. That's very smart.
Absolutely, you know, it looked like they were giving up, but you know, he played it, you know, to stay alive, close it out, got some more points. And this zone is favoring Liquid here.
Oh,
so it's going to be FaZe and Tornado on the south side. They're going to have to fight it out. I don't know how much of this ridge and this forest line that they're actually going to be able to use to hide from Liquid, but it is going to be an interesting phase 7 here as the fight's getting ready to break out.
Let's see what FaZe has to say about this fight. Let's get their comms.
Like he was on the right. You saw him. Yeah, it's right there.
Knocked one, knocked one.
Uphill, shooting you. Knocked that guy uphill.
Yeah, nice.
Knocked 2.
Whoa.
One up. They're one up us.
Yeah. You can rush him, right? Oh,
no, I'm dead.
Liquid is taking angles as well. I need to smoke.
Just try and kill like Tornado Energy here. Just try and kill them. There's no way you win this anyway.
I mean, why? 8 is in. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Liquid should have angles on them if they're trying to run uphill again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 Liquid and 3 Tornado.
No, right? We flushed 2 Tornado.
Oh, okay.
I have to go down to you.
I got one kill.
Yeah.
Nice.
That means he's down in the dip, last guy, like fucking blue.
It could be a 2v2v2.
No.
No.
Liquid is 3 up.
We killed 3 Tornado. We killed 3 Tornado.
Okay.
Should I try and snake on the left over there, you think? Ah, they have the up pillar.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all the way down to...
If you get next zone, you could have win this game.
Yeah, let's see next one. It's not bad.
They have to move kinda.
Watch out if Liquid try and get a guy close already.
They can go to the latest. We only just try and hold across so they don't get one across.
Yeah.
Two guys in the far left ridge. They're barely in there as well, by the way.
Yeah.
They're barely in.
The guy uphill has to come down. I'm running closer.
Now.
One is taking that car.
Nice.
Nice. Knocked by the solo.
I killed the solo.
Okay.
One of them in the liquid is knocked.
Now.
I'm gonna come to you as well, I think.
One is on the rocks.
One holding.
He's taking a car as well. Rock and blue, one guy I'd see. 2v2.
Is this your smoke?
No. Oh yeah, the close one is mine. I'm in a super shit spot here. Can you work on the right side? Anything?
I can try.
I have to stand up here soon. It's really bad for me. One still on the rocks. The rocks guy has to move now.
Yeah, I see him on the rocks.
Knocked him.
Nice.
I'm coming to
One
you.
close, one close. Yeah, yeah, come. Let's double stack. Come close.
Wait a little bit.
He's definitely just close somewhere.
I'm gonna smoke this nade. Just use the front nades.
Careful. Behind us.
All right.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go,
Good shit,
boys.
Oh man, nice ending there for FaZe Clan. A few minutes ago we had heard them say that we are dead, we will not win this game. But cleaning up Tornado Energy, taking 3 of their players down, and then really leveraging that last player, I think it was Quizzy, with the knock that he got into Liquid to get into their position was enough for 8C and Fuzzface to win that game. Beautiful play by FaZe.
Yep, able to close it out there. And honestly, they really were in a really unfortunate spot. I think they did have a little fortunate side on them that the solo from Tornado Energy was able to pick off Ibiza. Had Ibiza able to get that solo elimination and then kind of take that hillside where he was at. Might have been a little bit of a different story, but excellent closeout from them. The comms all around, very cool, calm, and collected, keeping track of who was alive and where people were. And I believe we're going to go ahead and hop straight into the interview with Fuzzface.
Absolutely. Fuzzface from FaZe Clan. You guys, a few minutes before the end of that game, you had sort of written yourselves off as, you know, this is it. We're probably going to die. Let's just try and take these guys with us. At what point did that turn into, yo, we're winning this game?
I think that was, I think it was Gustav. Like, you can't win. We're like, fuck that. We can win money.
So, like, we didn't watch a ton of your guys' play there, but for a while you had played that shed, and I'm not sure if you were watching some of the stuff that happened in sheds before, but it got really ugly in the EU qualifiers. Did how bad those open field shed plays go in the qualifiers sort of affect your decision or make you a little bit worried about playing on that shed, or was it just like you do what you got to do sort of play there for you?
No, we had like really good position in the first place, and then it hard shifted east, and then we saw one guy leave from the closer shack to the further one, so we know it's only one guy. So we just decided to crash it and take that basically.
Absolutely, it was. I think it was a member of Duel who was actually split with the first shack you guys drove by. So they were just maybe getting a little too greedy. But anyway, so rounding out the day. Day 1 here, 7th game. You guys pick up the chicken dinner. You guys were sitting in 8th place before coming into that one. So, you know, not the worst, but not the best games for, you know, compared to a lot of the other teams. But how is, you know, rounding out the day with a win before moving into tomorrow going to help you guys moving forward?
I mean, it's always nice to win games, obviously. So it always helps a little bit, like mentally. And I don't know, we had a bunch of rough games today, and I think just it comes down to small minor mistakes we all did throughout the day. So it was we didn't really perform to our standards, I would say.
So we had an awesome ending there with FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid. For viewers and as me as a caster, that was really fun to watch. Is there anyone in particular that you want to come across and get in a nice, you know, high octane team fight against?
Any special team?
Yeah, any special team.
I mean, it's always Liquid that we answer on these questions. It's always fun to fight with Liquid. We have so much history and we fought so many times in different tournaments, so it's always fun to fight with them. Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope that the day ended in a way that you can be happy with. Then, thank you so much for your time, Fuzzface.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be going over scores. I believe they are going to be ready here. Let's go ahead and check in with the production folks. Yep, they just got themselves done. So we're going to be seeing who indeed ends up Well, in first place after all the games. What are you predicting after that? You still thinking Oath, fam?
Yeah, I think Oath is still going to be up there. Northern Lights probably closer second place. I don't know how many points Oath actually, how many kills they got that game, but I know Northern Lights. They
Yeah,
are,
there it is. First and
closing it
second.
out.
Oath and Northern Lights.
Oh, hey, look at me go! I'm really smart. Go.
Very smart.
Go fam.
Hashtag very smart. Hashtag fam. Yeah. So really interesting leaderboard coming out here because mostly Oath and Northern Lights, like on paper, if you just compare the previous event to today, is like okay. You know, the first place teams from both of the two qualifiers are in first place. That's not too weird. But you wouldn't necessarily expect these teams based on their reputation to play this well. But also, there's a significant gap that there's only a few teams that have really even begun to scratch said gap. And those teams are Digital Athletics, FaZe Clan, and Tornado Energy, and arguably Metagaming. Everyone else has a significant deficit. And keep in mind, we're working with a $7,500 prize pool here. Money goes down to 5th place, and at 5th place, you essentially only make your money back. So you're really looking for 4th place, preferably further up from that. And even that's really hard to get to right now.
Yeah, I definitely think, there's a lot of teams, I guess, like you said, 7th place and down that, all strong teams in their own right, but we really didn't see anything, super flashy or really impactful coming out from any of those teams like we did in the teams that are in the top of the leaderboard today. So any of those teams outside that mark, they're going to need to show up and have a really strong day tomorrow. And to be able to, put themselves in the positions where, they're in the money or they're up towards the top of the leaderboard. I will say though, I'm definitely really happy to see Team Liquid kind of have a decent last game. I think they were in position to win it, but it is what it is. So they're not sitting too terrible actually after that last game. They are in 9th place with 34 points. So
if I were to highlight anyone, I would have to put it on to the DA subs in general, but specifically on to Code Marco. That guy just showing up being like, hello, I am here to play the game. Like, please, I hope we don't suck that much, which is usually the kind of mentality you're going into when you have subs, at least in my opinion. And then they just sweep the competition with a lot of really nice solo performances. In that last Erangel game they played, where he got 8 kills in a 3rd place on his own, that is really what solidified DA's position here in that 3rd place. You can say some similar stuff for Tornado Energy, or I think it was actually Metagaming's Sparking with his individual play. What do you think about that so far? Like, do you have any individual MVPs before we go over those damage stats and kills and figure out who the actual MVPs are?
I mean, if we have to give it to someone, it's got to be Code Marco. He was just absolutely fragging it out. But I can't discredit the other top performances. I mean, all of the Northern Lights players. Northern Lights are sitting in 2nd place. They are the top fragging team as a whole by far. Looking at the leaderboard there with 47 total kills. 2nd place is going to be a tie between Oath and Digital Athletics, who are in 1st and 3rd respectively, with only 34. So all of the Northern Lights,
oh my god,
they're playing well as a team, and the team play kind of overshadows the individual performance just because they're all playing so well.
I just realized something. Okay, so as you were saying that, I brought up damage dealt, like haha, cool. Northern Lights is in 1st place, and 3rd of damage dealt with the individual players. That's gonna be Battalion and the Deep. Code Marco's in 6th. He didn't even play 7 games.
Nope.
This kid's insane. He's so good. Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
All right. Well,
2067. Yeah, doing really good.
Luke 12, you're doing pretty good and all. I'm sorry to have you sort of like overshadowed among the other players that are up here. Same with you, Relo. But Code Marco, man, some of these young guns are really taking some names for themselves. Let's go ahead and see who is in the top kills from this leaderboard, though. Northern Lights, Spyro, tied with Marco. We thought the 6th place for damage was impressive. He's tied for 1st in kills.
That's right. It's unfortunate. Probably not going to see him play any more games, as the regular Digital Athletics roster is going to be actually participating tomorrow. But Northern Lights, I mean, there's 3 Northern Lights in the top 5. So,
oh yeah,
are they going to be competing against each other to try to get these kills tomorrow? You never know.
Well, either intentionally or by accident, that is what's going on here. It looks like Mime did win that, that Strimsy versus Mime individual killer poll there. So if you feel that, if you filled in for Mime, then you can go ahead and pat yourself on the back for you being right. know that I think that you're a very smart person. All right, I think that is going to be it for us today. We got over kills and damage. Thank you so much to Twire for providing those individual player stats as well as the full leaderboard, of course. They do a lot of great work. If you guys need any sort of replay analysis, it's great for players, it's great for productions. They will be able to save your bacon in more ways than one. I discovered these guys at the previous PUBG LAN. A lot of people were using them. It's a great platform.
Absolutely. Before we throw it over to the man Apples himself, also got to give you a quick shout out. All the support in the chat from the viewers, the bits, the donations, and the subs and everything from today. I believe we had a nice little hype train going earlier as well. So thank you guys all for showing your support towards 303 and myself and Seal. We greatly appreciate it.
Without further ado, Apples, if you'd like to take the production away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate that, Seal and Famacity. Week 4, our favorite week, the grand finals. What an incredible display of talent. Representatives from NA, SA, OCE, and EU all battling it out for their part of the big money. We have a tight race for the $100 top fragger award. Marco and Spyro are 2 current leaders. Unfortunately, Marco will not be returning tomorrow as we go back to the original rosters, but missing 2 games and still top fragging on the day is very impressive. Shout out to him. Currently, we have 3 NLTs and a Mime battling it out tomorrow, and expect different names to be approaching that area. A special thank you to Seal and Famacity for today's broadcast. Please go show them some love. ! Casters in the chat to go drop those follows on social media. Thank you, boys. Thanks to our partners, Twire GG, the official replay analysis needs for the 303 Royale. Check out their Twitter and website for recap, stats, rotation analysis, leaderboards, and everything else you may need. Thank you to Asmont and PUBG.GS for all the leaderboard assistance throughout the Royale. Shout out to Cobalt FPS, always compiling highlight videos for our weekly, newly released YouTube channel. ! YouTube in the chat. To the rest of the 303 Royale staff, you're all beautiful, and thank you for all that you do. Witty, head of production, Alisok, head of graphics, Manbun, and myself want to thank you, the viewers, for tuning in, spamming those emotes and team support, spreading the word across social media, and continuously supporting the 303 Royale as well as PUBG Esports in 2020. Without the viewers, we would have nothing, so thank you. A few short announcements. We are currently looking for sponsors and partners for the 303 Royale 3. The goal here is to never charge entry fees again while maintaining and providing a professional tournament with a large prize pool. If you would like to advertise your product, brand, or anything else, please contact Witty or myself for sponsorship opportunities. And YouTube, go check out that YouTube channel, ! YouTube in the chat. There you can find all the VODs, including today, potentially in the next hour, weekly highlight tapes, clips of the day's analysis, and tons more. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I just want to drop one more special shout out again to Famacity and Seal. Seal's the jack of all trades, not only casting, but also observing and hosting. Consider these two for any of your PUBG broadcast needs. They are 2 professionals at their craft. Don't forget, tomorrow, same place, same time, no roster changes this time. 7 high-octane PUBG games for the money, brought to you by Mustache Dave and Esquire. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow. This is Apples. As always, humbly appreciated. Good night, PUBG.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
This is how we roll, man.